देव भाई ना मान रहे ना, देव भाई ना मान रहे ना ना ना ना ना। Thank you, Dev. Thank you so much for the 10 pounds. Hadelos, how's do you use the los gazy who's the belows? What is up? कैसे हो? आने से पहले हाँ ना, नया चालू है अभी। सारे लोग अपने अपने प्रेडिक्शन बुक निकालो। पहला गेम वाइटलिटी जीत रहा है, सेकेंड गेम फुट जीत रहा है, तीसरा गेम लिक्विड जीत रहा है। सारे गेम्स 2-0 होने वाले हैं। बस लिखा अपने बुक्स में। हो गया जिंक्स? एक्सक्यूज मी भाई, साउंड क्या साउंड कहाँ हो गया भैया? जिंक्स डन नहीं रे बाबा। पंक्स में अभी मैंने पहले वाला स्ट्रीम खत्म नहीं किया, प्लीज वापस जाओ। वेरी रियलिस्टिक। आईफोन दिखाओ, पहले चालू होने दो यार, आईफोन खत्म होने दो। वॉच पार्टी ला ला ला ला। आज सोने का कुछ प्लान है? मैंने अगर ब्लिंक भी किया ना, ऐसा ऐसा ब्लिंक 2 सेकंड तक, तारा भाई नींद में जाएगा। इसलिए हम करने वाले नो ब्लिंक चैलेंज। ऐसे देखेंगे हम मैचेस पूरा टाइम, क्योंकि अच्छे मैचेस है, मिस नहीं कर सकते। आईफोन वाले भैया अभी तो गया था, वापस आ गया। अभी इसके बाद मैं वापस जाऊंगा और फिर से आऊंगा। बंक्स बाय चैंपियंस विनिंग विनर प्रेडिक्शन हो जाए पहले। चैंपियंस में कौन कौन जा रहे वो तो जानने दो। आज तो अमेरिका से 1 बजे से मत करो ना, मत करो भाई, म्यूजिक सुनो। भाई EMEA का म्यूजिक कोई बीट नहीं कर सकता है। EMEA का म्यूजिक बे। सिल्वर सुपर क्या नोटिफिकेशन दे रहे हो? वाह, ये तो ऐसा है जैसा मैं युद्ध में जाने वाला हूँ। आईफोन दिखाओ। पर्दा तक नहीं खोला अभी तक। ला ला ला। बग्स बाय होप एंड फॉर स्ट्रीमिंग डेली एंड एंटरटेनिंग। आई लव यू, लव्ड यू टू। आपको भी लव्ड यूज। अभी कौन जीतेगा भाई? सिंपल है भाई, यहाँ पे ऐसा 2 लिखो, यहाँ पे ऐसा 0 लिखो बहुत बड़ा सा, फिर यहाँ पे ऐसा 2 लिखो, यहाँ पे 0 लिखो, फिर यहाँ पे ऐसा 2 लिखो और यहाँ पे 0 लिखो। हो गया बे, हो गया। यार इधर में डालना, सेटअप करने का टाइम नहीं मिल रहा यार। वॉच पार्टी की बात करेंगे पूरा आराम से। भाई 1 सेकेंड, ये क्या हो गया बे? एक्सक्यूज मी, हैं? मेरा एक पेमेंट रिटर्न क्यों हो गया?
Motivated on focus, came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah. I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man. The trophy is vital. Game time.
ये क्या हो गया?
Clutch, no hang time, man. They can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
भाई मैं कुछ खरीदा था, कैंसिल हो गया, क्यों? क्या हो रहा है बीच बीच में स्ट्रीम को? ईएमए वालों क्या सीन, मतलब क्या हो रहा है? स्टॉक में होगा।
It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined.
बजट तक का मैच क्यों नहीं है? कल रहेगा। लेव वर्सेस सेन 430 क्या लग रहा है? सेन बे म्यूजिक तो है। बंदे आपके पास कौन कौन सा वेलोर का जर्सी है? सिर्फ सेन का है, वो भी 2 साइज बड़ा। किधर तो रखा है वो? Are you sure, Sen? Yup. Sen too strong. बिग भाई इस बार मेंबरशिप गिफ्टिंग ज्यादा क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? क्योंकि है ही नहीं पैसा। भाई म्यूजिक तो है बे। कितना स्ट्रीम के बाद थोड़ा आराम भी कर लेगा, थक गया, कुछ खाने का भिजवा दूं क्या? नहीं नहीं, ऑल गुड। लंच हो गया मेरा। अंडी मंडी रिड्सी वाला बात बता। मिल तो गया मेरे को आईफोन, आप लेट हो। वो गिफ्ट आईफोन था। बहुत हो गया इंतजार, गिफ्ट का मेंबरशिप लेना पड़ेगा। बात तो है, बात तो है। फिर से ट्राई करो क्या पेमेंट? दुख दर्द और पीड़ा पे एक तो मेरे मोबाइल में ना योर ऑर्डर दिखता ही नहीं है, पता नहीं क्यों।
I I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay
Pick
away
up where
from
you left
Gorka,
off.
Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
रुक जा, कार्ट में ऐड कर रहा हूँ.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
कभी कभी ऐसा लगते हो चोमटे हो सब. हाँ, दिन का कभी ये मैच रात को है.
Red Bull gives you wings.
भाई प्लीज जी पे चल जा प्लीज. अबे काट कर रहा तो ब्राउजिंग हिस्ट्री आ रहा है यार. म्यूजिक तो है बे, आपको रोस्ट करने में मजा आता है. ले अब ये खुश रहे यार. इमेजन भाई काहे नचा कर रहे हो. एक बात बता, एनसीज नहीं है ना ये सॉन्ग. नहीं, रेवेन्यू जाता है इसमें. हो गया. ला ला ला ला. अरे काहे लौड़ू हो रहा है बे. मैं पे नेट यूज कर रहा हूँ करके क्या. हेलो जिंक्स भाई, लैंग्वेज हो गया. पेमेंट वाइटलिटी वाला जेंटल मैच, वाइटलिटी जीतेगा 2-0. पा पा भाई म्यूजिक तो है बे. घर ऑर्डर किया, वाह वेरी नाइस. Go kiddo! On time भाई. बिग बाय बर्गर किंग से ऑर्डर कर रहा हूँ. एनी फीडबैक? अच्छा है, मक्खनी टोस्ट का, मक्खनी बर्स्ट टाइम पास है. वूपर भी अच्छा उनका। बिंक्स न्यू पीसी का क्या सीन पता नहीं, 1-2 महीने में मोस्टली। आउट। क्या लगता है जेंटलमैन जीतेगा एक भी? BBL आज बढ़ाओ।
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Bienvenidos a la VCT EMEA.
Bienvenue au
EMEA.
VCT EMEA hoş geldiniz.
VCT EMEA on time. सॉन्ग पता नहीं।
Today is elimination day and it is time to meet the teams batting it out with everything on the line.
आज सारे टीम्स बाहर जाएंगे।
Our first team came out on top once just a few days
सीधा
ago.
चालू बे।
They do it again. This roster is an exciting mix of 2 young shots alongside an experienced veterans with new IGL to lead the charge. Please welcome to the stage Team Vitality.
सेफ बोलते।
And the new kids on the block, eager to show that
50,
they can
50?
hang with the greats of VCT.
कैसे?
EMEA. And if you think this is a 5-man roster,
कैसे
you
50-50
are
बे?
wrong. The crowd
Huh?
is right there with them, loud and proud.
50
Give
दो।
it up for the gentlemen.
प्रेडिक्ट 100% भाई। VAT चलो भाई। कस्टम कितना है? ऑल इन मेरा 2300 वॉट। ऑल इन बेबी। घर जाएगा, घर जाएगा भाई।
Well, it seems to be a crowd favorite in the stadium, differing from at home. You can vote now in chat, Vitality or Gentlemates. Who you think will take it right now? The
Oh,
crowd is
बेचारा
with
call के लिए
Vitality.
रुका
But
था।
Tom, I
Call।
think anyone looking closer at this knows it could be a much closer matchup. Gentlemates, they just don't lose the rematches.
No, Existence has got his magic scroll. You saw him come on the stage with that. Who knows what that said? Might make Salah disappear after this one. Who knows?
क्वालिटी बढ़ाओ। अबे बासुंडी की छठी गांड। बढ़ा रहा हूँ ना मैं, बढ़ा रहा हूँ ना, बढ़ा दिया ना मैंने। लव यू बताने को।
Gets to play a comp with a Phoenix on Lotus. Maybe they don't do that again. Maybe we don't see Lotus again. That's the real thing with this. Either way, we're going to be getting into see that perfectly timed. It's almost like that was planned.
It was, Tom. We've been here rehearsing that all day. Buying an icebox out to start, and Gentlemates get to decide where we begin. Breeze is going to be our first map picked
गाली देने के लिए तैयार था।
followed up by Vitality
नहीं
being
रे।
Lotus. Now that's a bit of an interesting
Never।
thing if you watched the last series.
Yeah,
they
it was
played.
actually picked by Gentlemates last time around. Now,
Gian
Vitality
of
played very close
language।
with Fnatic on Lotus and also beat them.
Demolished.
Yeah, basically demolished them last
बस
time.
भाई
We've
वेट
also
का
got
सपोर्ट कर रहे
Sunset in there
वेट
as
हो
well,
गया।
which
नहीं
is obviously
VIP
the other
है।
maps that Vitality beat them on. So I think that
अरे
obviously this is both teams
Sunset
looking
भी
at it in
और
different
Breeze
directions.
भी।
Gentlemates coming in with Breeze. Okay, we get a pick of our own that we get to go in and go, okay, this is something new, this is something you haven't seen, but we are also happy to give you a rematch on some of the other maps because they've not taken them out. I do think for Vitality, there's a strength in playing a map you've already played. Firstly, you don't show it to other teams.
Let's
Maybe you're
go।
looking at other teams
साला
like
भाई से
Iran,
भी
like
मिले थे
Derby,
अपन
like
वहाँ पे।
with someone else that you have to beat. You're thinking, okay, let's not show them any more of our map pool. There's also the risk that you've now given Existence
अब तो मुझे बर्थडे किया था, अब इससे सभी अच्छा ही हो रहा है। लव यू टू यार कितना भाई।
one of the best coaches
खुश
when
रहो
it
यार।
comes to picking teams apart, breaking them down. And okay, sure, Salah has that one map that they played versus each other, but this becomes a very different ballgame the second time around, as Apex learned last year.
Well, that's it. They're not the first team to learn it, and I have a feeling they won't be the last team either. Going way back in the past, we've seen those matchups, and now we get another. Gentlemates have decided to stick with the Phoenix. But Breeze, it's a different take, to say the least.
I'm trying to think. I feel like the only people who ever did that was like, I feel like Paybricks did it once when they were hard trolling a tournament.
Yeah.
Other than that, I actually can't think of a reason why. Like, I guess
सुमित भाई आपके दो टीम में से क्रू स्पोर्ट्स किधर दिख रहा है मेरे को ये बता दो बस. Do you think players play foolish only when they play for their country and not as imports? ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
This is bold.
Everybody
yeah,
wants
this
to
is
win.
Very bold. And this time they don't have the breach either. That was something that they ran on Sunset. They used breach alongside Taka so they could set
भाई
it up for
first
plays.
time देखा कि ब्रीज में सोवा नहीं है. First time.
Write home about when it comes to a Phoenix
पहली
is the fact
बार.
that he can get into those sites. He can run aggressively, use his flashes, use his wall to section off angles, and participate in those opening duels. Last time, then in time played this up against this squad as well. Obviously, it was on a different map, one that might even be easier to use him on.
Yes, definitely.
He got 2 opening duels, 9 opening deaths, and finished 8 and 17. It's not like they're going, oh, well, it was so good last time. We have to do it again. I don't know what the idea is, and I'm excited to find out.
I'm not sure if I'm excited to find out. I'll be honest
with you.
Oh, really?
Because I predicted Vitality, so either way, I'm fine.
Yeah, the thing is, I do believe in the comeback of Gentlemates.
Yeah.
I'm just not so sure on this map, because I think it's a really bold call to try and run Phoenix here. Like, again, the flashes through the screens, I think, is going to be impactful. But you could do stuff like that with a K. I think
Hopefully 2 rupees,
has
bhai.
its
Hopefully
impact,
2.
but also where you will likely start
I'm
the
also
ult
rooting
from.
for Ross, bhai.
It's very far away from where you're going to end up. Like, if players are playing backside, you may not even reach them by the time you
पैसे 2 बार गए क्या अभी?
So I have to say, I'm intrigued to see how this is actually going to work out for them. The good thing is they do have that Yoru that will be able to take the majority of the space, and in combination with a lot of flashes, it could be quite cool.
Well, questions around Gentlemate's composition coming into this map. Vitality, they might be scratching their heads now. No doubt they feel confident with what they've seen. Let's see if the reality of the situation is going to be a little bit more grim for Vitality than we expect already. Runner was walking it up.
डांट पड़ गई. मैसेज 2 बार आया, बेंच गए एक बार. कैसा लगा PX का आ रहा के?
A slower approach from that defensive side.
मेरा नहीं था भाई.
Gentlemates, you're expecting this when you've got a Phoenix playing it slow, grabbing the orbs, and building up that run it back. Nice kill by Logan too.
Yeah, he's someone I'm very excited.
Are we gonna see one upset?
Somewhat legendary. If you watched Valorant over the last few years, he has been around for quite a while. Sender already going to have to deal with some of the utility of that Yoru, and that's also something that has to be thought about by the side of Vitality throughout this map. They do not have a Yoru of their own. They can't cause the same sort of havoc that Takas is going to be able to work on. Already pressure on pedestrian. Pot flash actually denied by the screen, but they know exactly where this player is, and Takas will find that opener.
Quickly able to deal with him. Now, at this stage, for the way back in, it's going to be tough. Vitality don't have a lot of utility that they're facing off against, but they don't have a lot to work with either. That Viper wall will be brought back up to 100 toxins, and they'll see if they can manage to sneak their way back in. Still, though, there's no need to think about a retake until the spike is planted. It takes a while. Gentlemate's being very, very cautious, knowing there's a good chance they get a fight pretty soon and can close this round out on the back of it. Reason that Vitality been waiting.
EMEA के बारे Jinx by incoming.
We saw Kicks make it up behind. He's caught Whalers. No Viper wall. That was on A, so it's not that big of a deal. Some utility perhaps lost, but Sender
by मारेंगे.
about to be lost on the way through. Good peek, 26 HP. Over the wall he'll go, but his teammates a little further away, split up and separated by Gentlemates, who take kills one at a time and seem to have tied a nice bow on this round. They had all the time to work with. Vitality just couldn't get the kills.
It's definitely the loudest fan base we've got in EMEA at the moment. The mates have been doing work, and I think that's actually going to play a big factor in this one. The fact is, you have a lot of inexperienced players on the other side. You have a few very experienced ones as well, but if the crowd can get in the minds of their opponents, we might just watch them crumble. Even still, though, very early days. 1-0.
Volume कम क्यों है?
At least the pistol round. I still don't feel like it's going to teach us too much about how this composition is actually going to run. But already, I do fear the combination of Natank and Takas' ult in tandem. Both players able to just run around invincible.
It's always going to be a bit of a nightmare. I think especially someone like Safe.
Fnatic का मैच का एक रिक्वेस्ट है प्रेडिक्शन मत करना Fnatic 2-0 है बे क्या प्रेडिक्शन
aggressively challenged.
डांस करते करते जाएगा बूस्ट
Just a couple.
Attack as it can be every single round, and this guy is an absolute menace. Already spotted a player up close left. That's the Viper, but the toxins are running down and running out. No snake bite to work with. Sender has no chance to really stop them here. But again, it's about taking this control, grabbing an orb, and then figuring out where the gaps are. Right now, they haven't seen one, and the gate crash is being destroyed, so there's no free TP. Takas has to take the space with his feet. Again, though, the weaknesses in play for the side of Vitality are the highlights. You don't expect them to get a lot. I like this smoke usage, though. Destrian's called down a little bit of a safe haven for Sender to try and use this shorty close range, but they are waiting it out. They're not giving him the opportunity. Some spams even coming his way. As revealed, Attackers is close. No, it hasn't. Oh, they're not fully aware. That's free. It's going to be 3 already. And a big old farm round for Takas. They don't want to lose anybody else.
Takash मार रहे बे मुझे मेरे एग्जाम स्विच के esports career जैसे जा रहा है.
I feel like I don't mind the idea, but when you see an Astra smoke pop in a random corner, you're going, there is a person
Something's going up over there. Yeah. I don't know what it is.
I'm going to be very careful walking into that smoke. And well, angle's not checked.
बस मौका था.
Obviously not too much
Upset हो रहा है क्या?
Vitality. They were just looking to try and do as much damage as possible. Now though, as we've sort of seen, again, I'm always going to quote Na'Vi on this. You go for the 3 rifles. You have 2 pistols.
सन वर्जन ले वॉच पार्टी करोगे आपको क्या लगता है मेरी जान? जो मैं 10 जगह से गांड दे रहा हूँ 10 दिन से आपको क्या लगता है? What is your gut feeling?
He already has his dimensional drift, and the tank is 1 away from run it back.
Very scary. Those orbs are going to be taken.
Takash के पास ulti है बे, दोनों ulti मारेंगे बे.
Towards B. Very defensive setup from the Vitality side. Not just having your Viper here with a deep orb, but also having those traps to play with. That'll used very early. Takas wants to take the space. He spotted one. He's looking for more. The decoy. It's being used many times before the player comes out of the ult.
Oh shit!
This time Sander's done well, but the blitz from both sides is too much.
So they flash one side and then the tank runs around the other and flashes the other side. No matter where Sender looks, he is 100% blind.
ये
A
क्या हो
really
रहा
cool
है?
start to what is this combination of having 2 duelists that can flash. Now we look at Vitality and say, okay, you're a man down. How do you get back into this? And again, Run It Back is now online.
I think he's waiting for the retake to really start so we can go for a TP into their spawn. Surely not. I mean, that would be a ludicrous play, but it is. It's exactly what he's done. Takas is crazy. Right behind them. They slipped the gate, crashed through their feet. And blindsiding Vitality completely. Nobody could hear him. That gate crash was way too far away, deep in towards the defender's spawn. And despite the damage being done by Destrian, it is for nothing. The time and the player's advantage was too strong. Gentlemates 3-0, already slicing up this defensive setup from Vitality with ease.
They've got some cool ideas. They've got some cool ideas.
In round 3, they've got cool ideas, Tom.
I love that. So Sender gets blinded by the first one. He's like, okay, I'm going to go into this corner. I'm going to be safe.
Stay
the
safe.
Second flash comes around the corner. He's like, I'm completely blind again. Nowhere to look. And that's the thing. I feel like Gentlemates are
thank you for the membership.
Kilter, but the synergy between their players is good enough that it will work. And so far, for Takas and the tank, it has been working. I will say, defensive side, I'm going to be intrigued. But for now, I'm mainly looking at Vitality.
now. Maybe रुका है.
I mean, you have to be. In this round,
Teen
maybe less so.
Halls.
Yeah, right, the pistols, but they're the ones that have to fight their way back in. And it's not about 3-0 on the board. Plenty of teams can come back from that. It's how dominant that opening was. And how much more do you think Gentlemates have in the tank? That was round 3. And already showing ults online, showing ideas with them, putting the pressure on Vitality. Now these pistols, maybe an advantage for Destrian, but it wasn't to be. He was quickly caught off. The tank is aware of every angle except the one up top. Sender picks up one. Man advantage now to Vitality. And this was a round where I really was not expecting to have too much to say about that defensive side. But Gentlemates have been isolated, been picked off. Logan's only 63 HP. Now he's trapped. The door's closed behind him. And that might not have worked out the way he wanted. Bay has left to do it all. No utility and a rifle to work with. Has at least got the spike. But those other players are grouping up. Sender and Kicks want to take this duel together. With 30 seconds on the clock, Bayaz can't really go anywhere else. He has to force the fight, but 2 players waiting. When he swings into the angle, a third kill for Kicks, and a thrifty round brings Vitality back on the board.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit more disjointed in this one for Gentlemates. Like, they get caught in some of these battles, and that's the thing. You give a couple of early fights, some individual picks to someone like Kicks, and more importantly, you give him a rifle, and well, the round very quickly falls apart. A first on the board, financially not going to do too much damage to the side of Gentleman, but more importantly, it is going to allow
Kicks मारता है, Destrian मारता है, Safe मारता है, Xander मारता है,
challenging for a fair amount of map control, and at least in the early stages
Runner
of this
भागता
round,
है.
we're seeing quite a bit of presence put in towards A. I think the majority of that is just because the tank wants an orb.
Yeah, and we've seen this a couple of times. A cautious flash just in case to counter flash, so there's no punish, no peek. And hopefully Runner would be deterred from going out into this angle, but he's not. Very nice kill from Runner.
Runner भी मारता है.
Early default from Gentlemates already being poked at by Vitality. Round 5, and they found the opening advantage. Some ults to fall back on.
Shot मारा बे.
Yeah, this is the thing. You might have your own plans, your own ideas. But Vitality aren't just going to sit there and let you execute them. Pressure put onto Destrian. Spotted the players in towards the halls, and well, the challenge is coming through. Safe even coming into support, but in the meantime, a couple of players heading in towards that B site. This is more of a bait. Takas with that ability to rotate back. He may not even need to. Just takes 2 fights individually and wins both of them. And Sendo, despite still somewhat heading in the other direction, but they can wrap back if they need to. 30 seconds left. Runner still the one in a decent place, and I feel like the reliance here is going to be on Sender.
Oh, shot,
Runner picking up one, it lightens the load, but yeah, Sender still has a couple of big players walking his way. Logan can be dangerous, but a Phoenix still flash in hand for Natank, and a lurk out for Whalers. If Sender falls,
it's so late, they've got to go through it.
So many problems. Straight through he goes. Flash already. Sender's chance now to stop it, to completely win the round. 8 seconds. He just needs to drop that spike. In comes the updraft. In comes the spray.
Oh,
and they've saved the day. Vitality with
shot!
There were moments. That's the thing. Takas, he's been
जीत
so
गया बे,
explosive
Vitality
in this
जीत
game
गया.
so far, but it's just that late utility
गया
hold.
बे.
And I think that's something that Gentlemates are going to have to try and deal with early in this game, is you can't allow your opponent to have a snake bite with 15 seconds left on the clock.
Smooth मारा बे, smooth.
He hasn't been pressured at all, so there's been no reason for Sender to actually use any of that utility, and you might be looking at him 1 and 3,
Smooth
but realistically, he's one of the main reasons they won that round.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
तुम रनर का
it's
गुस्सा
a
दिया भागता
well-placed
बोल
piece of
के.
utility that can ultimately lead to that success. You don't have to be finding 5 kills. You don't got to be Kicks 3 kills on a Thrifty. Sometimes you just got to be patient. Do your job. Play your role. Vitality 1 away.
They fought again. It's somewhat of a half buy, but why? 3 Marshals and a couple of Guardians. Definitely an interesting firing squad. They're like, you know what? Runner's going to peek this again. What if we're all waiting?
पड़ी भी heal भी हो गया.
Yeah, we're right. But what if? Well, there's not much to it. He's able to get out of there. Reset.
He
gives
got
up some
healed as
control. Yeah, back up to 100, right? Reset and all together. Gentlemates have gone elsewhere. This is the ideal scenario, I think, for Vitality. Just with the utility that's in play towards this B site. That drone is heard. That poison orb goes up. Snake bite right after. Natank's almost dead. This is perfect utility. And at this point, you're realizing there's 2 players
पे जाके और बुटा के ulti मारेंगे ये
to
लोग.
break through their
टक्का
util
जाएंगे.
on the B site. There's an AWP on A. Well, it's their choice where they
कैसे
go.
वक्त
There's
मैं
no
गिलिच
easy
में
answer.
गिलिच में नहीं मेरी जान.
Problem. Screen plays down.
T-Bone crying.
30 seconds left. Remove some information, but ultimately
crying?
are doubling back
Oh.
to put the pressure onto Sender again. Rotation was beginning. You could see the safe started to move, but now they're going to go straight in towards. They've removed at least one of the players, and of course his utility. Safe's desperately low. This wall is not particularly going to keep him safe. Just trying to hide back in a spot where he isn't going to go down, and they're waiting for the pings. It's an after-plant scenario. Weaponry definitely not the best, but Gentlemates have a chance.
Joke's over. They do, and they're aware of the flank as well. Watching for Destrian coming behind his 17 HP. Won't find the advantage of a gun that's unaware, while Natank is ulting forward just to hold that extra control and find the info. He's even spotted the player with the operator in hand, knows exactly where Runner is. There's still time. They can play this. It's Destrian behind I'm worried about, and he's actually caught Whalers. Cosmic Divide's isolating some of these players, but Natank just isn't giving up. He finds kill after kill. And it's enough to send Vitality mates. Destrian didn't have anywhere to go.
Especially
Takas. He's sticking around. He's looking for damage. And he'll make it out with some. Not bad.
Yeah, well, not bad, but not great. I don't think they're going to be too
No?
happy with that
They
one.
lost a lot for a half-assed attempt.
Yeah, And also, well, realistically, on the other side of things, you just lost around to
Bhai,
three
अच्छा
marshals.
खेल रहे हैं, considering everything.
But this is the difference. Gentlemates in that round are literally the
Madam
criticism
ने जो
I
भी
had,
बोला
you
बात
allowed
कर.
an opponent to have his snake bite until the very last few seconds. This time, although they take some damage, they get rid of it very early on. They start pressuring in, throwing the flashes, and then just moments later, they
Deadly
go
duel
bursting
is
into
क्या?
the site, and there isn't anything to delay anymore. Sender also being isolated, and the tank and Takas are just on fire. 18 kills between them, and only 6 rounds is ridiculous.
Well, I think Nayak has actually matched. I can't see the opening duel statistics. I'm using my memory here. It could just be the one, but he's certainly done just as well on kills as he did last time he played Phoenix. So it's only up from here, and frankly, it's a pretty steep climb, and they're making it look easy. The time, though, there's an opening death. I may just have jinxed him. I'm so sorry, my friend.
Uh-oh.
Vitality have a chance, and the information is there now.
Will be coming in. Viper's pit used as well for the back of the site.
ये मरा लोगन तो मरा.
They're patiently waiting. Runner has the chance to potentially remove Logan from action. Logan wary that there could be players coming in from behind. It's all going to come down to this fight in middle, and the shot not quite connected. This flank coming in as well is something that isn't really being watched for.
Shot, man.
has managed to find one, but this wraparound could be everything. It may not matter though. They're picking him
भाई
apart.
निकाल रहे वे लोग.
Too late. Safe finally makes his way around the corner, and by that point, his whole team's gone.
It's a Viper's pit, right? Welcome to her world. Bienvenue dans ma monde. And really nicely handled by Gentlemates.
Love you,
Five on the board. I mean, that attack
bolo.
side is looking so clean. And you have to look towards Takas and Natank. Just such irritating players to play against. Sure, in this round, Natank gets dropped early. Can you imagine if he was alive late into the round? You're flashing out of that ult. It's just impossible to play against these
crazy खेल रहे हैं.
double flash, one far, one close.
ये लोग जीत गए तो हो गया मेरा फिर.
Without seeing the other.
Heavy upset,
babe. I'm sure that there was definitely something that was thought about by Vitality. Like, could they play a Phoenix? They'd definitely probably play a
Phoenix.
Like, I think it's such a common pick at this point.
ये
but it
करना
is
जरूरी
just
है.
such a disruptive composition.
2 घंटा से
even
हूँ
if you,
मैं.
like, manage to
ये
shut
करना
down the
जरूरी है
target
तुम दोनों को.
early,
ये
it's not
लोग
easy
गए
to
बे.
move from
ये
there
लोग
because
गए.
straight away they're into the side. The
तुम
space
दोनों
has
का
been
दिन
taken,
बहुत अच्छा
and they're
जाएगा
in that
आज.
after plan.
गए लोग.
And for Vitality, it only really seems to be
गए.
round wins if they stop them getting there. From the
Defense
post
में
plan,
NCBJ होगा
it's
मेट
been
का.
nigh on
लग
flawless
रहा है.
from the side of Gentlemates.
Well, you can see Salah. His
Team
words
कितना
per
भी
minute
better हो,
have
लेकिन
shot
तेरे
way
Jinx
up.
के आगे no
The stress
chance.
may be kicking in. They need to find
तुझे
a
रहे बे
solution.
vitality.
a
मैं
pretty
मान ही नहीं
solid one
सकता भाई.
pretty
मान ही नहीं
soon.
सकता.
And I don't know how you handle this. Gentlemates have already shown their willingness to play slow, group up on angles, and watch for your pushes. Runner almost lost his life and his operator to that a couple rounds ago. And then when you sit back and wait, Gentlemates have been able to breeze through that site. I think the only successful stop you really have is that Viper Cypher on B.
map is
But
this?
if Gentlemates come
किसका
out
भी होने
full
दो भाई.
swing and
Vitality
challenging
में
that
क्या
again,
क्या players
I
का
call
नाम
into
पढ़ रहे
question
तुम
whether you'll
लोग.
see the same result.
Well, they're split across the map. I think it's also worth just
बस हो गया
quickly
भाई टाकास का.
mentioning expectations.
बस हो
Team
गया.
Vitality,
अभी पड़ेगी उसको.
they've
off beat.
invested. They brought in players like Safe. The expectations probably are masters. For Gentlemates, they're the newly promoted team. This is an elimination match. One of them goes home.
Whoa.
And whoa,
कैसे मारा?
Takas with a little fake, but the fake actually ends up being
बोला
his
ना हो गया
downfall.
बेटा टाकास का.
He was ball banged through the decoy. That's a little unfortunate for him. A double kill, in a sense, for Destrian. He'll be happy. And Vitality are looking elsewhere. Shock darts through already. That's an attempt to break the close traps, but Vitality are a step ahead. They've put them further back, but look at this. Natank
so far
wrapping
forward?
around the right side. There's no trap to cover it. It's wide open for him, and he seizes that space. Safe now trapped inside a cage. They know it. They've seen him in the corner. Even worse, as the wall backs come through to finish him off. Sure, they blindsided Logan in the chaos, but even that wall of fire is keeping them out. At 2 versus 3, an overpeak needed. For the side of Vitality, they want to see Gentlemates step into that crosshair of Runner, and then the wall goes up. And so there's just no way to find a free kill, although the Toxins must have been low.
Total 5 lakh.
Shoulder peeking hell. Second earlier, could have worked.
Still a Hunter's Fury, but I don't even know if Gentlemates want to use it at this stage. Just happy to sit back and just be
मैं
irritated,
Abrute और देखा
throwing
PRX
out
का हरवा
pieces of
दिया.
utility
क्यों जिंक्स
that
किया मैंने? मैं
will
नहीं किया यार.
reveal their
Vitality पे
opponents.
कैसे आ रहा है
Nice
पता
shot
नहीं.
from Runner though. Rifle found. Destry needs to get something and he will. And it should be traded up, but not quite quick enough. Runner needs this kill and he's not going to get it. Bears with a clutch out once again. This man as the last man alive is devastating, and Gentlemates continue to extend their lead.
Yeah, I think Beas made the right call the second he
6-2,
realizes that the other player was close. Okay, I have 2 1v1s. This is the best chance to win the round, and, well, he's done exactly that. That's so unlucky. Oh, man. The angle couldn't have been more perfect. I didn't see that the first time round either. The flash as the wall drops, it's just nasty.
The funny thing is, this round, I don't even feel like comes down to the sort of execution we've seen so far. A lot of it is just the balls on the tank. Like, he flashed out, made it pretty clear that he could have gone through, and then just walked out of the site. None the wiser on the other side. Safe was literally reloading. Didn't have any idea that he could have been that far forward, and that sheer disrespect, I don't think most teams have that level of confidence, but that's the thing with these two duelists. They genuinely don't fear going down. I don't feel like they're criticized or punished by their team for taking these risks. That's what they want them to do, to be irritating.
Over here.
उसके मार के भी हो गया.
Already. Takas once again with the entry. Trade come back. Bear in mind it's a low buy, but this is a chance for him to farm up that dimensional drift once again. So much still to be done in this round, but with an afterplant and a 2v3, you kind of have to lean it Gentlemate's way.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I've seen this one before, Tom. You know, same post-plan setups from Gentlemates, and just so confident in their not only individual ability, but team play. Able to, first of all, they're spotting the angles for info. Once they find out where these players are, grouped up, taking the fights together. Beas, ooh, he spotted him, but it's cost him his life. A little wide on the angle. Takas has repositioned. Still has a gate crash to work with as well, so he can throw that out, give his position away, grab a kill, a 4th and a 5th. No, not this time. A chance for kicks. The time is low. The snake bites on. He's losing health and he's rushed down. There was no way that was going to work out.
7-2
headphones were unplugged. Sure, Whalers goes down to it, but look, Gentlemates are 7-2 in the lead. This attack side could not have gotten off to a better start. They had one little hiccup, and since then it's been plain sailing.
आज लगता है upset day, सुबह से upset कर रहे भाई. Never expected बे. Last time हम लोग ने Gentlemans को देखा था बाप खेला था, लेकिन फिर बाद में शायद third map में चला गया था. Second map देख के.
That bold. It has been
Ankita bhe.
There's Beas' mom in the crowd as well. Woo! What a way to kick this off. Certainly feeling proud seeing that scoreline.
It's the Mumba. That's what it is.
Absolutely.
Second
time around back in the day, and he would have a way better game. It's the way it works. But yeah, that scoreline soaring for Gentlemates. Their lead is, well, secure for the half. The question is how much more can they lead by? We move on to the next. Vitality, they still need to find those building blocks here on the defense. Their next half is going to be tough, but short.
Who's next? Here we go again. Dimensional drift to lead the charge. The tanks is online, but he's also dead, so that's not going to cause them a problem. And they're going to use the Hunter's Fury just pinging in onto where the... Oh, actually Sender dodges it. I thought he would be screwed. Safe wrapping back around. I don't know if the expectation will be there, but his sixth sense maybe helps him to back away from this angle. Now with Seekers online, they could get that information. Cosmic Divide utilizes such a ratty little angle from Whalers, though. Needs to get the a couple combined with the kill coming out of Logan. They've taken the advantage back.
They most certainly have, despite the info swinging his way. Kick still has so much to do. Flash pop, swing good, but Logan on another 2 kills in this round. Huge impact on them as well. Catching the rotations through from A. Again, something he's known for. Understanding how that game breeds, reading the rotations, putting another round up for Gentlemates. And it was just a straight spam through the smoke that got Sender the first, but well, once they could see their opponents, it didn't go so well.
I have never seen a team take more ridiculous and risky angles and them all pay off. Like, Whalers is on the edge of a cage, just sat in the complete open if they push from spawn, and he gets 2 kills from that position.
I love how we just saw all the players.
Nice,
we got another round, 8-2. He's like, a few more and we win. That's good.
अभी तक कुछ oof नहीं दिखा है Vitality से.
Expected. Well, this one hasn't gone according to plan. Takas
I am sorry.
Loses an opening goal. This time to Safe, shutting down that mid control for the side of Gentlemates as they quickly flee, give up all control, and now spread for a much slower round. But with Natank still having his ult and a Viper's Pit to secure a site, this could get very scary very quickly. The Blade Storm hasn't quite worked out, and the secondary weapon isn't the best. He's sticking around. Not for long.
I love the goal to just flash straight back up there. And we're going to see the run it back. Interesting position. He's got to wait for the door to open to actually get through and try and find anything. For now, though, Logan has been able to find Sender. He went alone with the spike onto B. Just leave that for a second. Just
Gaya. Oi! Gaya.
And now he might be alone for a second longer. It's going to be Whalers on that wraparound. Does have a snake bite available. Also have a Viper's Pit if he can get to the spike, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. Logan already being cheeky. And the problem is now, they'll very quickly know where he is. He's going to try and get aggressive. Try and fight forward. He's going to get picked up. Destrian knows, but he still wins the fight.
There's a trap in the pit. He can't step into that. I think he's heard it at this point. Whalers must know. Great secure by Logan with another. Although he'll fall now, the fight through the pit is the real difficulty. And it ain't gonna go bad for Whalers.
They can't lose.
There's no way to cleave around out of this Gentlemate squad's hands. Once they're on that site, it's over. 9 rounds so far. Vitality needs something.
Mitch, Logan walked into B on his own. The rest of the team were fighting A. He goes, I've got the spike, guys, don't worry, I've got this. I'm just going to go for a little jaunt, catches his opponent, and then just goes and just wins the round. He's 30 HP when he fights Safe. Safe was a menace even versus Fnatic. And right now, they're being slaughtered. 9-2.
इसको भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा कैसे.
Vitality. Well, at least some of them they shouldn't be losing. But Gentlemates just seem to be winning every clutch. Every big kill goes their way. They are so far ahead at this stage.
Well, the upside here is that the pit is down early for Vitality, so the map's a little easier to defend, especially for the trap at the choke point. Realistically talking about a mid-split of some sort, regardless of where you want to go.
No wonder ये लोग का skin जितना अच्छा
move
था.
into back B is always there, but yeah, the A site definitely not the one you want to move towards with runners still lurking around, but with how easy it's looked for Gentlemate so far, they have their pick. The idea to send
Positioning अच्छा है, Gentlemate जीतेगा ये
such a
round.
passive round for Vitality, just using their traps and their util on B to lock it.
कोई कुछ नहीं देख पा रहा रे वो लोग का.
That is he? No, he's not gonna do that.
Oh, he is. Almost gets the kill. I feel like that was a little bit of fear striking. I don't know. I think normally he gets that one. Destrian, timing is sublime. It's almost perfect. He has to try and work out which one is the decoy. He gets the kill at the Whalers. Attackers, as you said, too quick on the reaction. They know there's a man within this. Sender's on the other side. This is a very risky peek from the tank. Unable to clear him out. Has found the information. There should be a trade, and Bayaz is there to find it.
Oh shit.
Now the afterplant is secure. Look at where Takas is.
Oh shit.
And the distraction's going to be there with Logan.
Fight 10-2.
You know, there's a player on site.
Vitality
there's one in the spawn too, but well, it doesn't get any easier to deal with. Guess who's behind you, by the way? Because once again, lurking through middle is Logan. He keeps getting away with this. It's not okay. Certainly not if you're a Vitality fan. 2 rounds at the half. This is going to have to be one of the best attack sides we've seen. For Gentlemates, they can pull out a lot of stuff you're not expecting. They've got Takas, they've got Natank. These agents are a little crazy considering the Yoru.
underdogs है you में हाँ मतलब
how are Vitality
very
going to
underdogs.
replicate putting Gentlemates on the
सिर्फ
back foot in the
underdogs
same
नहीं
way?
very.
I just can't see that.
I also don't think just even like
वो लोग का group पता है क्या कौन-कौन है?
Go for it.
Safe and Sender 3 and 4 kills apiece. A lot of the rounds that we have seen from this attack side have been running directly into their setup. A setup that has stuff to make you vulnerable, stuff to reveal you, stuff to catch you out. And not every time it's been like the Euro TPing past. Sometimes they have just walked through it. And that has been enough to win them rounds. Vitality seem flustered.
Spike down A.
And Takas, well, he's getting ready to potentially fight versus the entire squad. Look, he's going back for another peek.
He has a gate crash.
They have been pinged. He knows they are there. But that is how confident this man is right now.
He could have TP'd to B, reset, you know, taking a breath, but no. He wants to stay aggressive. I got one opening kill, a second one.
A पे 4 बंदे.
They're happy
Like का बोलो,
5
chat
versus
like
4,
कर दो stream जिसने like नहीं किया है.
On this A side, and there are 2 on site, 1 towards the doors and 1 even in the spawn. I mean, such a heavy stack from this side, even as we see Bayaz slowly rotate away to cover that too. Vitality have so many players to deal with on the way through. Natank already shredding them! Insult to injury as Gentlemates win another pistol round, not just cleanly, but an Andalucia flawless to put it 11-2. That has to be one of the last nails to enter Vitality's coffin.
You never want to play them twice. You never ever want to play this team twice. The first time around, it's like their warm-up. This is looking like a completely different beast. I'm sure Vitality came into the day just like business as usual. We've got 2 of the 3 same maps in this series. They've got to pray that they wake up in the next one because, I'll be honest, unless miracles happen in this one, it's already done.
Ever since 2020, Logan and Takas, they're scary guys when you play him that second time. Takas does not let it go. He doesn't like losing.
Well, bear in mind, around that time, where was Natank playing? He's on the other team.
He's learned. He's learned, isn't he?
They're back for a little bit of revenge. Nice shot from Runner, though. An awakening of sorts. He could potentially do a little bit of damage here. The Outlaw strikes back, though, with Sender falling. Still making this one very costly. A competitive round, which, I'll be honest, it's not something I've said much throughout this map thus far.
Blind that team ke liye.
After plant position, and Vitality have a chance. They found rifles as well, Mitch.
They have a chance, but Takas also has an Outlaw, and I am actually very afraid of this man with that weapon, not just because it's strong, but because of what he's up against. All those players are one hit to it. It's an off, essentially. He's running around with a ghost in hand.
Nasib 13-2 nahi hua be.
Any opportunities. Whalers, though, does pick up Runner. Here we go. Attempt to flash up close. He's swinging on it, but it was a little late. If it had went out at first, who knows?
ये हुई ना Vitality team जिसको हम जाते हैं इको से मार दिया.
In the last half, they found 2 in a row, a little boost, and then they were right back out of here. Number 1 Venezuelan Gentlemates fan. That's quite a trip.
I
respect it. That is a long way to go.
At least they're not letting them down.
No, yeah, that is true.
Come all this way for like a 13-7 or something. It wouldn't be great, but they're putting on a show.
But comeback is not possible. जिस हिसाब से खेल रहे doubt है
यार. Play with Runner, still feeling it. Even if it's just a confidence booster for the next map. So I'm not sure there's going to be any breaks.
doubtful लग रहा है. ये comeback मार लिया तो भी मेरा हो गया भाई.
They don't have much to play with.
हाँ?
Logan with a Sheriff.
Kappa भाई +1 क्या बोला Kappa?
Nightmares.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
He's on a 1v4.
Bashas Kappa वाला 300 के चाहिए इतना मेहनत कर रहा है. Love you यार Kappa.
One player with him, and then.
Kappa T69 कभी.
It's the wrong map for it.
It's never the wrong map. The Nightmares.
Register करूँ मैं पट से.
But these guys, I mean, it is like, you're talking about Alliance back in the day, but Wild have learned that lesson. MDR learned it. Apex certainly learned it.
अभी लोग ऐसे कैसे जीत रहे हैं Kappa?
We can keep going.
Gentlemates are not at all gentle dudes.
And then keep in your mind, the next map up is Lotus, the map that Gentlemates picked last time, lost badly. Do you think they're coming in with the same ideas? Because I sure as hell don't. It's going to be tough. Oh, nice flash as well by Natank. The damage is massive. Of course, it's all pistols backing them up, but it's could be a 1v4 for Logan if Whalers goes down.
Unfortunately, Whalers was still
Nice, Redestrian. Nice.
Redestrian is going to be able to get another kill. Now, it's a long road back.
Champion of friends.
If Vitality were going to do it anywhere, it would be on this attack side. I think that's where you do see some vulnerabilities within the Gentlemates composition.
उसी दिन वाली है. उसी दिन वाली है. मैंने उसका आवाज पहचान लिया. उसी दिन वाली है.
I don't think the fans of Gentlemates believe there's anything to worry about just yet.
Well, at 11-4, Tom, I'm inclined to agree. Definitely feels like the hands are firmly still on the reins. Just a good tug, and they'll be right back in the right direction. For Gentlemate, you know, Natank, he's been okay so far, and he's got his ultimate. I would be a little bit fearful if I was on the other side and heard that ult. Come on, let's go. He's on his way, and he knows that Safe's trying to avoid him. There's no escape from Natank today.
Blocking vision, recovering it.
Yeah, that's not the play you want going down as well. You almost have to pick up the pace if you're on the Vitality side because your flank watch is down, but they're running into Cypher utility on the other side of things. Logan well positioned. They haven't really been able to bypass it. It's perfectly placed, and it is revealing the player on site. He knows exactly where he is and will deny the plant. Nobody has checked that back corner. Taka still just causing issues. As well. Styling on them. Kicks still trying his best to hold strong. Doesn't really have any support. Pedestrians outside the site and will land a shot. Attackers is there to immediately trade. 12 and 8, one away from one of the most
लेकिन लास्ट टाइम ये लोग ने खेला था, ये लोग ने एक मैप बहुत क्लोज गया था बराबर, एक मैप जीते थे या क्लोज गया था, फिर दूसरा तीसरा मैप बहुत गंदी तरह से जा रहे थे.
But he waits, he lets them, he didn't have to work. But he waits here, so they think, okay, we've caused a rotation, they've left, they've gone to the other side, otherwise he would have killed me when I was in that trap for like 10 seconds. Why wouldn't he have? Well, this is why. So he can catch you unaware and allow his teammates to rotate in, blitz on the back of it. I love the way this team plays. 12-4 and 8 chances for Gentlemates to close out this map.
सेक्सी लग रहा है कॉम. अगर ये लोग ये स्कोर 9 से जीत रहे मतलब कुछ तो बात है.
It's been a good map for Vitality, but I'll be honest, this is not the way I expected this to go. Expectations on them have been high, and maybe
VCT का तो ये भी तो सेकंड एवर मैच है.
It's like a drug for others. It hinders, and right now it's looking like a hindrance for Vitality. Whaler's still on the site, but he's about to be revealed. The flash again is so damn good. They just can't stop Takas, and they know exactly where Whalers is. Finally, he's been dealt with.
One enemy
कैसे बिना देखे मार रहे दोनों?
1 versus 1. He's going on a rotation. Sender is watching for him, waiting to see if there's anything to be had. He's going a long way around. I don't know if he's got the expectation that he's going to wrap around. Maybe the wrong read from the tank this time. But even still, if he goes all the way around the map, this is going to be a nasty surprise. Now, he hasn't heard or seen anything. In that time, Sender has spent so much just to try and get this spike down and still has absolutely no idea where his opponent is going to be coming from. Down the tank goes running all the way through the spawn. The longest possible rotation. The only question is, does the question finally hit Sender's mind? Does he think, okay, this has been too long without a sighting. Could this man be behind me?
He seems to be worried about... Oh, that flash is giving it away. Actually, the element of surprise completely gone. Sender knows, but does he think it's a fake? No, he's wrapping around. It's half-touched already. An attack around, and he's got it! There is no foot they can place wrong. No mistake for Gentlemates in this matchup. 13-4. The French takeover, we are expecting to go the distance. But I'm not sure I agree anymore. Vitality barely got started.
They need a serious talk. They've been rocked in this game. Takas and the tank have led the way throughout this one. An unstoppable force in this first map, and Vitality need to recover. We'll be back after the break to see if they can.
उल्टा पकड़ा था उसने. 70% लोगों ने वोट किया था वाइटलिटी और 7 राउंड्स तक नहीं जीते वो लोग. भाई कैसे भाई, लेकिन मजा आता है बे भाई. ऐसा अंडरडॉग टीम जो परफॉर्म करता है दिल खुश होता है बे. ये इवेंट में तो भाई मैटर होने वाले हैं मास्टर्स में. हाँ ना, उन बेचारों का भनक तक नहीं थी कि असली गेम तो यहाँ मुंबई से खेला जा रहा है. यार मैंने नहीं किया यार जिंक्स. वाइटलिटी आफ्टर गोइंग सो क्लोज विद फैनेटिक लॉस दिस वे. वही तो, मेरी क्या गलती. सिर्फ 2-0 बोला था मैंने मेट किया था भाई. मेट आर लाइक मेटिंग्स यो.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Music time, baby. कौन सा स्किन्स लिया मैंने? पांच लिया शायद। एक बिली का लिया, एक जी ऑलवेज FTW, एक PRX भी आ रही, जी भी आ रही भाई। कैप्सूल कर्स गाइस, और कौन सा कैप्सूल लिया अपन ने? उफ़, ये तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं। जेंजी का नहीं लिया था शायद, बिली ने, सॉरी BBL लिया था, जेंजी का लिया था। हाँ तो फिर कैप्सूल कर्स नहीं है, ठीक है, बच गया। जेंजी, PRX, जी, फेनेटिक और लेव, हाँ ये 5 लिया, बराबर। भाई हर जगह से सोचना पड़ता है भाई, क्योंकि ये तो अनपॉसिबल है, समझ रहे हो? इम्पॉसिबल के भी आगे जो आता है अनपॉसिबल, बेंचो, जो डिक्शनरी में नहीं है कि ये लोग 13-4 हार सकते हैं, वो चीज हुआ है बे, जो डिक्शनरी में नहीं है बेंचो।
I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas. I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest. The blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies trying to pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist. Garlic parm. No alarm. Fireworks. I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride. I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good
Music है
times.
ना?
Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots.
शन कैप्सूल लिया ना?
Feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes.
Games like this shows planning execution with more than star-studded lineups. हाँ बे, heavy star-studded lineup तो है. Comparing with Gentlemates, असली गेमर तो आप बंदा है, बाकी ऐसी जा रहा है VCT 1-3 में। आप बोले थे VIT इजी विन, chasing the vibe. Who won? Vitality lost. सब कांड का करो ना, नहीं कर सकता रे, नहीं आता मेरे को।
Oh, that is the Gentlemates we know and love. They start out strong here by taking a map against Team Vitality, as you guys can see. Natank with the aim lab warm up. I mean, it's a good thing that he did warm up, because Kakuka, Lothar, what a map that was for him. You can see why now that they lean so much into that Phoenix.
Yeah, exactly. And we had, of course, a lot of questions once we saw the Yoru and the Phoenix coming in. Of course, we saw them the other day, but especially the way that they were using the Euro ultimate
290 के में कितना? आज ही तो 289 हुआ है।
And the way they were comboing actually with the Phoenix that doesn't have that much mobility, it was 100% success rate in all of the rounds.
800 और 800,
and not only that,
800.
this is the Gentlemates that is playing in the zone. They won every single one of the clutches that they had here.
In general, their performance was insane, but what I like is that they're like trying to show the identity. They're having the Yoru and the Phoenix together. Plays it perfectly when it comes to the ultimate cycle as well.
Player entry next level है,
ultimate,
नहीं देख
which
सकता
draws
यार,
and gives the
मैंने rights
information
भी
and
नहीं लिया
allows
उससे।
the pinches to be happening, like in the clip that you showed. But also, when there's no Yoru ultimate, then there's the Phoenix ultimate, which is very similar and allows to create pressure as well.
The way that they were finding space around the map, and not only with the ultimates, also playing around the Viper walls, and the way that they were communicating with each other, every scene seemed to be in place for them.
And also remember that there's some insane performances happening. Takas 26 kills on the Yoru, 250 damage per round. That is absolutely insane.
Well, here's the thing. We've seen the Phoenix before. I think that was the reason
बोला था
people kind
Fun
of
Plus
felt like,
Phoenix
oh,
अच्छा
not
team
Super
है.
Demands, why are they doing this? On Lotus Lothar is map 2. Do you
Dragon
think it would be
Ranger
a good
पता नहीं क्या
idea
है.
for them to reprise that Phoenix and go for it again?
In my mind, whenever I think about Natank, he's a Phoenix main, you know. But then you look at his stats.
भाई
He
टाइलू
played
भी
only
तो अच्छा
8
था.
times in officials, but
Nova
it feels like it
Esports भी
fits
अच्छा
him.
था.
He has better performance. Typically, has an average of
गलत group था
120
ये.
ADR, but on Phoenix, he's 145. So there's a difference in performance. For
अनिल
him
भाई
as well.
family
So I
time
think
वो
for Lotus,
हैदराबाद में
making the agents that are
एक हफ्ता.
comfortable for the players playing them is an important factor.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised also
It is
if
good
we
to देखो
see
गान
maybe
गाने
that
दे
small
सकते हैं.
adjustment and bringing in also the Euro into Lotus, especially because now Existence will have all the
I'm not
both
doing
the
China watch
bots
party.
from Vitality, and we know all of those papers are not a meme. He actually takes
+1
anti-stratting
my
very,
channel.
very seriously.
What do you think is on those pages, Lothar? If it was you, what would you be writing down?
Shopping list.
There's a lot of on that tapes that you
Shopping
can
list.
learn from. First and foremost, you need to understand what was for Gentlemates, of course, what was successful for them. And successful for Lotus when it comes to attacking was just pushing 5-man A. That was the only rounds when they had any success. There
ना
was
मत
3
बोलो
rounds
यार,
when they played
तुम
against
लोग भी.
Vitality and nothing else was actually working. Why wasn't it working? Because Vitality was taking aggressive
पगले
space.
लोग.
We have seen Vitality taking space on pistol round, on C mount. We have seen them do the same then on A, on the rounds when they had a lower buy, and those are the rounds where
मेरे भाई हाथ
Gentleman's
नीचे
kinda
रखो,
lost
ठीक
ground.
है.
And I feel like having either a consistent plan on 5-man pushing or resorting to better default is the plan for Gentlemates right now.
Well, this is a rematch of a map that they played already as well. We're going to see the agents select very, very soon to see if there are any changes
यहाँ
on
के
the
लड़के
other
इतने
side.
सुंदर
because,
क्यों? चाप
Vitality,
पूछ
they
क्या?
look great on Lotus against Fnatic. They probably should have won that map.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Save had a brilliant performance, even though, you know, his
भाई
utility
परसों
was
इंटरव्यू है.
off sometimes. Definitely needs a bit
हजार
more
हजार
reps on
Jinx
the only
करने का
just to
हजार
feel
है.
comfortable because we know that he is a
अगर
great player. But
Jinx
of
काम
course, we
किया
also
तो
need
आगे
to mention
subtract
this is
करूंगा. ना, ना, ना.
elimination. Of course, you won that one time,
हमारा
but
Jinx
after
का
playing against
entry
Fnatic,
fees ही 1000
after
रखा है
having
अपन
that
ने.
loss, the fact that Vitality has decided to pick this
अभी
map
इंडिया से
has to
किसका
mean
भी
that they have fixed
गेम
everything
बजा
about it.
सकते हैं.
No Yoru, but they are sticking with the Phoenix.
Yeah, I was wondering if we're gonna see Safe actually on a Sentinel because we have seen some missed one-way.
भाई देखो ये मैप में फिनिक्स हाँ रीमेक क्यों? रीमेक क्या? एक मैप खत्म हो गया है, रीमेक नहीं है ये भाई. ये मैप में फिनिक्स ना ना, ये लोग का इज टू स्ट्रांग. टीम वाइटलिटी का कॉम्प इज टू स्ट्रांग. टीम वाइटलिटी जीतेगा. क्या बोलते हैं?
Vitality, Mitch and Tom, they have to win here if they want to keep their Madrid dreams alive.
Well, this is where things get interesting. Vitality and Gentlemates, as you said, Sue, Vitality need to win to keep the dream alive. They need to do it on this map and the next maps where they've already played against Gentlemates. We talk about how strong they can be in a rematch. Well, the last map was fresh ideas, was coming in with blank slates, and they looked miles ahead. Now, this is where they've lost already. Gentlemates will be looking back at that series going, we need to fix all of those issues. Let's see what iteration 2 of Lotus looks like for this French squad. As we see the other French squad on the defense get a little bit aggressive, Tom. Runner wants to get aggro in mid. They've got a smoke down, a lot of control being seized early on C as well.
लेकिन उसका टर्रेट देखा स्मोक के अंदर है. लॉल
Backside start. This is where you do feel like this comp had its real lease of life. Like Gentlemates did make a decent attempt when it comes to their attacking side. You don't really have the expectations on the other, but similarly to the last map, if you start blitzing
यहाँ पे आवाज करके फिर से जाएंगे वो लोग.
too much. Already though,
आउट
some
टक्का
aggressive
फिर से
utility
जाएंगे.
placed. This will give the information over to Destrian. And obviously the one thing I will say is I don't think Existence has probably slept since their last
खराब
defeat.
करके मानो
I
कि
also
बस
want
करो.
to
खुशहाल भाई मैं
Gentlemates
नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
Classic might be my favorite. It is
बोला
dope.
ना,
I don't know if we
C-face
can
करके
switch back to
जाएंगे.
showing it. It might be a bad time to do it, but it's a dope classic.
It's actually very nice. Sleek. Good color scheme.
Get it. I'm not doing this for
They
sale.
paid you for this, though.
No, I genuinely really like it. It's a cool classic.
30 seconds
Got my
left.
liquid one on at home. Well, the quick play by Natank, and no surprise to anybody, that's an opening duel for Natank. He's really not happy about his last performance on Phoenix, and he's already off to a flying start. But unsurprisingly, despite a lot of presence on C, kills being found there was an immediate refrag on A and a push through to plant. Gentlemates, 5 versus 3, miles ahead, time on their side, utility to work with, still a nade on Takas, but he's doing it with his pistol. Came close to another Andalucia flawless. Instead, it's going to be kicks to fall after just one.
भाई सुनो, प्लेयर कैम चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से फेनेटिक का प्लेयर्स खेल रहे आईडी पास चेंज करके ना ना ना भाई क्या स्ट्रैट था कैसे
it stops being about even just individuals. It's more about mentality at this stage, because I feel like gentlemen, when they get into elimination matches, they get into crunch time, the mentality skyrockets. They have the leadership, they have the players, they have the synergy. Vitality's a brand new team. They still have a stand-in. Do they have the ability to reset after getting wrecked by a Yoru and a Phoenix?
And then seeing that Phoenix again here. And now Takas, right? He might not be on the Yoru. The gate crashes, the rotations.
It's showing vitality one.
As before. He'll be a different kind of wild.
He can be as wild. He definitely can. Okay. I guarantee he's going to blast pack Shorty someone in this game.
Oh, fair. Oh, Sender talking to the Shorty. He's up close and he's got a double. One with each barrel. That's good damage.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
You fall back to Vitality not having
Let's go, baby.
Maybe if they group up, they can chip away at these weapons and make it a manageable scenario.
That's the thing. It's one kill. And you have to bear in mind, they actually invested into the rifles on every single player. There is nobody that has spare cash. Aggressive positioning might not be expected. Good flash! And in fact, Runner's got both. That's a huge couple of kills. Now it's left all onto Logan. I don't even know how he goes about winning this. I think it just has to be a save. A huge response from Vitality already.
ये होती है vitality team ये होती है
Yeah, that's a massive flash coming out of Kicks. That made it so awkward for those players to fight. Sent the first swinging around the corner. Whalers can't win the duel, and then it's easily taken down. I mean, the fact that Runner gets both is unfortunate in a number of senses. First of all, the second guy doesn't get an extra chance to do anything, kill someone. But add to that, he's now 3 away from a showstopper, building up those orbs. There's a right click as well to take Takas. That's so unfortunate for the Gentlemate side, but this is the that was after the double Shorty. This is the lifeline that Vitality very much needed coming into this. Resetting, they've
Gentlemates का बहुत ज़्यादा है बहुत मतलब बहुत
Gentlemates to an eco. There is still money there, and they're putting it all on the line.
Already blast packing around. This is a quick move towards the door. I don't know if this will be expected, especially with the Molotov now. They should have a decent idea. Spike yet to be planted. It's actually because of where the defenders have managed to get to. They are sat in a flank spot behind where you'd ideally like to plant. So I wonder if this is going to be a moment where Gentlemates either sit tight, hope that somebody makes a mistake, they're not low on time, or if potentially they're going to try and re-aggress somewhere else.
I think they've seen that something was
क्या timing रे safe क्या timing यार मजा आ गया
that judge of Whalers has been spotted shoulder peeking. They know he's there. They shouldn't be running
into
him.
Let's go. One is all they get.
Reloads on, and that's unfortunate. Yeah, I think
one is all they get, buddy. One is all they get.
That connector and play up close. Takas and Whalers. Takas was anti-flash.
अरे भाई हारने वाले हैं वो लोग.
Takas could at least trade and keep the numbers to them. You really just expect Vitality to
now they're back. अब बोलो prediction.
Some control somewhere. But they were very, very patient on that defensive side.
And then something to mention as well is this is going to give the biggest boost possible to Vitality's economy. They get to come out with, what, 4 guns in the last round. They keep pretty much everybody in this round as well, other than the one player going down to the judge. Whoops. Interesting. And, yeah, it means that now they're coming up against what is sort of an eco. You got Logan buying up with a rifle, but they could realistically have most players close to max cash.
Smoke cross on A, just to delay. Looks like there's a lot of presence on C, and Safe is falling back. A wise move. Players were set to come swinging around, especially against pistols. It's not really worth hiding in those little corners, because once you take that first player down, Even if you take a second, that trade is worthwhile and they'll get a rifle for sure. I like the idea to fall back. It's only Logan.
स्टेज पर वाह माइक पर कमेंटर पूछेंगे आपके स्ट्रगल के बारे में
It's not a
मेरा स्ट्रगल
to say. Only Logan.
मेरा
But he's the only
स्ट्रगल
one with a
कुछ नहीं
rifle.
है
So chances
मेरे
very
से
low
ज्यादा
with
कितने
some
लोग
pistols
क्या
and
स्ट्रगल
play
कर
for the
रहे हैं
rest
पता
of
है
the squad. Sheriffs in hand as they look for control of A. Much slower round. This is all
1
based
out of
around
10
vitality,
रहेगा मेरा
hopefully
struggle
over
उसके
rotating or making mistakes, getting aggressive. As they rotate back, they'd catch them. But, well, as we can see, again, very patient from Vitality.
And this tree hold from Sender is something that I'm sure will give Gentlemates nightmares. He was so good at putting snake buyers down at the opportune moment even, and just making things awkward. Destrian patient, watching
30 seconds
for
left.
the aggression, and now they're running out of time. They have to make a decision. They could go back towards the B site, but this is already going to have some control there. Rotation available. Kicks has just gone down with a wall. Also, Destrian's there, patiently waiting. And although there'll be a couple of kills, it's still a relatively clean round for Vitality.
Much better from the Vitality squad. 3-1.
हो गया
They don't lose
Vitality is back
real,
कुछ ने दिया रहेगा boom boom
or lose a lot of players, I should say.
क्या कर रहे हो भाई भूख लगा
Don't
मेरे
have
को
that lurk from Logan, catching them off. I mean, so many boxes being ticked that we'd seen before.
Let's
Spray
go
from
आ गया
Destrians.
अपना टीम वापस आ गया
Lucky. I mean, he knows when they're coming out. He knows the angle they're on. He's playing his odds. And it certainly worked out. 3-1. This is where Gentlemates fight back, though. And although we mentioned the showstopper of Runner being farmed up early, Takas has done well to find his. So those light shields all around. They've got plenty of ability to duel still.
Aggressive. Careful now. Push already from Runner, looking to try and take away the space. If we've learned from the last map anything, it's that if you allow Gentlemates to execute, they're always going to be deadly. I think Logan has spotted the aggressive position. It does kind of mean that he's trapped. He can't really rotate around with the rest of the team. I assume that maybe there's going to be a stun out from Beaz just to try and force Runner off that angle. Or maybe they're going to try and fight this one together. He's just going to peek! What? That's next level confidence from the IGL. That's so disrespectful. I can't believe he's done that.
Well, Gentlemates have found themselves in a very pretty position because of that. A 5 versus 4, but Tom, take a look at the map. Look at how many players are over here on that A side. So many for Vitality, so many targets though. That's what Takas thinks. Straight on the kicks. The first is found, Tree is theirs. And the others are on the back of sight. Sender, in fact, is trapped. He's gonna have to try to time his jump, and he doesn't get it right. Beaz and Takas both finding one, and that leaves Destrian with a few tags as well. He's down to 19 HP, and not feeling his chances of stopping his flawless round from Gentlemates. Instead, he's gonna be hiding away to save the rifle. So much time, even if he runs to C, they can definitely go and catch him.
भाई कुछ तो गलत हुआ है
I think Logan just saw the op was still on the floor and then crossed the angle. So actually very decent timing for Destrian.
Tara's still online. So him wrapping round behind him is unlikely. Is there a flash? There isn't a flash from the tank. So if he was going to actually fight for this, it would just be a dry peek. Destrian now trying to take a little bit of space. Timing doesn't look great. And the tank instantaneous. And Andaluthia flawless for Gentlemates to get back on the board. But I will say, some of the fights that they're taking, utterly disrespectful. I genuinely cannot believe that Beaz knew there was an operator there and then went, I'll take him. On a breach.
They just won a map 13-4. I mean, the first couple rounds here, you can't be too surprised. There's a lot of confidence on display. It's more the fact that it's working out for them. The punishes aren't always there on the other side. And from Vitality,
Phoenix
allowed them to get away with something like that. Flawless. Andaluthia flashing. We'll see what they can do on this defense with rifles up yet again. Credit's still in the back pocket. Showstopper to work with. A lot of ults decently far away. 3 coming in. They might get one more, but Gentlemates have a lot more to work with the tank. There it is. Already used up to clear the space. Utility, and it's destroyed most of their B-hold. Vitality have to commit a player to that B-hold or leave it wide open and let Gentlemates walk through.
Oh, this is pacing. There is pressure there already. Paranoia going through. That's going to leave the rotation not really available to help out, and because of that, they've had to back off. Bear in mind, Showstopper available for the retake, so that's why we're watching the Vitality side. They're going aggressive. Sender completely unaware that they might push this. An easy kill on a man not paying attention.
Let's
the
go.
was blind, but
Here comes the party, baby.
Showstopper through actually catches
God.
players on the back lines. Gives the advantage back over to
Blind
Vitality.
bhi hai, let's
Paranoia
go.
leaving a player on the other side blind, but only for a second. Taka still here, and a quick shot in combination with Whalers, who just takes out everybody else. Gentlemates level up the scoreline once again. And it is a fierce fight on the C side.
Tying up that scoreline. Oh, Tom, you're not standing for that? Leave the ball alone.
Bhai timeout lo bhai, do boom
Tying
bum
up
do.
the scoreline in this fashion, you know, I kind of understand. Sander doesn't want his barrel to be seen, right? So he's tucked in against the wall, but usually you're going to have that extra player covering you.
Clean पे एक बंदा नहीं मरा वो लोग का.
A little bit too much. But obviously that's just due to Gentlemates, the way they're pushing and pulling this map. Fast B, ults used, they
ये round आ रहा तो eco है
and then
शायद.
straight through
दो
the door
तुमके
to
पास
C.
पैसा नहीं है.
Leaving Vitality on the back foot a little bit. They're not having those rotates in. It's not a slower approach. Much more punchy from this squad. Now Logan was spotted by the flash, paranoid up and wall banged. There's not much he could do about that one. Quick punish from Vitality.
का highlight तो बनता है, मस्त
Oh,
content था
they're a
वो.
little scared.
तो पता है screenshot आ रहा, मस्त था, मस्त था.
They're a little scared of Sender after the shorty play. They haven't gone pushing through. That's the thing. There was an opening, but he's genuinely got in the back of their heads.
You're not going to make the same mistake twice, are you? I like the deep nade here. That's going to give them control to off the plant, but the spike is a little far behind.
Oh,
Faye has 12
baited
HP.
him.
Don't want to get spammed on the way through, so Natank's taking the fight, but back they go. Back through the door. A flash used to cover their back as the A site will be seized. Destrian's close by, but not close enough. He can slow them down.
भाई अगर ये retake भी कर लिया ना मेरा हो
The
गया
battle will
भाई.
be on his
मेरा
hands. He
मेरा
doesn't want
कसम
to
से
give
हो
that
गया.
advantage away. Instead,
मेरे हाथ
waiting
में
for
गई थी.
kicks, waiting for safe. Just a little further behind, runner covering their back. This will be a three-man, oh no, a four-man play through heaven. Everybody challenging Whalers. He lost it before. This was a tough angle against the pistols. And again, runner will open the space, blast packing through while Destrian trades. He has to be rooted out, and with low HP, he didn't stand a chance. Takas though, 72, but he only needs one bullet to the head to take them down. And the first is found successfully. The second, it comes close, but safe baits him well with a quick
मेरा हो गया था almost
keys.
this close.
4 rounds now for Vitality. The lead will be held
This close
for a
मेरा हो
little
गया था.
bit
This
longer.
close.
Yeah, I really like that round from Vitality. I think that, again, it's the
Yes,
same
spam
scenario I
6
mentioned before, where if you allow this Gentlemate side to
Kicks
actually
by
get
OP,
their
yeah, kicks
executions
by
off,
OP.
they're really deadly, but instead they're being disruptive. An aggressive C push to remove out the lurker, it forces this Gentlemate side to react, but even just because of the doubts held by Sender being in the tree position, they weren't able to take that space so quickly, and the split back was expected. A good round from Vitality, a great response. And now, well, with the finances of Gentlemates somewhat on the brink, they're not in too bad a
just
position.
gave up.
They're going to take their time to make sure that they don't let this
आपको
one
देख के
slip
मेरा हो
away.
गया. क्यों
As
भाई?
I already mentioned with this composition, the expectations are there on the attack, on the defense. They're going to have to be very aggressive, have to be very proactive, and that's something that Vitality will be prepared for.
Preparation coming into this game is always going to be a big conversation as well. You know, Vitality can be prepared for what Gentlemates bring here, and maybe even on Sunset as well. It's going to develop as time goes on. I think that defensive side where Gentlemates have the better chance of putting them on the back foot, catching them off guard, and at times defensive aggression going to be a lot to deal with. We've seen how Takas can take over control of A main alongside Whalers.
अरे रिटेक हो गया तो मेरा हो गया बोल के जो सुमड़ी में जिंक्स किया मेट को सब लेकर आओ नहीं बे.
If I'm not mistaken, Sander was an Odin.
मैं सुमड़ी में कुछ नहीं करता.
Kicks is running around with one.
पॉपकॉर्न का रैप फैनेटिक.
But I hope he does.
Of course you do.
कल है ना मैच फैनेटिक का.
It's new. I like it.
Wait, it could just be a change up of maybe trying to fake who's on what side of the map.
दोनों और बुटाएगा फिनिक्स मेरे हिसाब से.
So just try a bit of a ruse.
I mean, the idea, like, I love the idea.
एक और ब्रिज घुस जाओ या दो और फिनिक्स स्लो के लो.
The fact that you have this Odin to work with
is the
means that while your
question.
teammates are taking this challenge that you've consistently had a problem with around this angle, your Odin can keep on spraying through these walls, trying to take down Natank, for example, where he is right now, but he's already a little closer than they expect. The paranoia goes in, but Natank's able to fight close. The sprays are a little shallow, because that player had already pushed up. He's too quick in taking the space, too disrespectful for this strategy to work without more information. And I don't know how much more they could possibly want.
सीधा सी चलो और बुटा प्लांट करो चलो.
Gentlemates causing them issues once again. That's safe gone. And look at the rotation. 4 players. And now
अच्छा क्या
on
लेना
that
gentlemen
right side
लेकिन
of the map.
मजा आ गया.
Like, you could literally
Natang
almost
bhai
split it directly down the middle.
तुम्हारा
And they're
टकस
all
भाई
over
का
on that
delete
other
हुआ.
side. Like, it just leaves the C site completely clear if they were to go in that direction. Now, they did have the little bit of early information from the turret, but that's already been destroyed. Now we see the full sprint back. In the meantime, though, that Rolling Thunder is available. Lockdown being placed. Are they going to push this? I wonder if they're going to try and attempt to. They can plant at the back lines, which is what they're going to do. The nade over the top might... No, actually, I think that bounced back. It didn't even reach.
You're dead. Vola karo.
In a Rolling Thunder backup as well, as we've just seen primed and ready from Beyaz is massive. Playing into this site is going to be tough. I think that
he might get all of them.
He's going to right now if he clicks it, and he has 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all hit by it. They're all stunned. And 2 are gunned. That seems to be Gentlemates with the round in the back. 5 versus 2. A quick trade on the tank. The stun even came through, so there was nowhere to go.
Precise,
We are looking at
discipline.
textbook Valorant from this attacking
Heavy
side.
calls gameplay.
And I think the players are playing it perfectly. You have to give so much credit to Existence as well. I think we're seeing that experience from such a long time competing within FPS. And the value being brought is immeasurable, I think.
Yeah, I think the second he
Gentlemen,
had heard of Existence somewhat in the past. The thing I'm really impressed with, though, and I think someone we're maybe not hyping up enough, is Beyaz. I feel like the combinations he has alongside Takas and the tank are disgusting, especially on his breach. Even in the games they lost, you can see the thought process. And you go back to his Sova plays, look at the amount of times that there was a pot flash, but the player was also getting like scanned by his Sova utility. He's playing a great game while also calling.
4 to
4. Still, though, I feel like we're talking a lot about Gentlemates, but Vitality are in no stretch slacking on this map thus far. The early breakback has helped them out significantly, and they've definitely shown that they have some reactions to what Gentlemates are cooking up.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Got a good read here again, Mitch. 3 players within this A site, and even going to use a Viper Spear very early on.
Dangerous when you've still got that Phoenix running around. I mean, he will straight up run and gun to try and take you down, but he's moving towards the spawn instead, so the pit will be safe. The problem is the pit does not deny the plant. It doesn't let you get back up close. All it does is stop their aggression and give you control that you often have.
Oh, no.
Anyway,
मेरा हो गया.
2 through the pit.
मेरा हो गया, bye, मेरा हो गया.
That damage is massive because now that control is gone.
Done.
The tank, he used his ultimate. He's almost got it back. Halfway there.
हो गया, bye.
And Vitality's hopes seem to be living on a prayer. It's not answered. They're left alone in this 2 versus 5. Not a kill to their name. And it might just be, no, it's not flawless. It comes so close. 5 HP, all that Kick survives by. I'm not sure he's going to survive. Running for his life. No one's challenging. Just about a little too shy. A little too shallow. 5 to 4. The lead now for Gentlemates. And they are looking so good. What do you do? I'm sorry, at least he shot. The second?
Gentlemen.
I'm genuinely starting to wonder if just before the matches, Existence just gets really close and he goes,
सिद्धार्थ भाई किसको नहीं बुलाने वाला उसका आने के आ जाएगा अनुज भाई तो बाहर है और स्टिक्स सो रहा है ठीक है
last series, but his Phoenix was rough. I think on this
3 तारीख तक बाहर है अभी अनुज भाई हैदराबाद में
he's already just blitzing opposition.
He's got the same amount of kills as he did last time.
गर्मी हो रहा है
yeah,
9 rounds in.
9 rounds.
And the impact absolutely massive. There we go. Already bested himself. Another flash, another kill. Double entries on the way through.
अल्टा गया उसका
He cannot stop.
भाई उसको वापस अल्टा गया.
Running it back. I feel like I'm having deja
फिर
vu. I've seen this round before.
same.
Shredding them. Takas on another. And another chance for an Andalucia flawless. Improbably good. This roster just keeps doing it, raising the bar, far exceeding expectations, and now an Andalucia flawless gives them a 2-round lead. Their attack side on Lotus.
मेरा नाम भी ले लिया. अब स्ट्रेस हो रहा है कल एग्जाम ना खराब हो जाए.
5 rounds on the attack.
And the worrying thing as well is if you remove the fact that round 2 they lost to an eco, round 3 they forced, round 4 they ecoed. So other than that, it's 5-1.
Yeah. In terms of buy rounds, in terms of rounds that matter, in terms of rounds where you've got those ultimates, yeah. Gentlemates are winning the vast majority. I like the idea.
Last 10 English है chill करना मतलब.
Very little amount of damage. And that's the thing.
Thank
I
you,
feel like
GEELI
Sender is the
team.
one that
ठीक
has
है.
actually had the sort of lineups. He does well to combine his snake bites. I will say he's playing a much more passive position. Bear in mind, last time out in this exact matchup, he was playing around tree, and you can see that they are forcing him back. Now, in this case, a lockdown.
Phoenix को जाके clear कर
It's
दो
not really
retake
good
tomorrow.
ground that he can hold on to with that ultimate in play, and he's just going to try and do damage as they enter into the site.
You should run.
It's a good idea. You saw the utility Gentlemates put in towards tree, so he would have been in a lot of hot water if they had committed that. Attacker lockdown in play, pushed through, attempted, damage done, followed through on. Logan goes down. Yeah, okay, runner's going to get detained. It's fine. Buys them a couple of seconds. That's exactly it. A couple of seconds, but that ultimately just resets you to getting that spike.
ये क्या था? Finish result किसने मारा?
Seekers might give them away, but there's also the ult coming out from the tank as well. They have so much available to them. Straight away, there's the first. They're holding on to what they've got from Takas. He's just spamming away, but can fall back into his position once again. Takas looking to potentially cause havoc here within that smoke, and now somebody is on it, but the tank again goes through. Still, the trades from Vitality are good, but they are denying them from getting onto this spike. Still struggling. Now Whalers will go across as a distraction. The showstopper is just used to buy time. He's just going to shoot it at the very last second. If anybody even tries to get onto that spike, it's just not possible. The time is gone. Gentlemates will fall.
मेरा हो गया भाई, मेरा हो गया. बहुत crazy खेल रहा है अभी. बहुत crazy खेल रहा है Gentleman. बहुत. मतलब fuck.
The Gentlemate squad.
Second map पे half जीत गए वो लोग.
Players coming out of that round, and there's only one left to play for.
भाई Twitter banter होने वाला है. Heavy.
Vitality's
Twitter banter
got hunted down. When the tank kills him, it was already 25 HP. And that was from when the tank was full blinded and just swinging left to right, left to right.
Spike
and he still manages to tag
पे
him up massively. Again, playing the numbers game
PC
in that sense. Potential 8-4 at the half. Gentlemates, well, they haven't got the ultimates to work with, but neither do their opponents. Only really the showstopper for Runner. I don't feel like we've seen any serious impact from a showstopper in a couple games. It's been kind of slower for the Raze players. We'll see if Runner can break that curse.
The last round at least was a lot of time ball. By that showstopper at the end.
Oh shit, oh shit.
Pedestrian back. Again, Bears' utility causing them issues. I love how it's the last round. They're still looking to try and get that run it back online. He's got 4 points away at the beginning of the round. They're like, I still believe he can get it. 3 players already. You can see the early gambles coming in from Vitality. An aggressive position from Safe. Been a bit quieter thus far. He's going to TP outside, spot out in the tank. Still lurking, but didn't see the rest of the team. He is up here with an Odin.
What is this? There's lots of Odin positions I'm going to write home about. That is not one of them. He's wisely making it out of there. Safe was just using himself as a recon, spotting them out, now repositioning. The third player on Team Vitality to try playing in this position. He's got a good chance. That's a perfect position, but Beaz is safe.
They're going back. That's the thing.
The paranoia.
There's 20 seconds left, and they're about to try and run their way through the utility. They haven't baited it out. If they are going to go, they have to go now, or they have to try and run back towards the B site. That's exactly where Runner is with the showstopper. He's going to get himself one, but the trade is there. I think they actually still have time to get this, but it might be Timmy the turret! Timmy still on the round! I've never seen anything like it before! A double kill from the turret to close out a 5th round for Vitality!
Timmy the turret MVP! He's won out the final round for Vitality, giving them a lifeline!
2 बंदे देखा के बॉन्ड्स आने दे
Oh no! Oh no!
Turret ने clutch किया बे.
Well, you know what, Logan? I think he'll find. Usually on the attack side, he's lurking up, but this time,
भाई ये लोग को पिस्तौल जीतना ही पड़ेगा, वरना लग गया मैच.
Just imagine his defense.
Vitality is too strong.
One enemy remaining.
There's no way if he shoots the turret, it's done anyways. Off time, a little smirk on Sal. That's a big smirk on Sal's face.
Good round from them though. Holding on to
मतलब पिंकी भी प्रो सीन में आ सकती है.
the shadows. having high impact. And this is what we expect to see. Look at the aggression from Gentlemates. This is a 5-man push. 3 all the way going up. The others pincering him from behind. This is just filled. They have so many ideas. Kicks. He's clinging on though. He's done fantastically well, and Sender. Do they expect him to be on this side? It seems like they have the right idea. Already spotting him out. Logan's going to take the fight. And Kicks is still just clinging to life. 22 HP. Frenzy in hand. Also the spike. And it's him versus Logan.
क्या लगता है?
Well, Logan must think he's gone. That's what's in Kicks' mind, at least. He's gone to plant that spike. Kicks could catch him off guard. But Logan's too patient. Why hasn't he planted yet? Well, soon
Check
that
the
question will
keybinds.
be answered.
किधर
Now,
check करूँ? मेरे को दिख ही नहीं रहा है.
Cautious of the other side. Once that plant comes in, though, Kicks has the Trailblazer to work with. Good bit of information can at least be garnered. Logan might pull back that turret. I don't know if he'll even bother. Is the Tiger going to see him? That's the real question. It spotted him. Could be the information to work with now. The nano has to be dodged. Kicks is extremely low. Logan can take him down with just the one. That right click now looking incredibly deadly. But he has to find him first. Kicks could have gone absolutely anywhere. The first clue is the plant spot. It's down below, so he thinks maybe that other player is too. Trying desperately to find him. The clock running out. The swing comes in, and Kicks finally finds it. Patience ultimately wins out the round for Vitality as they get 6 to 7 on the board.
Yeah, the youngster might have just saved him there. He gets 4 kills, 3 of them at least. He was on 22 HP.
Abilities
so
के नीचे दिख रहा ना.
This set play again from
का. Oh,
Gentlemates
page up and
it was 2
वैसा.
pushing up through B, 3 pushing up from C.
मेरा.
And it's only because
मेरा
Kicks
पैर.
basically killed, well, 4/5 of their team that the other round goes the other
Ah,
way.
yeah.
And he's so clean. Even in that last fight, he
babe.
nearly runs out of ammo for the 3rd kill. But the final one,
EMEA.
it had to be any other way, and there's a response. And that response would be deadly when you're 22 HP.
Whoa.
So nicely done. A lifeline for Vitality. They're not down and out just
मस्त है
yet.
बे ये.
1 round behind.
EMEA
And
लिखा है.
it's only classics for Gentlemates.
जब कैसे यूज करता
has
पता
a
नहीं.
ghost.
था तो
and
सही
Logan.
का.
He's got his good old weapon back out. No surprise there. He loves the Sheriff.
Sender causing issues.
Bomb grenade out.
This is where
Easter egg
Vitality
बोलते.
can control the pace a little bit more. It's where this
तो
composition
मेरे को क्या मिलेगा अभी?
really needs to have a lot more depth.
ये keybind observers के.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who we're watching. We're always seeing
हाँ
Logan.
ठीक है.
This is actually
देखो एक
how I
पेज अब भी
feel.
जब दिख गया था
watching Logan
किसका
play.
तो.
He's always behind you, always lurking. This time, that's not the case, but Vitality will still leave safe to watch that just in case.
Spectator का है वो.
Understandable. Eventually, it comes time to
30
make the
seconds
play, and
left.
Tom,
Stack perfect.
yeah, they've gone to the wrong site.
Oh, this is terrifying. This is one of the only ways this round could go wrong. Flashes on either side. They're going to try and sprint off the back of it. The counter's good, and bear in mind the weaponry is so weak for the side of Gentlemates. Fighting tooth and nail. Spike yet to go down, but safe
बोलते.
this round is not going to go out of control.
Spike
A
planted.
lot of damage done across multiple players, but it is an Andalucia flawless
Nice,
to
nice.
take home this second round for Vitality. They are weathering the
Nice.
storm that is this Gentlemate side.
इधर मेरे को नहीं आ रहे दिख के वाइट
Starting
चक्कर क्या था अबे नीचे तो
to get to
दिखा
a
ये
point where
देखो
they
ना
could even take the lead.
इसका CZ caps और वो है
Right.
What?
इसका
Well, I didn't
Q
see that one.
वो है
No,
इसका
I was watching.
CQEX है
I didn't see it. That's ridiculous. A headshot through the wall as well. Perhaps he suspected the player would jump peek like that. Safe's insane.
Right hand use
7 to
करा
7
कीबोर्ड के
tied
लिए
up
इसलिए
and now
पेज
bye
अब
for
हो
Gentlemates. Full rifles coming through, light shields across the board. God, I wish we saw more outlaw play. And a close fight. Seekers already popped kicks though, able to swing, using them as extra armor and taking down Logan and Whalers. Used Runner as a human meat shield too. They've spotted players up close, flash used, but here's the counter flash. The Tong's being good for them, but he's out now. No more to work with, where's the back? They turned their back on him! They knew he was there, Tom. I guess they thought he ran away. They couldn't have been more mistaken. In fact, they're fighting for spawn. And
भाई मेरा हो गया भाई
Get it again. 3
भाई अगर ये जीत गया तो मेरा हो गया, मेरा हो गया.
On the back of it. They even know where Sender is. He hit a nut shot in the previous round. Time to do it again.
Oh, run it back used. Maybe just to get some health back more than anything, but it also clears out some positioning. Sender was excellent in the last round.
मैं मेट सेक्सी के लिए
with upgrading away from the Guardian. He's going to get that duel versus Natank. It is a 1 versus 1, but Natank just has no fear.
भाई नतंग भाई मार रहे, नतंग भाई मार रहे बे.
And Gentlemates take the
नतंग
round.
भाई
He's
ना
1
रुक
HP,
रहे.
by the way. He's 1 HP.
1.
1.
Oh.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah, pretty damn close. I think for Natank, I've never seen him play like this before. I've seen him be good. I've seen him be solid.
1 HP.
But he's back with and indeed on the dot of 1. 4 kills, 17 and 10. Like I said, last time on this map, it was 17 deaths with the Phoenix.
This is the same team.
Exactly. A few days ago.
Important to premise that.
It's not like this was
same
months
series,
ago.
the exact same team.
A couple of days makes a hell of a difference.
You know what they say, what a difference a day makes.
You give existence 2 or 3 and
okay.
something else
Well,
entirely.
I guess that was just to try and destroy a potential alarm bot. Just using utility to destroy utility, and there is nobody on the C side. They are playing a full retake setup right now. In fact, they haven't budged. Maybe having some sort of read that they're expecting their opponents to go back in the other direction, but no. It is just going to be a full 5v5, make that 4 retake.
Logan just died to a lurk? Well, that's karma right there. Vitality, 5 versus 4. Nade in play for Runner. 2 snake bites for Sender. Even a nano on Destrian. They've got a lot to work with. Here's what I'm trying to say. Takas, though, has gone up and over. He's diving through, and they have no idea! A massive play from Takas, and he's not done yet! 3 kills, and Nade is bounced back in a Sender, kicked it back, and now they're trying to defuse while Destrian runs in. It's half! The time is so close! No! The smoke! It saved him!
I can't believe the rounds we're watching. This has been the most absurd display in Valorant I've seen in such a long time. The other day I was watching weird paper XComs. I was like, this is crazy. And then I start seeing Takas just full W key into a site, come out with 3 kills when they're at a disadvantage.
How are they winning?
And then the tank in a snake fight just full defuses. It didn't even react. He was just like, he's not gonna get me. I'm just gonna sit within it. And you can't blame Vitality for not expecting him to do this. It's just absurd.
It is a fraction of a second in the difference. The angle makes it all.
What do you even say if you're selling?
Valorant
Guys, you got
game.
the site. Okay, try not to die to one guy full sprint at you. And by the way, you kind of still almost won, but don't let a guy full defuse in a snake fight. Like, it's such a difficult thing to reset mentality on a team when your opponents are just doing mad shit. That's all I could really call it. It's just insane.
Somehow, Existence still has a lot to say. I mean, well done is about all. How the hell did you win that would be the follow-up. Takas, what are you doing? Just running in with a Guardian. But, you know, if it works, it works. And it certainly works for Gentlemates here today.
The crazy thing is we're looking at the two duelists at the top. One of them was previously on Vitality, the other was previously on Carmine Corp. Both of those teams have got to be sat there going, oh, for God's sake, what have we done? We've created an absolute monstrosity of these two playing together, and we could have had them on our team. Like that's the truth. Don't get me wrong, both have got great duelists, but I've not seen anyone doing what these guys are doing, and so consistently at that.
अबे वो कहाँ से आएगा?
Saw the vote before we started things out.
फातिमा जी को बाहर जाना पड़ेगा.
Twitch chat was definitely convincing.
Happy birthday बोल दो. Happy birthday मेरी जान.
I don't think they were voting too. Put the phone out. I don't know. But if you're Vitality fans right now, no doubt, there's a bit of sweat on the brow. Gentlemates, some weaknesses. Bayaz comes in with an SMG. Sander's got that big boy gun. We saw the spam at the start of the round. Didn't find anything, and the space is being conceded in the end. Gentlemates may have pushed up to rubble. You see the Mark up on top. The snake bite followed through to force them out of position. Make it easier to take him down. They know they've got
This
the
is the
control.
underdog
Now
team.
it's just about systematically pushing up, taking that space. You've got an orb.
And they
try to challenge. That challenge will be on the
destroyed.
He has to be very careful not to go down here. That utility is too
13-4.
valuable, especially when he's taking a fight with a
Vitality
Spectre.
पहिला map.
You've got teammates like Logan to take that
And
duel
second
instead.
map
Good
also
damage
they're
done.
about to
Safe
win.
down to 11. And Vitality might be second guessing whether they want to blitz into this right now. The heal will go up first. 20 seconds to decide. A site might seem nice, but B is where it's going for. There's so much utility here. Takas on his way. He's a little late. The rocket fires off, but the player's already dead. The flash good, safe. 10 HP, he's dead, but there's some support. A firing squad there, and somehow Safe gets out of it with a third kill. Still firing away. Of course, he had the heal earlier, right? So he's back up to 100. Back up to fighting health. While Whalers desperately tries to defuse it. A wild spam through will light him up and take him off. He could be sticking that, Tom. Realistically, he could be. Very brave from Vitality to let him away with it.
God.
But, as we can see, it has worked out. Safe was 11 HP before they entered that site. He got out of it with 4 kills.
Yeah, a big round from Safe. Now taking his place at the top of the board. And I think, again, it comes down to the last few seconds of the round, but it's just some big jewels coming out from him, being able to win the fight on the site. I think some slight hesitation as well from Takas as to where they actually planted. He checked the right side, and if he fires it straight in, maybe he denies them here. But the fact is, Vitality have got themselves around, and more importantly, the finances of Gentlemates are in the bin. Like they didn't survive with basically anyone in the prior round.
He only matters, no?
So because of that,
Salah,
some
Salah.
pistols, a Guardian onto Logan,
Woo.
and not a lot else. This time out, they're farming up the ult. It's not going onto the tank.
Shimmy,
because
shimmy,
he's
shimmy,
already got it.
shimmy.
Yeah, you can see Vitality being a little slow in getting through that AMA control. So Gentlemates say, okay, cool, we'll just take the orb out in the open. We know you're not gonna cross that wall for a little bit. Worked out for them.
क्या लगता है? Vitality are made, guys.
The highlight here is you look at the sort of ultimates that are currently either close
देख
or about to be available. There's so many
Full
that are
drawing
just a
चल
couple
रही
of
है
orbs away. So for Vitality, they are getting into a
Vitality.
point where they
Nah,
might just have
Vitality.
themselves a free round. Even though you see that duel going the way of Logan, Destrian actually gets his ult online for that. So as long as they don't have a massive error, they're going to be in a very, very good spot going into round number 19. How are they winning some of these fights?
Clean shots, and kicks us down to 21. The player can't bring himself back up to full health.
सिर्फ headshot मार रहे बे
Please
लोग.
help Safe out. There you go. Either way, it's just Logan. And with a rifle in hand, he probably is better off saving this than trying the 1 versus 3. I guess in the worst case scenario, an extra rifle could help out, bolster the economy, get them that little bit of extra wiggle room.
जिंक्स भाई बोल दो कि मैं गरीब मरूंगा मैं काय को भाई
equalized scoreline. Vitality are not giving
You
up
rest
just
now.
yet. And remember, last time that we saw these
Or
two
you
teams
play a
play,
game.
this was the weakness for Gentlemates. The
Oh, but
attack
this-
side wasn't. They got 5 rounds. They didn't win the pistol, and it was a fight back after losing the pistol round that got them the first 2. But when they went to their own defensive side, Gentlemates got 2 rounds.
Where
So
did you buy
it's
t-shirt?
not
ये वाला Bangkok.
optimal if that carries on. I just learned the screen's a touch.
जिंक्स है क्या नहीं रे Vitality
Accidentally.
Vitality जीतेगा बे unfortunate हो रहे हो लोग.
I think from this point,
Don't
this is
mess
really where
with
I expect
DJ.
most of the innovation
Edit
that Gentlemates
load
will
है.
put in to have come from. The attack side, you'll always have new ideas, but this is where the weaknesses were, and I expect to see those bolstered down. Right now, it's the same kind of result as we saw last time. 2 defensive rounds.
समझ गए हारने वाले ये भी बोलो भाई.
I think the worry is the fact that all 5
5
ultimates are now
चलती है.
online for Vitality.
5.
So they've been managing to grind back some of these rounds without having to use those ults. So having a lockdown Viper's Pit gets you in, locks down the site. You can have yourself a showstopper to take the space. You can have Seekers to give you the information. And sure, there's a couple
पेरेक्स
available
बाहर
on
हो
the
गए
other side,
कहाँ से
but
बाहर
this
हो गया वो
basically
इवेंट
gives
खत्म हो गया.
Vitality at least
Second
one
आ गई वो.
all-out cheese round. And as you said, they're now on that
जीतने
favorite
के
side
बाद
of the map,
जेंजी
the
भी बाहर ही
side
हो
which we
गया.
have seen them grind back even
वो
versus
इवेंट
the likes
खत्म.
of Fnatic. So the expectation is from this stage onwards, they are in the driver's seat. And it's up to Gentlemates once
ये वाला
again
टेक्सचर अलग
to
था
try
क्या
and
अलग था वो अलग
disrupt them. Now bear in mind, you go back to Breeze, the dominant side of that map was also the attack. They have proven they have those execution on that side. It's just whether they have more to show, because with this sort of comp, with this double duelist, you kind of have to be going aggressive, similarly to like we saw in the pistol round where they have the cool combination. Whereas for Vitality, they have players like Sender who are very happy to just wait out the round until the last second and then have that high firepower, high ultimate execution.
We've seen the patience of Sander on display. Again, that shorty round, he stood there staring at a wall for a good minute. But the reward is found eventually, and that's all you need. The light at the end of the tunnel, and they never lose sight of that on the side of Vitality. 9-9, tied up. Sunset, the next map. A big fight to get there, especially with the tank firing up like that. So the tank's ult is being deleted. He's now kind of caught in the corner. He's worried. He's paranoid. He's got a Trailblazer coming his way. He's flashed himself. There's not a lot going for him. Is what I'm trying to say. Well, Gentlemates lose. Natank, they've at least done a lot of damage. Kicks can heal most of it up, except the 90 that he's lost. The shields that he no longer has. He's definitely going to be vulnerable in any sort of duel. But the good thing, he still has both flashes. So he doesn't need to be involved in the initial fight. Instead, he'll be letting his teammates do the right.
That was an explosive start to the round, but again, Vitality have managed to weather the storm. They are building back into this one. Oh, Odin, a little bit too long. That's going to be spotted out. Gives the kill straight over. Run a forward. Maybe wanting to try and be a little bit sneaky with their way through. Instead, it's a little bit more awkward. Taggart, he's still fighting. He's going tooth and nail with his opponent, a little bit wary of where the Omen had TP'd to, but they haven't managed to deal with him. Hunting him down at this point. Kicks is low and almost manages a kill, but now it's left all onto Safe. He's got rid of Takas, but there's that Rolling Thunder.
30 seconds
He's going to be able to dodge it. That might be a nasty surprise. Logan is going to spot him before anything gets too dangerous. And the double peek from Gentlemates is good. Up against it. Pressured. They thrive once again.
Gentlemates! Gentlemates! Gentlemates!
Realize he's heard both steps, has a decent idea. There was a breach on the other side. He was thinking, if I sit in tree and wait, I'm getting stunned, I'm getting flashed, something's coming my way. I have to try to take the opportunity.
It's also the element of surprise. If they think he's stunned, you're not expecting him to be able to swing and spray you. So you're running in, maybe being a little bit careless, hunting him down, and instead... Well, it's another win for Gentlemates.
Don't think Safe was too happy about how that round went, but...
What gave it away?
Just his choice of words.
His demeanor. Oh, they know where he is. The tank a little bit lucky to get away with that. Oh, what are you doing, Wailers? What? It just TP's up on the... No, he's been given lots of frames! What is happening? He's still here! He's still here! The flash is going through! I can't believe what I'm watching! Vitality have just fallen apart! And Wailers has made one of the riskiest plays of all time!
Riskiest is a choice word, Tom. That was a silly play that somehow they couldn't anticipate. They couldn't react to. There was a flash in play, sure. But the fact that he gets 3, the fact that Safe is going shrouded, stepping across it, lunacy. But that's how quick these rounds can fall out of your hands. I'm not even gonna go near that one. That's he's just out. He's out of the round.
ये same flash करके right से भी जाता था बेचारा यार.
I don't want to see this ever again.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Hella lie. Lothar, break this one down.
I think I
want the whole round.
Some interesting util to start the round, certainly, but it quickly spiraled into chaos. I like the spot from Bayaz. If they cross, though, there is a turret watching. So for Gentlemates, they've got these players boxed in. The back isn't watched, but with 15 seconds left, it's a gamble that they'll still come A, and they've made the right gamble indeed. Bayaz already bought time, already ran that clock down, but the plant will come all the way through. The reposition afterwards, and Logan's ready for it. Another round for Gentlemates is found. And now the lead stretching that little bit further for Vitality. They've got to be devastated.
I don't think
भाई जीत गया भाई Gentlemates, जीत गया.
Let's get the replays. Oh, here we go. Look, see, so he is nearsighted.
आज से मेरा best team Gentlemates.
This one, I challenge
Tail
you to make
लगाने
sense.
गया.
Then there's a flash through
PRX,
that
Fnatic,
actually catches
Sentinels,
Sander as he's still trying to go
Gentlemates,
across
full
the deal with
support.
him. And the tank says, I felt bad about killing Sander, man. They haven't got the smoke to cross up.
Bye.
I'm gonna take myself out. Let's give him a chance. I respect that.
W crowd.
2 rounds. 2 rounds is what Gentlemates need to eliminate Vitality from the tournament. That is the spot.
For your daily efforts, Ayush, bye, love you.
Your sanity is probably a little bit more intact than mine. But at the same time, that is what's at stake. Vitality will be out. Gentlemates will be looking to go into the play-in and still have a chance to battle their way back into the playoffs. It's a long road.
Yeah, we were looking at that backstage. It's definitely not as easy as you might think. You lose one match to go lower bracket. Oh, that's all right. We still says qualified above it.
भाई ये लोग आउट होने वाले हैं तुम लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है
Teams like Fnatic might be able to get to Masters with 2 wins, and some of the teams here might need like what 5 or 6.
आउट होने वाले
It's a much longer road, but it's also the road that Gentlemates are used to.
इतनी अच्छी
They went
टीम
through the Ascension. You think like 5 or 6 matches is much for Gentlemates?
सोच अगर
Talk about
अब
what, like
यहाँ
20,
से
30
मेट हारा
games
तो
that you have to basically be flawless all the way through. They did that last year.
भाई
And
हार
now
तो
with
सकती है
Vitality, let's be
टेक्निकली
real, they came in as fairly heavy.
क्योंकि Vitality
You're talking
is
about
a
team
very
that has
good
picked
team
up world-class
and
players.
Safe
You're talking
by
about
मार भी
Runner,
रहे
someone everybody's been talking about in the tier 2 scene. Kicks there as well. They've kept
नातंग और ताकस को क्या हो गया बे डेलीट हो गया क्या
later on. Sender has always been up there statistically, taken over that IGL role.
भाई सेव बाय मार भी रहे भाई सेव बाय बहुत टिल्ट होने वाले हारने के बाद
Gentlemates
मेरा हो गया वाला एक ट्वीट आने वाला है उसका
kept it exactly the same. They are 2 rounds away from kicking them out.
Thank God they didn't change things. I think that would have been a worse thing for this squad. And looking at what they're able to do on the server, I really thought he was going down to the Classic there. Luckily, Safe popped the reload. It really is just so impressive that they're able to deliver this at tier 2, move up to tier 1, but that's it. You stay together, you learn together, you win together. Well, Takas, he's gone down alone. And so is Destrian. Caught off in the back. There's going to be a flash around that door and a big battle in the tongue. Looking to do the damage, fire down. It's certainly chipping away at the health.
Well,
they're on 50.
2-3 बंद पे वापस आके उधर 200
scary as it was.
जी वापस खेलने वाली क्या VCT
They might be able to
अगले
move them
साल
out of there. Not just
अभी
with
है
the
ना
spray,
3 महीने
but
2
even with
महीने में
Logan.
है
I think
मैचेस
that's what
अप्रैल
Vitality
से
are waiting for. Knowing
जी
there's a
के
lockdown
मैचेस
in play,
है
if they
स्प्लिट
plant,
2 में
they could be in a lot of hot water. Actually, the Viper's Pit will be used now. I think
क्या फायदा
Logan's already
वाइपर
started
स्पिट
to
का
think,
अभी
well,
यहाँ पे
my
आने वाला
execution
अल्टी
was
किल
pretty
जाएगा क्या फायदा लो लग गए
Lockdown utilized. Bayaz is actually just trying to cast
सिटी पे मारने उधर बस आफ्टर शॉक है कुछ भी नहीं है
They're actually going to re-aggress instead, but they're going to have to try and move into this corner. It should be expected. Paranoia already sent in. They're stuck in a corner. Very well executed. Spacing perfect. And Gentlemates make that look very easy in the end.
Yeah, the stun just came back online for Bayaz as well. It was even thrown in, so
गलत था बे मेरे को भी मालूम था ऐसा होने वाला
trying to get back through that choke point.
Either you're blinded and stunned, or you're stunned and detained, or blind and detained.
Yep.
Where are those?
You're in your Venn diagram somewhere, or if you're really
CHUMMI
unlucky, all 3.
परफेक्ट था बे मैं बोला था
Well, either way, the result is the same. The round falls out of your hands pretty quickly. The Gentlemates find themselves 12-9. 3 chances now to close this out.
He's giving the Zeta guys a run for their money, but that's sort of nice.
You're gonna make a song. Get
Guys,
John
problem
Lockout to
ये
do
है
the
कि ये लोग
remix.
के
And
सुनो
really
भाई
impressive.
भाई एक्चुअल में ये लोग 2-0 कर सकते रेज और फिनिक्स अल्ट है विद इतना सारा पैसा अल्ट क्यों नहीं मारा
Instead, Natank shut down. They're going a little bit above and beyond because Hogan
मेरा
and
हो गया
Whalers,
भेन
the 2 of
चोद
these players pushed B, held the back, boxed in Vitality, and they've just shut the lid tight.
They're back in their spawn. That's the amount of space they've been able to take in this round. And Logan, he went alone to take this fight and manages to quickly transfer onto 2 heads. There have been so many heroes for the Gentlemate side, and Vitality, they need one of their own now. A 3 versus 4, as you said, showstopper available. Is he actually going to stick that? He is.
Call.
The sound of the door not going to be there, but instead it's the showstopper.
Putty.
Might just give a nasty surprise. He knows where Safe is and takes him out. Runner has found one in the meantime, though, keeping this one close.
Getting past Takas is the real problem. Oh, and they both got hit by that Paranoia. The nade that clears the angle instead, not going to be useful. Last pack through, it's okay. They know Takas is there. They've spotted him. They're even trying to push him out of position, but if they swing the other side, okay. Together they'll go in. Together they might win. Already kicks with 2, but Bayaz sneaking around. He's spotted, he's seen, and both were locked in for that kill. Kicks with all 3. Vitality survive another round. But
भाई मेरे हिसाब से जब ओमेन उधर गया है और यहाँ से ब्लाइंड और वो सब आ रहा है, तो यहाँ पे हल्का सा अल्टी मार के जाते तो मजा आ जाता। समझ रहे हो? फिनिक्स अल्टी, फिर फिनिक्स अल्टी को मारने के लिए वो लोग और कुछ ट्राई करते हैं, फिर भाग जाते, तब रेज अल्टी ये कर सकते थे। बूम बम देंगे कोच लोग, कोच लोग बूम बम देंगे मेरे हिसाब से। हाँ? Imagine they come back. Not possible.
Run it back, which is probably the one you're more scared of.
Not possible at all.
On the other, just look how.
कौन? Vitality मार सकते कम। Sorry, Vitality मार सकते।
There's been a set play in the majority of rounds from Gentlemates, and the mates are not afraid to try and push into their spawn. I'm sure Safe is even a little bit worried. He was about to get aftershocked.
कुछ नहीं दिख रहा।
Still. Not really much of a move. They're going to use the edge of... Oh dear, he's already gone through. A little bit wary of the TP. And again, they still haven't... It's basically a minute gone and they're still just sat in their spawn.
I don't mind Whalers being here. He can get out.
Nice.
Wanted that information. He's got it.
Sky
2, 3, 4
Breach
steps.
भी आ रहा है.
Potentially hurt on the way around.
Killjoy ult भी है, Raze ult भी है.
That orb. Showstoppers online.
Let's
and
go.
Lockdown is in play and pushing them back. Gentlemates don't want to stick around, but Whalers has got ult. Okay, for a second I thought he was going to try to cancel it and still take that fight, but
30 seconds left.
That's not the play.
Yeah, I think with the run it back available.
कोई control? City BT
They have a free opportunity to go in. The information is gone at a distraction for Natank as they go running through, but he's not going to win the fight.
Jord ult.
The advantage firmly sits with Vitality. Someone needs to step up. Logan's caught one. The shot's not connecting either for Runner. That's a second dropped. This is starting to fall apart a little bit now for Vitality. Kicks somewhat isolated, but his teammates will run through. The cavalry arrives to give them a little bit more of a chance, but it is falling apart. Takas is just dying to the tank's utility, and now the tank just sits on the defusal, but he's denied within the last second.
I'm taking a sigh of relief, a breath to relax after that one.
इतनु सा बचा था, इतनु सा.
Way too close to I thought he had another half second. 12 to 11. Vitality is still alive. They are holding, clinging on.
भाई सोचो क्या लेवल का गेम हो रहा है जब ऑलमोस्ट 6000 लोग ये मैच देख रहे हैं ये
team kill to make it worse. And once you take Takas out,
EMEA का है बे लेवल EMEA का लेवल है.
Vitality pulled it across the line, a lifeline, a second chance, an OT just around the corner.
कर सकते हो OT.
Well, that's the thing, it could be a second OT for them on this map. They played one versus Fnatic. Didn't go their way, but they got there. They've proven they're a fierce competitor when it comes to the map of Lotus. And just look at the
round दूर है ये लोग बाहर होने से.
Whalers left onto a pistol. Again, we're going to see Natank just go walkabouts.
नतंग भाई जल्दी वहां से हटो नतंग भाई.
Tank's got a shot off too, and he's still sticking around. I don't even know that he has a way out of here till that smoke pops. And he's just about to... Oh, never mind, not avoided them.
चलेगा.
He is very much caught in the open. A clean refrag from Kicks. He's going for it. No, surely not. There's two players still on B. The door must be open. They'll switch back, change directions, and fight off towards Logan. And that man is taken down easily this time. Finally, the signs of life. All of them are online for Vitality. Safe went down, so no smokes, but they are just dueling on every single angle. And overtime seems impossible to avoid. Takas does well to find the first, but 3 more. This isn't DRX he's against. It's going all the way. Overtime secured by Vitality.
Also fact that 18 just tier 1 हुई है, हाँ ना?
Feels like it deserves.
भाई सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, जब ये लोग रिप्ले देखेंगे ना, वो राउंड इनको याद आएगा. 10-12 वाला जब इतना डीप वो लोग गए थे, फिनिक्स और रेज चलता वो लोग खत्म कर सकते थे. कुछ नहीं था वाइटैलिटी के पास, कोई काउंटर नहीं था. प्लस वो लोग को पता था कि वो लोग कमिट कर चुके हैं सी फाइट के लिए, क्योंकि ओमेन टीपी मार के वो साइड गया था. भागने का भी कुछ सीन नहीं था. वो राउंड बिना अल्ट मार के जो फिनिक्स मरा है ना, दिल पे लगेगा अगर वाइटलिटी कमबैक मारा तो, लिख के ले लो दिल पे एकदम, हार्ट
Mystic on split.
On the shadow,
Yeah.
so
हार्ट्स में लगेगा.
It's pretty nice. No, but somehow you do look towards Natank, and a much more aggressive face from Gentlemates early on. They seize control because they don't want that orb going elsewhere. But once it's tapped, that's when the real problem starts to come through. Sender is safe behind the tree now, unspammable, untouchable. But now he can turn his back and start to spray through that
combo
wall,
ye
through
bhai
that door,
chod!
once Whalers falls. Problem is now he's got no teammate to cover his back. He's isolated, and he could be pushed at any moment. Not a fight that many people want to take, and with Logan somehow behind them, this is now very winnable. He's dodging bullets like it's the Matrix. Sender? He's around. He swapped weapon. He's dropped the Odin. Why has he done that?
he's managed to back out of there. That's the main thing. They're going looking for him, wary.
Jot.
But only his Odin remains.
Cross करने के लिए कुछ है?
For any utility, they don't actually have
दरवाजा खोलना
smokes to
पड़ेगा.
clear this cross.
थोड़ा दरवाजा खोल के वो करो.
Huge and wonderful stuff from Vitality. They mow them all down. 13 to 12.
दरवाजा खोल के थोड़ा रुकना था. एटलीस्ट एक बंदे का नजर हटता.
Anti. For Sender, end up losing the round because of it.
Time था रे, time था.
Play from him. Like I said, once your teammate on Psycho,
इसलिए vitality
it's
समझ रहे हो?
so hard to hold on to
इसलिए
that.
vitality
If they have
ऊपर
control over
ऊपर.
switch, they'll blitz you together.
छोटा-छोटा mistakes ना, भाई लेकिन
if they put some utility in,
अगला साल तूफान उठाएंगे ये लोग, mates लोग
you're
हाँ?
dead. And your teammates are going to have to fight back. Instead,
mates लोग
flaps
अगली
around,
बार तूफान
plays
उठाएंगे.
together. Make sure he can't be isolated. That's all they needed to do because when Gentlemates
अब
have been
vitality
able to
close कर
isolate
गया.
tools, they
Plant
win the
क्यों नहीं
round.
किया? वो लोग को
Every
tree पहले
single
clear
time.
करना था ना? कैसे plant करेगा?
Gentlemates.
Excuse me.
Now going to do it on the defense.
मैं तो ले लिया
They've got
भाई.
any ideas left that they can throw in? Well, I'm sure existence is telling them what they are. Maybe something that was saved for a rainy day. Something that didn't even make the main pack of the sheet. Something kept in his back pocket. A risk could be
अभी रुक जा
taken.
भाई, जितने थे जीत गया भाई, vitality जीत
If anything,
गया.
it's more of the same. A calm and collected attack side is what we've seen from them. Reacting to the pressures
Vitality
of their
win.
opponent.
That's in
And
the
as said, they've begun to really weather that storm, getting better and better as this game goes on.
भाई लाइट के वजह से सब मेट फैंस दिख रहे हैं क्या
Ball's
सीन?
now over. Definitely doesn't seem like the Gentlemates are feeling the
भाई
pressure.
वैलो
yet.
मोबाइल का क्या सीन निर्णय में आया है क्या? जो मैं सीन बताऊं?
No, this is a squad that's no stranger to pressure, like we said. Lower bracket runs, losses to teams, rematches in high-stakes environments.
उधर
Single
कांग
elim
जीता.
environments.
भाई EDG वहाँ की टॉप
They
टीम
win
में
them.
भी नहीं हार सकते.
Time and time again, we've seen it. That one's for Lothar's watch party.
फर्स्ट या सेकंड में
This is
आएगा ही
right.
आएगा
There you go.
EDG.
That one's
उनके
good.
आसपास भी नहीं है कोई दूसरी
13 to
टीम.
12, and one chance here for Vitality to close it out. You go back to another overtime, it's anyone's game. The attacking side, early presence on B, some control taken, but wrapping. And it looks
Sexy
like the
nade.
challenge will eventually come towards Natank. Now he's heard that
Sexy
flash pop. He knows
nade.
there's going to be players around here. And there's a stun set up, paranoia to come through, perhaps even a flash from Natank as well. This could be a deadly crunch from the side of Gentlemates, one that Vitality are not prepared for. There it is, but Runner was ahead of it. Whalers caught by the paranoia too. He can't quite make it out. He's stuck in the corner. Luckily, Shrouded Step will get him to safety. Thought a bullet was going to follow, but we'll reset to a 4v4.
4v4. B का ट्रैप अब कुछ नहीं है. कुछ भी कर सकते हैं बे लोग. थोड़ा आराम से खेलो. 40 सेकंड है.
Going to make this entry into the site a little bit more difficult, and two players sat waiting.
Oh fuck.
Maybe even an aftershock.
Full
Hold
stack
them back a little
बोलते.
bit more. The utility being expended. Bayaz waiting. The cross is held, and the spray down is magnificent. It leaves safe.
Stack
25 seconds, and he can get nothing. The IGL leads by example, and we'll go another.
OT. Our second one to play with here for Vitality. Back to the defensive side. And Gentlemates, another chance, some more hope for this squad that they don't have to take it all the way to sunset.
Bye.
It's worth
Bye. मैं बोल रहा हूँ सबसे बीटी जो मिला है इनको वो ये मिला है कि किलजॉय का टरेट ने तोड़ा है. जो किलजॉय ने उनका बी का सेटअप तोड़ा ना, वो तोड़ के टरेट भी तोड़ना पड़ेगा. गल्लट स्टैक था भाई. 2B 2C गल्लट स्टैक
They've
था.
gone, you know what, you can push, so can we. Logan, he's under serious pressure. He's being pushed from B as well, but it does leave an opening on the other side of that.
Nice.
That's a good start. Getting rid of this man has been the
गुस्सो
bane
भाई इतना push किया
of
लोग
Gentleman's
गुस्सो
life on this attack side. He's normally such a reliance in post plants and holding those rotations.
double
Now
दवा
as well
side
for
खाली है
Vitality, they
चलो
realize, okay,
चलो
we've
चलो
isolated
plant
this
दो
man. We've taken him down. The rest of them are being funneled in towards this A site. Vitality, if anything, have them right where they want them.
It certainly seems that way for Gentlemates. They might have some aggressive utility to fight back through, but the Tigers spotted Natank up close. That's a hard smoke to flash around. Instead, he's just holding the angle for now while the rest of the squad blitzes back through. They've seen Natank dropping down. It's not enough to see him. Dealing with him something else. Trade from Bayaz. Numbers quite even for now, but with the time running down, Vitality need to step into the angles. Held by Gentlemates. Traded out along the way. Step down, drop down, Hurd. Kicks
Jord.
They combine to close out this
Jord
round.
be Jord.
Point on the board for Vitality. 14-13.
Runner must player है मेरे
Back to
हिसाब
their
से
attack.
मेरा best player runner है मेरे
Really
हिसाब
like
से
the adaptation. It's a bold call to make. To
अच्छा था
just
2v2
look
अच्छा
to pressure
2v2 था
that one man, but that has been the way that Gentlemates have been playing this attack, leaving him behind to just
भाई
hold on to a
नतंग
lot
भाई
of
को
map
क्या
control.
हो गया
So they almost
है
use their own strat against them. The 3 push C, 2 push B, and take that man out of the round. It has its
2v2
risks
अच्छा था
about it,
2v2
but
अच्छा
how
था
good he's been in positions
उसको
where he
साउंड आया
shouldn't
था
really
गिरने
get
का
much at all.
हो सकता था हमारे
And then the retake, well, business as usual for Vitality now. It's going to be that defensive side for Gentlemates once again. The operator in for Takas, and guess what? They're going aggressive once more. Destrian's the one under pressure. He has been spotted, maybe not realizing it, and this time the tank will take the opener for his squad.
Another opener under his belt on Lotus. Certainly a different face
निश्चित
from what we saw
50
last
first
time
मारा तो
around.
रहेगा ना उसने अभी तक
13 on the board for Gentlemates. Another OT. That's what their vision is.
नहीं नहीं नहीं
They're close to it.
another OT नहीं
Vitality
होएगा
won 3 buy rounds
नेड
in a
अभी
row
भी है रनर
on
के
this attack
पास
side.
दो
One-man
थूक अभी भी है
disadvantage. How much of a disadvantage is it? Runner still with utility, sender, double snake bites to work with. Time. Let's see if it's on their side. That flash has bought them a little bit more. Molly in play, the nade now to delay them even further. The clock just keeps on running down. The sands of time slow for nobody. As the shots land, it's Gentlemates that seem to be coming out on top, but a defuse is still needed, and everyone that steps near that spike falls. Seconds later, another nade online, and that sent Logan running.
Sexy close by, sexy.
To close out the map, Vitality have bought themselves back into this series. Sunset
OP.
is where we'll end it. One of these French teams, tournament life ends here.
What a way. It deserved the third map. Vitality's fight back has been sublime. The
बाप
upgrades
के
that
लापे
Gentlemates have made clearly
बाप
showing. But the fact is the resilience of Vitality has been enough this time. We'll be back after the
crazy
break
के लापे
to
दोनों
close this
teams
series.
crazy bro oh fuck जॉर्ड बे क्या मजा आया भाई भाई सच्ची बोलूं कसम से मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये स्ट्रीम चालू होने से पहले ना मैं सोचा था मैं कुछ बोल के मैं सो जाऊंगा और मैं सीधा अमेरिका जाऊंगा क्योंकि सारे मैचेस में देख रहा था ना ऐसा था यार ये 2-0 ये इजी होएगा ये 2-0 ये इजी होएगा सारे ऐसे एलिमिनेशन मैच थे लेकिन आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि तेरा भाई फुल जोश में स्ट्रीम कर रहा है मजा आ गया बे उठ गया बे समझ रहा है उठ गया बे क्रेजी था भाई ये टूर्नामेंट में हर बार ओटी वाले क्यों जाते हैं भाई गलत है बे लोग का लेवल बहुत गलत है बे जैसे ही मेट को सपोर्ट किया वेट इज His credits the same when he going OT this year as the level gone gone up considerably since last year. Yes, wait, yes. The level up the notch. मेरा भी उड़ गया. Well played Binks भाई crazy के लिए आप. मॉड जिसको दूर रखो. ये हेड पेला रहा हरामजादा. अरे मेरा नहीं है जिंक पर चैट 5K लाइक्स करो
Red Bull gives you wings.
मैं मेरा विंग्स लेके आया और चाय क्या देके आया चाय चाहिए भाई आज कम से कम 15 कप चाय चाहिए आज ना है आधा किलो आलू ना कांदा
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, win, win, win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA. This first series is tied 1-1, and I am joined by a very special guest right next to me. I have no other than Beya's mom, and Yaman will help us with some translations here. You have supported your son through his journey, through his career, making it through Tier 2 into the big leagues. You must be so proud. I've watched you in the stands beaming with pride. What's that journey been like for you as his mom, though?
Oğlunuzu en başından beri destekliyorsunuz. İkinci seviyeden ilk seviye, yani en yüksek lige gelene kadar hep desteklediniz. Şu anda onu bunu görmek nasıl hissettiriyor size?
Öncelikle burada bulunan bütün insanlara iyi akşamlar dileklerimi diletiyorum. Burada bulunmaktan çok mutluyum. Beyazıt'ın annesi olarak oğlumun her zaman arkasında oldum. Gentlemate takımının bir üyesi olmasından, hep beraber bu ailenin bir üyesi olmasından çok mutluluk duyuyoruz. Beyazıt'ın bütün tercihlerine küçüklüğünden itibaren ailesi olarak her zaman saygı duyduk. Onun aldığı bütün kararları hep destekledik. Her zaman destekledik. Her zaman oğlumuzun arkasındayız ve başarılı olacağına inanıyoruz.
She started as a firstly, I would like to say hi to everyone who is watching and who's here. and then she said I supported Beyaz from the beginning, and him as being a gentlemate part, I'm super proud to be supporting gentlemates. And also I want to thank you the gentlemate fans that's supporting my son all the time. I'm really proud with my son Beyazıt since the beginning, and I'm so happy as a parent that watching him from here.
Right on. Well, we have all the right reasons. It's such a tight series. We hear so much support from those stands. Let's hear it again for the gentlemaids. The support they need.
भाई peer pressure में आ गई है. ये peer pressure में आ गई. मैं बोल रहा हूँ. 100%.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and thank you to
full peer pressure. 100%.
Mama Beyaz. But going into this third map,
by 101% peer pressure. बेचारी शांति से साइलेंटली सपोर्ट कर रही थी टीम को. ठीक है, 2 बार कैमरा मैन ने उधर घुमाया कैमरा. बेचारी शांति से वे और स्माइल कर रही थी. हाँ, एक बार उसने नहीं चिल्लाया था जेंटलमेट. जैसे ही बाजू में मॉम का इंटरव्यू हुआ, पीछे वाले चिल्लाए. चिल्ला नहीं पड़ा बे. हाँ भाई, है बे, पेयर प्रेशर तो है. क्या बोलते? अब वाइटलिटी मेट की मारेगी. भाई फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मेरे को लगा नहीं था मेट इतना अच्छा खेलता है, वो भी वाइटलिटी के सामने. मतलब वैसा, समझ रहे हो? बट पहला और दूसरा मैप देख के ना लगता तो नहीं है कि फ्लूक में ये लोग यहाँ तक आए. एसेंशियल से जीते हैं, लेकिन ये VCT वाला हो रहा है, समझ रहे हो? तो आई थिंक इट्स हाई टाइम वी ट्रस्ट. It's high time we trust the underdogs. समझ रहा? Vitality जीत गए बे.
Raise, but last time we've seen them play Sunset, it was actually pretty passive with taking mid control with the Yoru instead of being like the aggressor that we have seen on Breeze. That's something that I would like to see the
speech दिया मैंने. जीत गए बे Vitality.
That they had been presenting their plays out.
Sexy calm में.
So Vitality, you think they take it again this time round?
I feel like they're slightly being rejuvenated, but the previous map, if it's a distinction of how we're going into this map, it's gonna be chaos all over the place. I don't want to see those rounds.
Hey, Timmy the Tara being MVP, I am definitely okay with that every day of the week, but this is it could be anybody's game, but elimination is ultimately on the line. Mitch and Tom, I cannot wait to see which team comes out on top.
बस मैं मेंबरशिप थोड़ी सस्ती कर दो, हम भी ले लेंगे. अरे यार फिर मेरा पूरा चैट ग्रीन होएगा, पता है?
Time to watch another event from home. It's not nice. It's not nice, Tom, but they'll be in the crowd for the play-ins. We don't know which one, though. Gentlemates and Vitality. One hell of a series so far. I said earlier on, we thought it would go the distance, but we weren't sure anymore. After 13-4, starting it out for Gentlemates, but they stumbled on the last map. It went to overtime. An improvement, but not enough.
But I don't believe in Jinx at all, लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कुछ ज़्यादा confidence हो रहा है? नहीं.
It's time to see it again. Gentlemates on the defense, but you couldn't really tell by how they're playing it. Right away, some aggression out of this squad. Full contention for B main. Full fight going down, and the stun is great. Why is the knife out? Takas still alive. Hello! No one's checking him. Somehow he gets away with it for so long. And runners left with 20 HP. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the second time that's happened. Think about it. I was literally just about to say that Kicks, when he got 3 kills, was on 22 HP.
भाई ताकस ने मारा तो है.
1 HP less. He literally just killed everyone at the end.
1v3
That should have been a pistol round for Gentlemates. That should have been the start to this map that they were looking for.
Send him a song. क्या बोलते हो? एक final try आज रात को हो जाए. ये पावर है या नहीं है? सेन जीत गए बे 2-0. आज मैच और रीब्रॉडकास्ट है जो रात को होगा. देखने का भी जरूरत नहीं बे. सेन जीत गए. सेन को कोई कर नहीं सकता बे. दैट इज सेन. भाई दिल पे लगा बे. दिल पे लगा रहेगा ये राउंड. हो गया. अभी ब्रेन फ्रीज होएगा उनका.
To start it off.
अभी ब्रेन फ्रीज होएगा बे. 1v3 क्लच मार दिया बे.
And a couple well-placed bullets is all it takes. At the end of the day, it is a shooter game. They didn't shoot back. Vitality, 1 round up, facing off against Classics. 3 Sheriffs in play. Natank, Logan, and Takas. The 3 most terrifying players on the server to have Sheriffs. Luckily, they're on the wrong side of the map. As we can see, A has been fully scouted and cleared. It's only really going to be Destrian who's in the danger zone.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance. I think they did something similar last time out as well. And
GP check
for
karo.
the most part, they just went back to the spawn and died to the spike. Like, that was the
Thank you for the
Make sure you don't give too much
150
over in terms of
Jinx
orbs.
भाई कैसे कर
They
लेते
do
हो थोड़ा
have
टिप्स दे
a
दो अरे
fair
मैं
few
नहीं हूँ
shares,
यार
so
Jinx
maybe
यार
there's an opportunity to try and
मैं
do a
नहीं
little
हूँ
bit of extra damage.
विराज भाई thank you
Utility
for
not
the
really
150
purchased on the
ये
majority
यंग
of
ट्विस्टर
players.
कर ले
A little
वो
bit onto Bayers,
पुराना
of
हो गया
course.
है
At Breach
यंग
wants
ट्विस्टर
to
नहीं
have his
टंग
belt
ट्विस्टर
online, but
तेरा टंग का
realistically, I don't
स्पेलिंग
see
थोड़ा
anything
सा
coming of this.
मिसिंग है कुछ
So
लेटर
many players, so much util to just hold them back, and of course on the other side of things, just wanting
प्रतीक भाई
to
बचपन में
try and
करते थे हम
make sure they
बचपन
don't
में
take too much
when I was
damage.
like
They are
too
somewhat
small
locked into this site though. They got to be careful.
कोई ना फिर पैसे बचूंगा ले लूंगा बाहर
100%
खाना
accuracy
बंद
so far
डन
for
डन
Takas, even through the smoke. Bay has picked up one. Damage is most certainly being done to this attacking side, despite the spike ultimately exploding. Yeah, he can tap it
अच्छा
all
है
he
बे
wants.
दो मारा भी
But as you said, Tom, avoiding giving away
No.
orbs with their death, farming up some with their kills, causing a decent amount of economical damage as well. That's a pretty successful second round, all things considered.
Yeah, it's not bad. They might have hoped to do a little bit more, but can't really complain too much about that one. Now, yeah, one of the real problems that they had with this map in general
टंगी लिखा
was
है
their defensive side.
टंग
And
में
of
ई
course,
नहीं
where
आता है
Gentlemen
क्या
have kicked
बात
off
कर रहे हो भाई
this time around. Their attack, they managed to streak a
गलत
few
स्कूल में
rounds
गया था
together
मैं
at the latter stages and really showed
आता
that they
ही
definitely have a lot of cool ideas alongside this breach and the Yoru. That's sort of my
पहला
favorite
यंग पढ़ा था वो
combination
गलत
they had
लेकिन
from
टंग
Gentlemen.
में ई आता
Defensively,
है
though, it didn't go great, and a lot of that was Vitality being able to control the pace. Slow and steady, which Destrian is about to realize. Sometimes you don't have the choice of that. Counter flash just to get him out of there. And actually,
से बोलते
big battle versus Bayers, a bit of a problem early doors.
I mean, good that you've got
भाई
Sanders
heavy
as a
जीता
backup smoker when Safe's going out like that. Just walked up on A,
heavy
drops the
जीता
wall,
heavy
takes
जीता
a kill,
heavy जीता
and now they're primed to take control after. Whaler's
Vitality
just
heavy
cleared it.
जीता
He thinks it's wide open, and he's starting to fall back, confirming that they can stack towards the B site.
6070 ऐसा कुछ तो होएगा इस टाइम भाई
He's not on the side anymore.
मुंबई से आईडी लॉगिन करो
Of course, Takas. He's over on the other side of the map, now chilling on B. And after gate crashing B, Vitality, full crash A, plant the spike, and again, we'll be in this retake position. The problem being that there's just so much control in the hands of those attackers. Gentlemates will have to
लोटस कौन जीता Vitality
they're not moving when the spike is
Yeah, I
full save
wouldn't even be surprised if they just gamble and save, because at this point it's like you're going to try and go back in. In terms of weaponry, it is a 4v4, and obviously Destrian then just has himself a pistol. The thing is, this is going to be such a massive boost in economy to Vitality. They're going to get to walk away with pretty much every single one of their players alive. If they can find any extra weaponry, which they have, they can actually come out with more rifles than they began with by a couple, and they just get all of the extra bonus credits along the way. Like, this is as good a start as Vitality could ever wish
मैंने
for.
सेंटिनल्स मैच आज रात को
Gentlemates, well, wrong place, wrong time. And that
मैं अभी ये लोग चिल्लाएंगे देखना
someone that's expected to go for a
जेंटलमैन
retake, he can't be missing.
ये लोग को पॉजिटिविटी चाहिए शॉट
Not too easy
थोड़ा
to take
सा
the
लेफ्ट
weapons
राइट
out
हो
of their
गया
hands, evidently. Sender on runner fall, but
4 गन्स से आए थे 5 लेके जा रहे थे 3 बचे ये कैलकुलेशन थोड़ा सा क्या बोला था मैंने
Gentlemates certainly
गया आवाज गया
to get back in.
एक का आवाज गया भाई
They're able to buy up. They're in a
एक
decent
का
position.
आवाज गया
Again, light shields across the board for their squad.
1 डाउन
Problems than that.
एक का तो गया लास्ट में जेंटल हो गया था वो
But then literally the highlights were 3 kills.
Yeah.
So
Wasn't a lot.
There's not really anything you can show in the replay. They did the best that they could. Early cages now being placed down to try and stop this aggression, but there ain't nothing stopping the side of Natak. Natak has this mid push is perfect. They're waiting within it. The flash a little bit delayed. Kicks does at least manage to get a response. Destrian under pressure here has support of that youngster once again. Kicks has really been bright throughout this series, and he's landing the shots again. The trade backs immediate. The aggression, maybe over-aggression of Gentlemates has now been punished.
Yeah, I mean,
bro.
again, they'd already pushed through B main though, right? Like this squad was exactly where Kicks is now when they realize, oh no, they're coming back. They're not playing mid. We're not behind them. This is their new front, and it's too late.
चलो भी गला गया
Other than
शायद
fighting.
से
Those duels don't go their way. Occurrence for the side of Gentlemates, but a slow re-clear of this map has given Gentlemates an idea. They've seen nobody around middle, no presence to the door, and so A is having that little bit of extra reinforcement to it.
In the end, they're guessing, and that guess will change.
30 seconds
Slightly
left.
lighter play, going back to B, clearing it out, checking middle, but it's Vitality. The same clear. We've seen them do this now. Almost all of the rounds move through this side of the map, come around the elbow into A, and get a nice safe plant. It's virtually undeniable for the side of Gentlemates. You probably want Whalers to be waiting here. Takas not far behind. Take this fight together. It's a 2v3. There could be some 2vx angles they could isolate. As we can see, Destrian is alone. Double push into spawn.
Shot, buddy.
One hell of a clutch in front of him. He's even thinking about leaving.
Yeah, it's looking like another save call, and Kicks has just been a menace. I think he really has shown the value of him coming in. Obviously, in the past,
favorite team कौन सी है? Sentinels and Fnatic, buddy.
Like some of the players that have been picked out of the tier 2, he was someone that I assume has been watched for quite a while. But if you've seen him even in the days of like Bonk and different teams, he is someone that can definitely cause issues. 4-0 for Vitality. A response from Gentlemates yet to be had, and that's the thing, they had opportunities in this round. A 4v3 scenario quickly turned against them, with just this man mainly doing the work alongside a little bit of help from Destrian. And while financially there's still going to be a purchase, but again we're seeing the same problems for the side of Gentlemates. Their defensive side.
जीने तो अबे पैसिफिक खत्म हो गया ना पे.
Very happy. Sit, wait, and react.
Not जी अबे बात सुनने लो पैसिफिक खत्म हो गया.
Might be something that catches you off guard, having fought mid, having lost players. They're still able to turn heel, take that duel. And
how many hours you sleep daily? 2 to 3 hours.
Convincing lead for this squad. And just circling back to what you were saying about Kicks, I went back and looked, and okay, Takas started Breeze. 26 kills on both maps for Takas, right? He's pretty good. Now it's a little different doing it on the
watch party China का भी हो जाता है, more दो इसको hide दो. इसको hide दो ये bitch.
26 kills on both maps. And obviously he's got a lot of praise. We've been looking at
16 घंटा stream कर रहा हूँ, China भी चाहिए तेरे को.
Amount of kills on the previous map, 26 tying up with him on Lotus. The difference being
lighting की वजह से सारे Gentlemates fan लग रहे बे, सारे.
Versus 3 for Takas.
How many assists?
एक बंदा सो रहा है, वो सीधा ट्रॉफी के टाइम पे उड़ेगा.
That's the name of the game. You want to know how many Takas had first? Can you read that? Is that too far away? I'm scrolling to 4. Yeah, 4.
By cameraman.
Right? The guy was killing everyone. He wasn't leaving it for his teammates. Yeah, Kicks had 19.
Yeah, there you go.
भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Which is
kind
of a
cast like. I reckon it was off the charts.
ये जो cameraman है ना, ये specific ये वाला.
Pathetic.
Best on the server.
बोल रहा बे.
Tracker score. 4-0.
At first you don't succeed, try again.
ये कैमरामैन कौन है पता है, जो चैट में आके बोलता है बंक्स भाई लव एट फर्स्ट साइट हो गया, मैं क्या करूं.
Not a bad idea. And then they have to stack up on the other side of the map. They're hoping they can pull a rotation from Vitality early in the round, but actually Vitality aren't falling for it. They've gone running straight through, already waiting for safe. They'll catch him off, but in the meantime they're going to go pushing in towards this site. The cross being held, but they're not going to be able to deny that space from Vitality.
Now, short of those random spams, and in fact, it ends up backfiring.
दिल पे लगी वो shot.
It's just a predictable angle to be spraying from. And the tank is down to 49 HP.
बस मैं गंग गंग आपके जिंक्स का वेट कर रहा है.
Post plant could be huge, double snake fights.
भाई उसको वो रीजन में तो उसको कोई नहीं हरा सकता.
Make one hell of a difference.
EDG is very strong.
Back in main and hope that Sender can find value, but they have shut the door in his face quite literally, and then he's caught by a trap. So now they know exactly where he is. One man lighter means only 3 towards main.
Takas bhai घुस जाओ.
Quickly to start tapping that diffuse. Sender's caught one though. Now there's a problem. I don't think they fully knew where he was. It looked like he got a second. Oh, it's not even half, is it? No, fully reset. They've got to get on that spike very soon. And just running down the clock is Kicks catching another. They weren't sure if he'd still be around that angle, and he most certainly was. Vitality, 5 rounds on the board, another Red Bull clutch, and well held. I'm surprised.
भाई क्या ऑडियंस को पता है कि Vitality जीत रहा है?
Much, even after being seen by the trap.
Yeah, and the thing is, the way this round started, it's not a bad idea. Like they take
नहीं
out
होता,
B main control, fake things out towards Vitality, but Vitality this time they opt to pressure, and when they find nobody there, it's again another afterplant, and that's, well, you can see.
क्या ऑडियंस को मालूम पड़ रहा है कि जितना बार भी वो चिल्लाया सारे राउंड्स आ रहे हैं वो लोग.
Vitality have not been struggling the second they get into the post plant. adaptations were made.
IPL का थोड़ा watch party है तो भाई
by
point नहीं है
Gentlemen,
बे
but the
जीत
fact
गया है
is,
बे RCB
with no changes to the
Point
comp
ही नहीं
thus
है
far, they've been running into the same problems they have been before. And this round at least, the only man with a gun that isn't a pistol is Takas.
Takas has been seen. He's been blinded.
Util's waste हो गया.
Gate crash down. The worst is
Camera or blind.
Tap that E to get out, and you just pull out a piece of utility. Luckily, he has made it reset
No.
and cost a lot of time. And this is the same setup from Vitality.
Kiss by doggy style हो जाए.
With one, Safe has literally stood in the exact same spot. The difference is Sander's coming back, but he's unaware. They've already pushed up so close on mid. A ton of space gain. And Nate. They can't possibly on the side of Vitality continue to aggress around this angle.
Oh, timing. Saves lurkers.
अच्छा गावात.
Ridiculous reaction shot onto the tank.
ई
Now
साला
the rest of
कपनम
the
दे
defense
बे.
segmented. Logan is the one that's going to be under pressure, but now they know exactly where he is. The patience of Vitality plays true again. Now his shots need to be all the more impressive, being spammed through the boxes. Vitality look to close. Stun is there.
Slow गया उसका.
Used on the attack side, but being delayed enough. Not quite finding that kill, and they have found Bears instead. They know that Logan has to be here somewhere, and Safe is ever patient. Leaving just Takas remaining, and Safe connects another for his fourth. 6-0 for Vitality.
फिर से
I
crowd
wonder if the
चिल्लाया.
mates have run out of steam.
This defensive side definitely isn't what you wanted to see from this squad. But it's early days still.
ये भी round गया.
They could warm back up into it. We could still see some of that sunset that we got last time around, and I just pulled it up.
जब crowd तब समझ रहे हो?
I mean, last time around wasn't the easiest for that Gentlemate squad.
1-6 down है ED चल बे.
So it's still possible to do
बे
better.
हार ही नहीं सकते ED पागल हो गए क्या
They
बे?
need to wake up
सबसे best में हो.
Optimism, but right now it's not looking great. Good stun through, but it's caught nobody. They're just sitting back. That's the thing. That's all Vitality have to do. Every single round, the defensive side is coming to them.
गलत counter
And the
हो
fact
गया
is,
ना?
in this round, they even have a Rolling Thunder, and they had a Showstopper for a
Huh?
retake. They could have played retake this round, but they want to continuously aggress. And it means that Vitality, they aren't having to adapt. They're just having to wait.
They won many rounds in the previous.
Dominant crowd का opponent ही जीतता है हर बार.
That defensive aggression.
ब्राजील में याद है?
Applaud.
Fnatic जीत रहा था, loud चिल्ला रहे थे.
We have plenty of different ideas for how to go for this aggression. We're gonna try them all, but so far there's just no success to be found. And for Vitality, late in the round, advantage to play with. Gentlemates at least have a retake setup, especially with a Rolling Thunder and players late to the party on A. Same exact play from Vitality. They have met zero resistance when they come this way. No challenges, so why not?
अच्छा गावत का shot मारा.
Things might get a little
Shot
bit easier.
Logan.
Logan, he was seeing through the smoke by the looks of it. Paranoia, it's gone too high. He was spooked up by the Rolling Thunder. They know where Sender
Hey!
for one. And damage done, Safe on the trade. It leaves it to Logan. He's already done so much. Some more kills through the smoke would definitely help out. He might have an idea that Destrian's repositioning, but he's gone back to his teammate. He's made it out, a slippery snake in the grass, and now he's found the rest of his horde.
7-0 पे जीत गए
Even
बे.
as a Viper's pit, but it's not going to be used. Not here.
Logan's chasing his shadow.
Aye,
He
भैया,
literally
मेरे को
has
दे.
no idea where's the opponent's gone. He's just gonna have to leave. It's just all gone wrong. Gentlemates again. They had a moment, a chance for a
7-0.
second, but Safe has been
अगर फिर से audience चिल्लाया.
turning the tide once again. Vitality 7-0 up on this attacking side, and we've spoken about, well, the gentle mentality. It must be crushed at this stage. They are getting blitzed.
We already had a pause out of this squad.
Yeah,
If I'm not
yeah,
mistaken, we didn't
yeah,
have two
yeah.
on this map, so they still have time.
Audience
Reset
गया भाई.
on this half.
Audience ही jinx कर रहा है. मैं नहीं कर रहा
Rounds
इस
on the
बार.
board, though, they need to be looking for 4 or 5 in a row. They need that streak. They need to fight their way
भाई
back.
वो है
here,
बे इसके
show
बाद
us they've
नारुतो
got
वाला.
the potential, and you can see nothing but smiles. Nothing but smiles on the other side. Vitality.
हिमे region में
sky
क्यूटी
high on
सबसे
morale.
excuse me क्या
And
भाई क्यूटी
to
सूटी क्या बोल
nobody's
रहे हो
real
तुम लोग?
surprise, you don't know. It's going to be a pause as Gentlemates look to discuss. Well, look, they've got plenty to discuss.
Yeah, no,
Not a lot of time to put
Safe
it
is
in
having a
action.
drink,
Listen,
having a
look,
water break.
Chilling out.
Not really much more that you could do at this stage, and this is sort of the heartbreak. We looked at that defuse in that last map.
Stop.
0.00 whatever. There wasn't even a line to be seen for Gentlemates. The difference between them taking that second map over the line and ending up here, ending up in overtime, and Vitality showing that resilience, showing that tenure of some of the players like Safe, but also some of the players new on the block like Kicks, really having those high-level performances. Now, on that third map, the map that was played last time out, the map we looked at to see if Gentlemates had adaptations. They've had ideas, that's for sure, but they have had no response for Vitality's dominance. 7-0. Well, you said that last time they got 4, they've only got 5 attempts, so they need 80% of the rounds in this half left just to match their last time performance, which, by the way, they still lost.
Yeah.
याद रखना वो राउंड फिनिश अल्ट मारता था ना 2-0 जीतते थे
So
Pancake.
It's very scary. It's not a little scary, it's very scary. Now I like the stun setup here. It's a good setup from Gentlemates. Instead of going aggressive, stun being held by Beyaz, the second Logan gets contact, stun comes out, swing comes through.
Logan by मार रहे हैं, Logan by मार रहे.
Safe is shut down, he is punished, and Safe's been a huge player in the last couple rounds for Vitality.
He's now 8-3, he was 8-2. So he's been filthy. Space being taken, Kicks does well. It's a bait with the sound to give that extra kill. The trade back into a 3v3. Taka's caught in no man's land. They are playing with their opponents, using sound cues to their advantage. Beyaz desperately looking for a way back in. Logan has found that trade. Puts them in one of the better scenarios we've seen so far, and Beyaz is going to try and force him into the open. He does, but they peek together. The teamwork and synergy from Vitality has been the better thus far. It's it post-plant once again.
Well, they judged a showstopper already. One hell of a counter, leaving Vitality 7-0 in the lead, knocking on the door of an 8th round. And Gentlemates, they need something huge. They've even been spotted by the camera. That player is not diffusing. They won't be dragged into an angle. That flash didn't certainly not right. It's given Logan a chance! And one that he will cash in every single time. 1 round for Gentlemates. Finally back on the board, and the defensive setup has worked. That might be the last bit of defensive aggression we see from this squad for a while.
Logan kicking it off on the other side of the map. He now joins Safe at the top of the board. It shows he's still been fragging. He's still been putting up numbers, and some crispy, clean shots will finally get them their first round on the board. The fact is, though, Vitality are definitely not shaken.
मैं already बोल चुका हूँ.
Stir the ship as Takas is going to invest into that operator. A different look to what has been definitely not a stagnant defense, but one with issues. The pace straight through from Runner. That's again Beyaz down. He's been such a critical part in a lot of their executions, and the spam. So much damage. Still though, the tank will even things up, but the HP definitely isn't level.
Yeah, nobody to heal you up.
Excuse
like we saw
me?
Previously, Viper's Pit used on mid? Safe? Are you okay? This is an insanely aggressive one. When he hasn't got past the trap, it doesn't give full control because they can still bypass. This is a terrible Viper's Pit. I mean, I was delaying saying it, but I hate this. Let's see if he can make it work. It's safe, so I suspect he will. Got his own safe place to play with. Just counting the seconds to the peak. Eventually he goes through, doesn't see them. He's running down time. He's being a problem for this squad. Problem they finally dealt with, but look how long it's taken, and Runners using the chaos to get in a nice position. One that won't matter because Gentlemates have called a save, but if they were still going for it, I think he would immediately shut that round down.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the most confusing Viper's Pits his opponent's ever seen as well. Just that they're going like, what's the idea? What's the idea? But they had to try and get rid of him because otherwise you have a
no, done.
You're like, well, I know where he is, but I don't want to leave him there because
the way she take care of you.
Like if you were in that position and you popped like a KO knife, someone pops a KO knife on you, they know you're there. You're like, oh damn.
कितना time क्या?
Somehow for Vitality, they've got safe there. There was another round where Sender hit the trap, still snuck behind them.
वो लोग लेकिन bypass करके जा तो सकते थे. भाई तूने यहाँ से EDG को jinx करवाया ना पागल है क्या भाई बेस्ट टीम है वो चाइना की क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम लोग
best possible opportunity now would be that 8-4 that happened last time around. We've mentioned it before with this comp. It definitely thrives more on the attack, but if you don't win any defensive rounds, it really doesn't matter anymore.
Wolf
Of course, with the
Esports.
save, there's still a purchase, but
तुम लोग
save
बोल रहे हो
not only
Wolf
gonna get you
Esports
so
जीत रहा
far,
है.
it gets you buys, but it doesn't get you
हाँ?
rounds. And that's what Gentlemates
सिर्फ
are
Goldfish
desperately
को
looking for
जानता
at
हूँ
this
उसमें.
stage. And Vitality, well, you'd look at the
इसमें
fragging
देखो
and
Hodong,
that's the
Kang,
thing.
nobody, Chichu Smoke, same team.
You
बच्चा
kind of think that this game was a lot closer than it was. They
पागल हो
still
गए भाई.
haven't
ADG को
destroyed
नहीं
that
आ रहा
cameras.
सकते
It's
भाई.
still there. I think it's still
ADG
in,
वहाँ
it's
की
still
PRX
in, at
Sentinel
least
सब
on the
कुछ है.
map. Finally, it's gone.
Next 3 साल तक मेरे हिसाब से तो unbeatable रहेगा.
That flash stays inside of B main. That's cleared there.
Shit.
For them.
How has he won that?
कैसे
Again,
मारता
that
है
mid
भाई
control,
ये?
it's been a problem for the side of Gentlemates, and with Safe now very much causing issues. Oh, he's been spotted. They just saw him. The run through from center, though, not expected. A second player caught him off guard. Whalers keeps control for a few seconds before Runner runs it down.
Convincingly जीत रहे ना ये वाला?
Despite what the hood might be telling you, there are
हाँ?
only
Convincingly जीत
only
रहे.
2 players alive for Gentlemates, so it's going to take a while for this one to close out, because they're not running it
Huh?
down. They're not coming in. 8's all they get. No, they're giving them 9. Understandable.
लगता है सोल जीते कभी बोला होगा. Obviously भाई अपनी टीम है.
Last time that they played this, it was
देखिए कितना कैर करती है यार ये बंदा क्यूटीज देखता है जब नहीं आती. अभी ना हाइड दो.
And now 3 is the most. And with how things are going, it's not the likelihood either.
No, this is looking like one of the most
Gentle
anticlimactic
mates.
finishes to a series ever. After
Gentle
an absolute
mates.
tooth-and-nail battle in map number 2, split seconds away from Gentlemates sending Vitality packing. Now they are being bullied, and you have to bear in mind, as a third map, they had opportunities to take this elsewhere. They could have sent it
for Christmas, guys. Baba Noel is
to
not coming
another
anytime
map. They could have gone towards something
Let
like
them
Ascent
save for
if they
Christmas
truly
बोल
wanted
दिया.
to. And that would have been the third map in the last series.
Save by
They
Tochan
clearly
दे रहे
didn't
यार.
want to play, but they wanted to go here. They
भाई
wanted to
सारे
find
kills
five
देख रहे हैं.
versus
9,
Vitality on
8,
that. They've
6,
already been defeated on.
9, 8, 5, 5, 4, 3, 3. बस
Only
इधर
getting further
2-2
and
kill का
further
difference है.
ahead.
लेकिन round
As sort of
difference
spot in
mark
the plains is waiting for the
Heavy.
team that wins this matchup. A spot on a plane home is what meets the other. Finally, Bears has had a little bit of luck, and you know what?
Logan
has
मारता तो है.
The trade
Logan
from
भाई.
Kickoff immediate.
This is definitely one of the more aggressive rounds we've
Loading.
seen out of Vitality, with that TP into spawn being insane, but mainly with Safe falling early.
Logan,
Now lose that
Takas
Viper
और
wall to
Natank.
clearly
ये
walk
लोग
out onto A
heavy
without
players है.
worrying
क्या
about
बोलते हो?
these angles, and that's been a large factor of why Vitality have been able to take this control so consistently. And we can see there's no one holding it, right? There's nothing stopping them from going out, but they're not going to just dry peek it. Instead, they're worried. What angles do they need to clear? Flash on site cleared that out at least, but they're still worried about the spawn. So a nade goes down. It's very wise for Gentlemen.
10-1 बोलते, कोपड़ी खोलते.
And that's exactly what's happening. And with no blast pack to play with, Runner can't really close that space the way he'd like. He might get a chance. The rocket actually lands, and it's Tak has to fall. Destrian might lose his life eventually, but look at the position of Kicks. Stun is fantastic, but they don't know about Kicks.
बाप रे.
Dealing all the damage, another triple for this
Hashtag
young man.
OP.
10 rounds on the board for
Huh?
Vitality. You might think after such a close map too,
Hashtag
there's a 0
OP,
missing beside
bae.
Gentlemate's scoreline. Fix the hood. No, we've only had 11 rounds played, and we barely had 1 for this side.
It's been a speed run, and every time somebody needs to step up, they've been there. A perfect bait set up for Kicks, and he has not missed. When they've put him in a position to thrive, that's exactly what they get.
Was that breach just close enough that the stun didn't catch Kicks? Because when we swapped to his POV, I thought he would be stunned, but maybe an angle of surprise, but he wasn't. So that breach one step backwards, and it's over. It's theirs. 2 rounds at least on the board, but instead, a disaster. Well, Tom, he brought it again. We've got a tech pause coming through. And to be honest, a good time for Gentlemates to have a tech pause.
Maybe like 5 minutes ago. The thing is, you say that, but it's like now they have to stew in the fact that they're 10-1 down. Like it's not a nice place to be, because even if just calming yourself, you basically have to realize that you lose the pistol and this game is over. And think about the last couple of pistols we've had. We had one where they were in what 3v1 scenario, and Runner wins it. One where they're in a 3v1 scenario and Kicks wins it.
Yeah.
So it's not like they have good pistol rounds, they have good strats, but they've thrown a few of them away. They've ultimately cost them big. But now, well, you can see on the other side of things, all smiles.
10-1 में किसका tech pass है भाई?
Side of Vitality, they've had the existence curse come up against them of him coming back a second time around on the same maps. They managed to weather the storm on the last one and win it for a second time.
किसका tech pass?
And now
कोई
they
है ही
are
नहीं पीछे के
utterly
आसपास.
dominating when they come back to Sunset.
Just to let you guys know about the tech issues, it's some comms issues being tracked down in the background. Hopefully be ironed out soon. They usually don't take too long. And I think for Gentlemates, one of the key points to point out.
ऐसा zoom क्या मालूम भी नहीं पड़ रहा कौन सी टीम का कौन सा
Those
player
mics
है.
are cut off. There's no more talking. There's no discussing what you're going to do. There is just sitting and stewing, thinking. Now,
Binks भाई EMEA wingman cute तो है. भाई देखो खेलते ना
but
ये
they
लोग.
don't have another pause to use on the side of Gentlemates.
Good morning Binks. कैसे हो आप सब बढ़िया विपुल भाई. All Gucci है.
No, there's no chance for that. They used up both in the half. I know
Need to
it's
be
hard to drop
telepathic. That's
positives.
what you need to train.
I mean, if you can manage that, yeah. I wonder what a team would look like at the top level. Where they're
Instagram leak हो गया उसका.
Crazy.
किसका?
कोई ना कोई zoom करके देखेगा.
Anyways,
as long as it's not you, I think they're okay.
Bro, ADG versus 177. अरे क्या फायदा बोल के जीत गया
Logan
ADG.
loved playing against teams like that, didn't he?
Blue Brothers का तो बैठ नहीं था.
There was no need.
पता नहीं. Heretics.
Bring back up the past for Gentlemates. This one is definitely evoking memories
आज
of the
है
previous map, but
Cloud9
they're
versus
fonder
MIBR.
memories, at least. We said they played Lotus before.
हाँ?
It was close.
Koi.
It was even
नहीं,
closer
नहीं,
here.
कैसे?
Got 10 rounds.
एक
Now
घंटे
they
बाद
haven't
कैसे
made it
तो
off
free
the
है और ये?
starting mark. I don't know how this one's going to end, Tom, but I'll tell you what. I don't feel like this last map has been a fair representation of the series. But then again, considering how Breeze kicked off,
Yeah.
I was anticipating close match all the way. Double digits for
Basically,
both
it's
teams.
been a best of one.
Yep,
onward.
surrounded by
whoever won that map. That was
Sentinels
the
भी है
majority of the
भाई
game. I think we're going to have a longer map too than maybe the other two maps combined, excluding technical pause. But it does just show, like, I think the Percy Gentlemates holding onto their roster. You see the synergy, you see the ideas, you see the passion behind them and their fans. And on the other side of things, Vitality for a while have been crafting this. They've still got Deathstream in there who's been putting in a shift.
भाई सच्चे गाना पूछ. पूछ. Chat को पूछ. Chat song है कि नहीं?
Those pieces are starting to fit together. And then the only
Chat
thing that can really stop them now is
सुनना करके song है कि नहीं?
the likes of what happened at Convergence, where they let things slip with the lead they had versus FUT. I think it was
अरे
something
भाई
like
सुनना
10-0.
है
So
बे
if
देख
anything,
बे.
Gentlemates are one round better than that, but I will say that the
Cool.
likelihood of that happening
मेरे अंदर
seems
इतनी एनर्जी है.
because I've just seen nothing.
वैसा
so
नहीं
far in
नहीं
this
नहीं
half.
नहीं
I'm like, okay,
नहीं
there's
सर
opportunity.
सर
Unless
एक
Logan
कप
just
एक
goes
कप
and
प्लीज
kills everyone
एक
every
कप
round. So
अरे
that's
नॉन
what they
चट
have. The
को
one
आई
round they
कैंसिल
have
इट
is him pushing aggressively,
पिंकी
getting a kill, swapping to the
सुनना
other side, retaking, getting three more.
सुनना
It's the
सुनना
only round that is on the board right now.
ए बे ऐसा गाना
Just
है.
do that. Just Logan go kill.
बाली सुनना मैं बोल रहा हूँ ऐसा गाना है कोई मानते ही
what I
नहीं
like to see.
He needs to join the X-Men.
Well, Tom, I sort of threw us under the bus. I said these normally don't take too long.
भारी
but
पड़ गया आज
you can
वैसे
never
भी
be
सोफे
too
पे सोने
careful,
वाला.
especially not with elimination on the line. The admins are going to keep working on this tech pause. For now, it's time to toss it over to our analyst desk. We're on standby. Take it away, Sue.
Mitch and Lying name a more iconic duo, am I right? But we are experiencing some tech issues on stage. It's a comm issue, so it should be worked out in no time. For now, I've got Kakuka and Lothar back with me. Not really the start I expected. Lothar,
मैं expect किया था मैंने किया था
We have been talking about like not
मैंने किया था
enough
expect.
efficiency in the defense
13-0
side,
का
and
किया
then
था
something
expect.
that is haunting again Gentlemates, and I feel like there's a lot
ADG
of
का
gaps
लगा
in
अबे
the
शर्म
map,
आता है मैंने लिया ही
certain
नहीं है
map,
उसका.
but in the map control that they have, we have seen Save abuse completely that top mid and that Viper pit that
yeah, the Viper pit.
Mitch was going just mad about. It was weird, but it bought time. So you can talk about like a lot about creativity from Vitality side as well.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ.
Got a strike on my channel.
Strike? From?
Meme reviews.
Where do you review memes? Who gave you strike?
I don't know. 1 week I can't do anything.
You can upload videos. You can't go
No,
live
can't
stream.
upload, post, live stream, nothing.
Who gave which meme?
YouTube.
Give it to Anna. Send it to the group.
Anna?
And stop watching memes, please.
They had like a stun set up with a trap from the Cypher, which baited Safe into peeking.
Yep.
That was a
Stun
50-50
kya?
that
By
Logan
memes?
wins. It's a 50-50, so it's not like a
Risky
certain
hai
thing
bhai.
that he gets because the contact was before the stun went out.
Aye,
And then he
kisne
just
diya
rotates and
strike?
gets
Dekhna padega.
3 kills. Like, you can't really rely on that.
Just Logan, things though, right? He's done that before. But let's take a look at the pistol round once more. That feels like a while ago, but it was the first pistol. And again, like I said, I didn't really expect the start to be like this and for it to snowball out of control. And I definitely, at one point, Lothar thought maybe Gentlemates were going to win this pistol.
Yeah, there's like a huge advantage being done by mates here, and they take the space really well. And you can see how they set up a trap play with different crossfires, and the stun then just completely obliterates the opposing team. But it all comes down to just Runner getting multiple kills, and it's absolutely
What
insane that
happened?
he's able to
Quick
win
to
a
pause it.
2v1 with 21 HP. Just look at the spacing between the players. That is a big problem when it comes to fundamentals, when it comes to the team like just playing well together. If that would be a proper trade, those players would have been closer together, so it would be very hard for Runner to actually hit both of them.
Well, the issues having sorted out.
Big
Now
bhai,
let's jump back into
लगता
game
है
and let's see
कल Sen जीतेगा. By the way, love you.
get
Sen
back into
जीतेगा 2-0, 2-0.
Well, there's certainly still a chance, but hope is fading. Bit by bit, second
Strike
by
का देख के
second,
आता हूँ. ये
round
match होने दो,
by
फिर
round.
break है ना
I think even
5-10
that
मिनट
replay
का.
we saw of the pistol, the 21 HP, you can see there were
देखता हूँ
so
क्या
many
scene है, क्या है
chances
करके.
for Gentlemates to be in a better position than this, to have the foundations at least semi-laid. Instead,
here we go again.
They're not in a good position, and they have to fight their way back out.
Yard.
The pedestrian keeps them well and truly where they belong for now. 11 HP. That guy uses the ult. Okay, good info. And he's got a fallback. But look where his gate crash is. It's actually way up in the spawn. He's playing this aggressive because of the rolling thunder that Bayas was able to follow up on. But Takas has gone down. The numbers, despite a very nice play and an ult dump, the numbers end up even.
Yeah, they're going to realize that Safe is on the other side of the map. Like, he, again, was just causing havoc, trying to lurk back in behind. He's going to be faced by both players. He isolates one. And it's going to be the trade immediately from Center. Perfect timing, good cause, and vitality
खत्म है बे.
with
पिस्तौल जीत गया
one
था
of the most
कितना.
dominant
खत्म
halves we've
खत्म है
seen
बे.
thus
खत्म है.
far in the VCT EMEA.
Vitality too strong, buddy.
Without a doubt. And it's as well.
Next
not
match
just the
खतरनाक
way
होने वाला है.
the scoreline
Next
sits,
match boom
it's
boom
how they
boom
made
boom
it.
pow
Like we
होने
said,
वाला
there
next
were a
match.
couple rounds that definitely gave a chance for Gentlemates to build up.
यही match इतना
somewhat
हिस्सा हुआ है.
of a
Next match तो
scoreline.
100%
And yet
खतरनाक.
those were shut down, and the rest have been completely decimated, snubbed out before they can really gain any flair. With 11-1 at the halftime. Well, I
एक
think
Phoenix
even the
Suns
French
जिता
desk
देता
is
था
gonna
ये लोग
find it
का.
hard to drum up
एक
support
Phoenix
for
Suns.
Gentlemates. The crowd isn't giving up yet, though. There's still life in them. Let's see if Gentlemates' attack side can turn it all around. I think it's fair to say, Tom, this pistol,
Kind of
decently
important,
valuable.
yeah. Not losing a 3v1 would be ideal. Here we go, though. This is where we have higher expectations for this composition.
हमें वो कुछ चौक हो गया. हाँ बे, मतलब एक
It is
मैप
all in.
जो लोग क्लोज कर सकते थे वो लोग किया नहीं. फिर नेक्स्ट में पिस्तौल भी 1v3 आ रहे हैं. फिर थोड़ा वो हो जाता है, डिमोनेटाइजेशन हो
Early
जाता है. समझ
information
रहे हो?
not being found outside that A site. The majority of
ये चाइना
Vitality
स्टेज
were
सेटअप
rotating
देखा क्या?
back.
नहीं नहीं.
Stun being
Comeback
potentially set up in
impossible है,
support.
heavily
They're actually
impossible.
just going to walk this one. Because of that, there you go. Cinder, it's actually a perfect use of the paranoia. He's going to get one and be able to fade away. And now calls for the rotation of his team.
भाई अकेले ने 5 को ब्लाइंड किया.
The
अकेले ने.
placement couldn't have been better. I thought Natonk was a little
क्या
too
छुतिया
far
पे है?
forward, but the adjustment was made. Big brain by Sender. Damage done. Whalers on 14. They still have smokes to play with at least, but they've lost Takas. Not only a great
obviously,
individual
भाई.
for this
जब भी
squad,
तेरा
26 kills on both of the
morale
previous
down
rounds,
हो
which
जाता है,
was a
वही कहते हैं.
13-4, but also the ability to break through some of these choke points and create some space. They've got to do that on foot. They've got to do it themselves. It ain't easy, and it's not even possible by the looks of it. Safe easily dealing with that market push, leaving Logan
Demonetization bola.
alone.
Bhai,
One
bhai,
versus
bhai, bhai.
five. And even if he was behind them, I don't think that was going his way. Not just a pistol round win, but an Andalucia flawless to back them up. Vitality need one of the next 11 rounds to send Gentlemates packing. What a display from this younger French squad.
क्या मैडम जी को पता है कि 12-1 चल रहा है?
They might not even have an attack. They're going to have
नहीं
to
मतलब
risk it for a
सपोर्ट
biscuit.
करना
It's
अच्छी
really
बात है
a
लेकिन
risk at this
हल्का सा
point.
12-1
And
चल
it's
रहा है.
everything on the line. A couple of stingers alongside sheriffs. It's not pretty. And of course on the other side, a full investment in. Pressure going to be put onto Safe. You said he's in their heads. Well, let's see if the bullets will match. He now waits for this push to come through. Attack has taken space. Safe goes down.
Jord
Coming up for the duelists. A good start to this round and a rifle found.
यहाँ से कम बैक होएगा तो
Very nicely handled. I like the push in from TAC, as we said. That's what they were kind of missing in that last round. Popping the decoy right after the door, but they don't fall for it. The Tiger catching him, and Whalers being flashed, but it doesn't matter. A huge reset on the Stinger.
Huge,
Gets him both
huge.
kills and leaves Sender with nothing.
कम बैक तो पॉसिबल
This
नहीं.
Gentlemates showing back up.
बुरा लगा है मिड के लिए. वो एक
long last.
फिनिक्स वाला राउंड में बोल रहा हूँ. खत्म था गेम. खत्म.
Madrid, but to make it out of this series alive.
Phoenix Salt.
Looks like he's going to try to do a little bit more.
मतलब खत्म.
It actually looks like he was going to try and ninja.
कुछ नहीं कर सकते थे लोग. कुछ.
If he closes this by ninjing, I actually think we should unplug his PC. Like, you should not allow him to do that. It's too disrespectful.
Well, I'll be honest, if it was by ninjaing, he would be going anyway, so you can unplug his PC and be like he doesn't care.
He's gone. He's out of here. I mean, before. You see that get halfway? Unlucky. Next round.
Just existence walks out. He has like a proper entrance and everything.
When W crowd, but
call that doing a
little
12 shut down a
12-2.
whole LAN quarterfinal just by kicking out a cable.
Was it in Ireland?
It was in Ireland.
So it was only
yes.
like 2 PCs anyway.
All right. Okay. He unplugged the bicycle that was being used to power them.
He accidentally moved the hamster that was running on a wheel.
Everything just went down.
दीदी भावनाओं में बह
2
गई.
rounds for Gentlemates, a third
क्यों
being
चला
sought
सपोर्ट
for.
करते हैं यार
And
टीम को.
Vitality are pretty much giving it up, right?
Family
They're
और
playing with
friends
pistols.
रहेंगे यार.
Runners left on just a sheriff. They're thinking, what do I do? You won't get that reference, but someone will.
Portal closed.
Packers has managed to get quite far, but it does seem like Kicks is very well aware that he could have pushed all the way through in this direction.
थोड़ा blending scenes.
There are 3 players waiting around this corner. Flash.
Jord blind भाई. Jord blind.
But it's only a spectre.
Jord blind भाई टाकस भाई.
Not really too much of an issue.
एकदम टका blind था टाकस भाई.
Yet to really get into position. Still just trying to hold on to some of the angles. Runner with a nade as well. They might just opt to try and push through this now. They have managed to destroy the trip, which would have been a bit of a danger, but they don't quite connect the shots. It will be a relatively clean round for Gentlemates. The mountain, the first steps have been made on it. They have got a very long way to
EDG
hit
losing. Chatko यहाँ से
supplies to get there as well.
EDG losing.
But it's on its way. Takas is starting to warm up on that Yoru. He's involved in the last 2 rounds. Some good TP plays, some good flashes. The win conditions are gradually being taken. But as we said, Vitality didn't have a lot to work with. They played with pistols. They played with a lot of weaknesses. And now they come into this round. The side of Vitality, the defense, full rifles. No ultimates really online for either squad. Bar Whalers, Tom, yes. He's got the From the Shadows. It could be useful on the attack to reposition. But Gentlemates can't afford to put a step wrong. What a play! The stun, the flash, and the peek by Runner. An opening duel. Many more to come.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that stun was literally just coming out from the other side. So it was just the flash.
Force them back into it.
Yeah, it was just, no, I mean, it was just the flash, because obviously the breach is on the attack.
Yeah.
So it wasn't needed as much of a play. It was literally the stun went through, and he goes, all right, I'll react.
Pop the flash.
And they get the kill immediately, ruining what was an initial setup. Getting rid of Takas as well. As said, in the last round, his disruption and this angle is just filthy. He gets a second for free. Didn't even mean to, I don't think. 2 players now stand between Vitality and a spot in the play. They have fought tooth and nail on the last map.
विंडो था, माफ करो टाइप कर रहा था,
that's the only place he can really
कॉपीराइट वाला देख रहा था मैं, माफ करो
trying to make space,
मैं नहीं हटा,
sell a bit of a fake, but no, they're actually going to try and play this one together. But waiting at the squad of Vitality, the tank, he's not going to get that second, is left.
Here comes the party, जो Vitality करेंगे party.
Trying to fight versus the might of Vitality. He'll at least be able to find one, but so much more
Hashtag
to
OP.
find. Vitality, after a close affair, a grind back on map number 2, they will send Gentlemates packing and head their way into the play-in.
कोई नहीं यार, अच्छा खेला 2 मैप.
Losing 13-4.
क्या हिट है इसका? बास्केटबॉल.
They had to show us a stronger
भाई कहाँ हिट है उसका? 7 इंच.
Out 13-3, one-upping their opponents, taking the dub. The high fives all around. This one, there's not much to write home about. There's everything to write home about.
Phoenix and
everyone stepped up. No massive hero. Safe had some good rounds. Runner was in with some incredibly aggressive opening duels. Some good space taking. Don't know how Sander managed that flank still after being revealed by the trap, but he's an enigma. Too quick. And Kicks had some big clutches, big round closers. Destrin just did his job, you know?
Well, I think the thing as well, you have to look at this squad and say, like, realistically, with a couple of new, younger players, getting boom like that in the first
भाई
round,
safe और
having your
उसको
opponents
देखो
playing
कोई.
crazy comps and running at you, and then being able to still deliver. To turn the tide, they needed 3 rounds in a row. They managed to do that to get to
भाई
overtime.
कहाँ हिट है
They
उसका?
fought tooth and nail on that map, and then they come into Sunset, a map they've already played, and they body their opponents. Not even remotely close, forced to save more rounds than they actually had victories. Vitality just were utterly dominant, and now going up against any team going into that play-in, you're going to be fearful because you already know what they can do.
चलो तुम लोग इंटरव्यू सुनो, मैं जरा
copyright का कुछ करके आया यार. Most people's minds wouldn't want to be one predicting against them here today. I'll tell you that, Tom, because they were faking us out. Map 2, I thought it was done, but in the end, Vitality have what it takes. They show us that they're a top-level team, and now we've got to see from them. Let's hear from them. We've got an interview with Zoe down on the stage.
Thank you so much, Salah and Destrin, joining me. First of all, congratulations to Team Vitality winning out once again against the Gentlemates. Now, looking back at map number 1 and 2, we did see something exciting coming out of the mates with that Phoenix being implemented there into their agent selection. Did that throw you off a little bit? Did you have to adjust your game plan coming into this, Destrin?
I don't think I can answer this. I mean, I would say it didn't interrupt us. We're just like very sloppy. They played really well, but yeah, I think we just didn't play like we usually play. It's an interesting comp, like it has some intricacies, but
What were your thoughts on that Phoenix in there?
I mean, I think we expected them to play the kind of comps they play, and we expected them to be really anti-strat heavy. They have like a really good coach and a really good IGL, so we know they're going to do these kinds of things. I think it necessarily didn't throw us off. I think because of this change in sleep schedule, we decided we're going to wake up on second map, second half. So.
Well, glad you did. That was definitely needed. What a comeback that was. Now, speaking generally about your roster, Destrin, how far in advance did you know that you will be playing over Trex in the Kickoff tournament? It's like, what can I say? Is that the look at him?
I can answer this.
You can answer it, go for it.
I mean, we always kind of had the plan that we would play with Destrin here because of Trex's situation, right? So I think we knew coming in that with Destrin, we still have massive aspirations. He's still a fucking insane player, of course. But yeah, like it wasn't a surprise, basically. I think we knew. We were very happy about it. We were pretty much the luckiest team in the league, right? Who else gets to have such a fucking sick player as a stand-in? So.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't look like he doesn't belong at all. You guys have been playing phenomenally. How will Trex fit into that roster once he's joining?
We're going to have to see, but now it's Destrin's time, so we'll see. When it happens, we'll see, but now I think good to focus on him.
all I will say, the average height of the team will go down drastically, so...
That's actually why...
Well, yeah, I mean, with you, we're on the ceiling, so, you know, it can only go down from there. Both of you, once again, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining me, and we will be back with more elimination matches right after this.
know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go.
Birthday.
I got big dreams. I'ma do big
Dance karo, रुको मैं आया.
Looking so clean. I don't move slow. I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it. Become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan.
EDG lost. अबे एक मैप तो हारा है भाई, नहीं हार सकता EDG. Calm down.
Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let
देखिए म्यूजिक सुन, we'll dance.
Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing. Yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain.
ओ बेटा,
नाच क्यों रहा है?
ओ बेटा,
बेटा नाच क्यों रहा है स्ट्रीम पे?
नाच क्यों रहा है पूछ रहा है.
कल नासिक जा रहा हूँ ना इसलिए.
अब शर्म शादी हो गई. ये सब बातें देखो सूट नहीं होती हैं.
क्या बोला? ठीक है. ओके 1 मिनट में. मेरा फोन ऑन हो. जल्दी से ट्रेन उधर से उधर मत कर देना बस. गलती से बोला ना गलती. उधर.
मेरी गलती से स्ट्राइक नहीं आया.
उसका इसका कुछ कनेक्शन
नहीं. एंजॉय करो, डांस करो जरा.
You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day.
मेरे को
Team
माल क्यों दे रहे
Vitality,
बे?
they live to see another day,
मैं
but
तो मांगा भी नहीं।
unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Gentlemates. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Lothar. Lothar, I feel like it's too soon. I love this Gentlemates team. I wish we had seen more out of them.
Yeah, I definitely agree because we only have seen them play one team. They only played against Vitality twice, and that's about it. When you think about it, every other team played two different teams. So we have seen many different faces of them. Here, we have seen Gentlemates only play in one direction.
Shut up,
with a
किसका match है?
counterplay coming into the second match. So I cannot wait to actually watch them play in the regular season in April because I still have high hopes for this team.
Yeah, and I feel like their group was quite hard, right? They had a Vitality and Fnatic as well, but they will be back, like Lothar said. So don't worry, Gentlemates fans will see them again. But let's take a look at Group A because we have another elimination match coming up. And
KC
this
versus
group
FUT.
again,
FUT तो
especially
जीतेगी भाई
KC
easily.
versus FUT coming into this, Kakuka. One is coming in after a really grueling long win, and another is coming in off of the back of a bit of a brutal loss as
इसके
well.
बाद
Yeah, exactly. But they both share a common enemy, and his team Heretics, right? Just making it straight onto the playoffs. And as you're saying, we are seeing a FUT that probably is testing out some different stuff, but definitely bringing some hope to the
Hong Kong
region.
clutch
Yeah,
देख।
in general, I would say that Team Heretics is also performing really well. So to see this bracket go this way, it doesn't make much sense when you just
EL
look at the
versus कोई
bracket
interesting
and when you
रहेगा।
watch the matches. Team Heretics is actually performing insanely well.
Yeah, and the expectations are interesting because
कोई
if I
जीत
saw
सकता
this
है
match
भाई।
last year, I would have been like, oh, FUT should be fine. They're not going to lose to KC, but I feel like that's completely gone out the window. And one more thing though, Kakuka.
Yes.
Does FUT have a buff today given the chamber patch is now live?
Yeah, exactly. Some people might have missed it, but we are actually playing on patch 8.03. So that means that Chamber has suffered a small change. First of all, the bullets for the
25
Headhunter are
किया
going to
after
be
4
cheaper
teammates
from
lost.
150 to 100, which also means that during the pistol round, you can go back, because many people used to buy the Ghost or something else because 4 bullets were not enough. But now you should be able to buy 6 and a trademark, which is a very, very good kit for a first round. And also, the Tour de Force is going to be shooting slightly, but definitely noticeably
चल का
faster
throw
from
बढ़िया था।
0.7 to 0.9, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. All of those changes are being now in the game, and I chose few clips of actually of CNET playing Chamber in the previous matches, and I would like to show you how those patch changes could have affected him in the previous match. So this clip on Icebox, you can pay attention to the fact what something
कहाँ पे गया?
Kuka mentioned. He has only 4 bullets in the pistol round and a trademark. But when he's taking the gunfight, pay attention to how he's taking the gunfight. He's gonna be very, very cautious about shooting the bullets because as he only has 4. He can have a 2 body shot kill if someone doesn't have armor, but that's
मतलब बेटे
बेटे खुजली हो रहा है, जल्दी आओ।
टॉक्सिक नहीं बेटे प्लीज।
क्या कर रहा है तू?
कुछ नहीं, मैं अभी रैंक ग्राइंड चालू करूंगा भाई।
भाई मैं सोच रहा हूँ ये वाला मैप करके ना चले जाओ।
किधर चले जाओ? पहाड़ों में?
हाँ, नासिक के।
अरे सुधर जा भाई, एक दिन ऐसा होगा जो
तो क्या है ये पहाड़ों में? क्या है ये भोसड़ी के? ये क्या है पहाड़ों में? जब इज्जत से मैं बात कर रहा हूँ तेरे को नहीं बात करने होता? ये गया
भाई,
बे।
भाई पहाड़ों में नहीं गए क्या? कभी मजा आती भाई।
मैंने गया, ये गया बे, इसलिए ऐसा है, इसलिए। अबे
मतलब
क्यों
में
पता है?
भी
सुनो,
छोड़ दे भाई।
EMEA का जो थर्ड मैच है ना,
हाँ,
वो
इंटरेस्टिंग है।
ये वो लिक्विड वर्सेस कॉय है, ठीक है?
हाँ।
अगर मैंने ये मैच किया तो Cloud9 वर्सेस MIBR मिस हो जाएगा मेरा।
ओ अमेरिकास का।
हाँ, और अमेरिकास के तीनों मैच एकदम स्मैक्सी वाले मैचेस है।
ऑब्वियसली अमेरिकास एनी टाइम
ना,
एनी टाइम।
क्या बोलते हो? कांगकांग 1v5 है ऑब्वियसली बे, कांगकांग है बे, हारा ही नहीं सकता बे एडीजी को कोई। हंस क्यों रहा है बफसेड़ी?
सच में हारा नहीं सकता कोई।
अभी नहीं, अभी हम लोग एक मैच देखने वाले, ठीक है? अभी कौन सा मैच है? वो भी अच्छी मैच है,
फुट वर्सेस ये।
हाँ, कारमाइन कॉर्प। फुट जीतेगा
भाई, फुट जीतेगा भाई, क्या इंटरेस्टिंग है।
फुट जीतेगा भाई। तेरे को लगता है कारमाइन कॉर्प के प्लेयर्स ऐसे ही है? हाँ,
मेरा तो हो गया वॉच पार्टी, बोल भी सकता हूँ।
अगर तेरे वजह से मेरे को कुछ हुआ अंडी मंडी तेरी, मैंने अंडी मंडी दिया तेरे को, अब भी बोल रहा हूँ। चटको अभी नहीं एक देख सकते हैं ये खत्म हो जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से। अगर तीनों मैच गया तो ये 12:30 बजे तक खत्म हो जाएगा, फिर 1:30 का अपन वो कर सकते हैं। सीनेड फुट में बंक्स मैंने फोटो खींचा है, जीतेगा जिनके साथ में फोटो खींचा है सब जीत रहे, देख रहे हो। सेफ भाई जीते अभी, फुट जीतेगा अभी वैसा।
Grilled CNET and Mr. Farlin a little bit about their comm changes, and this is what they had to say during
सोने जाओ,
our last.
सोने कौन जाएगा बे, पागल हो गए।
I'm just gonna say it because I think this is what everyone wanted to hear from you guys.
सीनेट बोलते हैं।
What is going on with
बेचारा
the
बहुत
comms?
चाहिए पता है।
What is going on with the agents? What is going on with everything? Well, I guess we'll start with you, CNET. Okay, so I think there's an obvious agent that's missing. I'm not sure if you remember Jet, you know, the one that dashes. Have you ever played?
I didn't see
knives.
her a while.
Yeah, so why?
Do you miss her?
You don't like Jet anymore? What's up?
If
भाई
okay,
जेटी
how can I
नहीं खेला
explain
इसने?
this? Like in the how we play actually, I want to be supportive for my
भाई
team. You
इसने
know? So,
जेटी नहीं खेला है बे VCT
for
में।
example, in Lotus, maybe we tried Jet, but it wasn't that how we
मेरे को भी लगता है
expected.
जेट खेलना छोड़ना चाहिए
Like,
VCT में।
and I said
कुछ
like you
match
can maybe play Euro because
Neon.
it's like I think it's not OP, I
Neon,
will say, but
Euro-
it's
Euro तो भाई मेटा में आ
yes.
गया।
Nah, he's comfortable with Jet. He's the best character in Jet, but
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा भाई।
just don't want
ज़ैपी भाई आवाज आ रहा है ज़ैपी। ज़ैपी माइक टेस्टिंग 1 2 3 ज़ैपी आवाज आ रहा है। हेलो।
There is no one came with us for last year, and we just happened to do it in this year too. If we give him Jet, we know he's gonna shoot everyone.
बराबर।
We know he's gonna play good on Jet, but if we want to him adapt to the team right now, like communication, like how we.
मुझे मत गाली दो भाई, ज़ैपी भाई को दो हेलो।
That's why this comps feeling a little bit different from the last year.
I mean, judging by that, Kakuka, with the new chamber changes, we're never going to see CNET on Jet again.
अमेरिका बहुत बड़ी होगा, ये मैच करके चले
I
जाएंगे।
wouldn't be the last one, but if we also
लास्ट वाला
think
नहीं
about
देख
their
सकते, लास्ट वाला
opponents,
देखा तो अमेरिका से मिस
we're
होगा।
talking also about a team that has Angus a coach. We talked about it so much, but we need to think about what was happening on the server and how things can be countered once you have the tape on how they want to do things. For example, I think Split is a great example because of the
समझ जा क्या हो रहा है,
I grabbed
समझ
a
जा।
couple of rounds to show the same idea behind K-Corp's minds, but then two different outcomes depending on when and who they're playing. So first one is going to be against Giants. I want you to take a look at what's going to happen on A, right? I'm going to play it. Very slowly, you're going to see that Martin is going to use his ultimate. He's just going to be onto side and to just create all that pressure and clear out all that space so his team could actually get onto side and plant the spike. He's going to also be putting this pressure onto screens. He's going to spot not one, but two. And as you're seeing also, Shin is going to be staying in the back. Now, as we fast forward just a little bit, we see that while the plant is going down, all of Giants is just waiting behind screens, behind that smoke. And there's a lot of utility that Giants could have used. But just because they don't do it and it actually takes them a longer time, they cannot prevent, not even with Cloud's ultimate, the plant going down. Now, when they want to spiral onto the site, all the utility from K-Corp is still able to be used because even though Cloud has already ulted the paranoia, everything, you don't need to be
सीधा एंड होगा भाई तो सीधा
भाई पागल हो गया क्या भाई, मेरे जैसा सब भी इंसान को तो दुनिया में नहीं मिलेगा तेरे को। दुनिया
just by using the Euros ultimate. Okay, this is a round that they're going to win. Now let's see what Heretics did under the same circumstances. Mostly the same, because if you take a look, K-Corp is going to have 4 ultimates, but not a lot of money.
दोनों टीम का दिखा रहे बे।
To win, and the plan is going to be to swamp A side. So they decide again, your ultimate to clear A. We see that Heretics was not born yesterday and decide to clear the side completely because they know what they did against Giants, and they also use the Nightfall just in case Martin wants to get out of his ultimate. He will have the team defend just to have the impact that he wants. But Heretics not only is giving them all the space, there's also two very important things. One, they have a Viper with that wall that will help them. And take a look at what's happening here. Miniboo has pushed just because of that mic at the beginning, and he is already considering going from behind and taking that 1v1 against the potential
round मैंने देखा था.
So as we stay, you see that Miniboo is going to get the kill here, and everybody's going to be ready. Remember what was happening on Elbow? A lot of things, Giants not being able to go across the Astra smoke. Well, this is why it's important to have a very good Cypher. And just because of the pressure that he's putting,
KC feels like they also need to use another ultimate. The round is getting out of their hands, and because of this cage,
तीन kill
they are
मारेगा,
able
3 kill.
to safely go into elbow and actually get these
एक
kills,
लगा।
putting more pressure even with the utility. And of course, Rain's beautiful performance. So as we're seeing, a little bit of tape gives a lot of information when your agents are this special. Let's see what they have for today.
Yeah, Keiko, they definitely have some tendencies, and I feel like
Plus
on
one
the other
then.
side, as we walk back and find
Plus one.
Lothar once again, who I'm sure would love to talk about this Yoru. But we have one team which I feel like has blown all of their tendencies out of the water, and another team that are kind of leaning more into those tendencies. So
अच्छा ना बे बाजू में है बे explain करने का और desk.
mismatch at least today.
I don't think so. I'm actually very happy to see that a lot of teams are adapting the Euro, as you broke it down perfectly. Like there's also a lot of min-maxing still possible.
Perfectly to my
but the teams are playing inefficiently still. There's a lot of room to grow, and both teams are learning from FUT. We have seen the Euro on CNET, on Lotus. Probably gonna get a repetition today if we get the same map, right? But at the same time, we don't see a lot of, let's say, of those set plays being done, or are not flexible enough. The round that we broke down right here, the Yoru ult coming onto A side, and then the Nightfall on top of it, that was a waste, because the Yoru can discover everything, right?
Exactly, right, but it is a waste, but you also need to think that they really, really needed that round, you know? Like the economy was out of the question. If they lost that one, that was probably a 7-1. Like there's a lot of things, and you know, it's better to combo it, even if it's just by that small chance.
But think, they could have saved
I know.
it.
I know.
For
yes,
the
but
possible
perfect
end, right?
Valorant is boring, Lothar.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Perfect Valorant is the
perfect
worst
Valorant.
Valorant. Say it. I need to hear it from you.
Perfect Valorant is boring. I always prefer when teams are inefficient.
ये गया
I just know how
ये
much it
गया
pains you having to say that. And speaking of pain, I hate to do this. I'm very, very, very, very, very, very sorry for doing this, but we got to talk a little bit about Magnum. I feel like not his best game. Okay, we're not going to talk about Magnum just yet. We're going to talk about N real quick, because N, as you guys know, a coach, of course, for this team, and I will say a crazy copium. If you guys are Keiko fans, I'm gonna sell it to you straight. N has never missed the playoffs in EMEA. When it was back in CIS, Gambit won first strike, won the first Masters. Then he came over to EMEA, didn't win the first one, but was at least in the semi-finals. And then he was in another grand final. Then he qualified for Berlin, won that. Then went to Champions, came second on that one. Then when he came back into EMEA, when it was qualifications all over again, he got into another playoffs. It was another semi-final. What I'm trying to say is there is
भाई
hope
9 out of 9
will
स्कोर
refuse
क्रेजी तो
to
है
not be in a playoffs. That's all I'm gonna say.
9 out of 9 बार वो qualify हुआ है
It hurt me a bit when I saw Eng tweeting the other day. We saw it briefly that he said every defeat is on me, and I feel like because of the expectations that
Hi,
we have
Pinky.
for him and
How's
for what he's able
yours?
to do, I think that he's the one to take it harsher, because I think he's a
Hey,
perfectionist. I think that
Pinky.
he proves this every time that we see his reactions or his
Hello.
team, and I really feel like this could not
उसका
only give
headphone
them hope,
इधर
but
है
actually the
कैसे
kind of
सुनेगा
push
वो
that they need.
I'll be honest, I'm a fan of N when it comes to his coaching methods, and Gambit to this day,
Jawline
for me,
दिखा
is
रहा
the most disciplined team that we have.
हाँ भाई क्या सीन है भाई एडीजी जीत गया क्या सीन है क्या सीन है भाई हैं वुल्फ एक मैप जीत गया कैसे बे वुल्फ एक मैप जीत गया बे how the pucks hey how the pucks 2-0 लीड पे है अभी हारेगा ना अभी हारेगा आगे ये लोग
Team that Turkey has to offer. The expectations
CNET bolte
with 2 exciting additions to the roster heading into the 2024 season. How far can they take it? Let's hear it. Make some noise for FUT Esports.
वो बाल दिखाना
With their
जरूरी था
kickoff lives on the line, both teams have to give it their all. Let's hear it one more time for both teams, as only one will be moving on.
भाई लोगों का कोच क्या स्मार्ट है
Oh, we have two big hitters on stage today. FUT, they went to every international tournament. Last year, they brought CNED in to give him a boost. And of course, the other side, we have
Title mods,
with
please.
his rookies. And Magnum, too, who has also been in plenty of international tournaments of his own. But the question is, who is going to survive this elimination? We've seen just how important Kukuka, that stamina and mental strength can play in these situations.
Exactly. In the last match, we were seeing a vitality that was taken over gentlemen.
8,000 वोट और 5,000 लाइक्स ना ठीक है
That people with experience is very, very good at. But if we know the Eng method, we know that that also consists of very, very long days. Freeze and Ascents are out of the question, and Lothar, we're going to get Lotus
again.
So most likely some your reaction on Lotus, but also
Yay! Lotus are bind!
On this map, only 33% win rate on defense. Last time they played Lotus, but then we go to bind.
They take away their chamber stuff. The maps that they were playing chamber.
I was actually excited for the ice ball.
चार
we're
बार
not
like
gonna see
किया
ice ball they play the chamber on. That
पांच बार
doesn't
करो
play either. So how
But
do we
there's a
feel
chance
about
for
this?
sunset.
Yeah, but how do we feel about this, given that the patch just
Six.
came in?
Oi, six. Lovely. Lovely. Lovely. Badaway. Badaway streaks. Better streaks. Badaway.
वे बैर है क्या तू बिंक्स
हाँ मैं कैसे स्ट्रिक्स बह रहा है तू कैसे बात कर रही है जब हेडफोन नहीं है यहाँ पे हेडफोन तो यहाँ पे है तेरा
हेलो तेरा आवाज नहीं आ रहा डिस्कॉर्ड पे
मेरे पास 2 हेडफोन्स है
तो इसको कैसे आवाज आ रहा है
हेलो
हेलो
अब आ रही है अरे मेरा ईयरफोन खराब हो गया है
मैंने गिफ्ट कर रहा
अरे वाले कान से कम आवाज आ रही है आई मीन लेफ्ट वाली
कहाँ पे डाले ईयरफोन
लेफ्ट वाले ईयरफोन से कम आवाज आ रही है
अच्छा कान में डाला है ठीक है मैं क्या बोला सिक्स सुनना अभी सो जा रात को उठ अमेरिका सारे मैच सेक्सी है
नहीं
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
भाई रैंक ग्राइंड भाई रैंक
भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई अभी देख रैंक ग्राइंड कभी कर मालूम है दोपहर को कर
मैं पैलवर्ड खेलूंगा भाई
ये गया ये गया भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ देख पैसिफिक है नहीं तो दोपहर को कर सकता रैंक ग्राइंड ओए ओए
आज तो मेरे को लग रहा है बिंक्स पक्का सोने वाला है स्ट्रीम पे आज होगा वो
तेरे को पता नहीं
ना
है
डेडिकेशन तो रैंक ग्राइंड में दिखा तो क्या होता भाई
मैं दिखा के क्या करूं भाई किधर जाना है मुझे रैंक ग्राइंड करके हाँ
वीसीटी पैसिफिक नहीं था ना देखो इसीलिए T6 ने बढ़ नहीं रही है
एज अ कोच वैसे एक प्लेयर छोड़ दिया देखा ना ग्रुप
छोड़ दिया
देखा ना तूने ग्रुप
नहीं
टट्टी की गांड
कब इधर
मेरे को भी लीक
But I'm looking forward to seeing how this pistol does end up panning out here. But looking for that early rebel control, and Kate, Carmine Core are ready to contest.
भाई मेरे को ही निकल दिया
Yay!
On defense as we enter this A side crunch, does seem that FUT will be highly
मैं खेलता
contested
नहीं
in this
Immortal
one.
1 को लूं मैं अभी हाँ इतने बुरे दिन नहीं है T9 के
फिर भी तेरे ऊपर रहता है वो
language
Might be KC's inevitable demise unless Cena is able to do anything with that raise on that close proximity. Martin so quick to it. Tamazi as well. FUT are instantly 2 players ahead.
भाई क्या सीन है आज मेरे सारे अच्छे टीम से ये क्यों हो रहे हैं
The coordination on the side of FUT there when they were looking to get those trades down, and so much patience coming out from Carmine Core, right? But in the corner here, Mr. Fallen being pushed off that angle, now having to regroup with the team, having to work.
भाई सुनो अगर KC जीत गया ना मेरा हो गया ठीक है मेरा हो गया
Into this A site, one defending it. It's Ada Captain alone. The stun is good.
Ada Captain bye aftershock मारो गुड पार दो
The crossfire to be contested. That's where Yedushe comes into play. Ada Captain has a short life in that endeavor, and it's Mr. Fallen, the captain of FUT. Of 4 players alone won't be able to do so. It's 1 round in the board straight out of the bat for FUT.
Who comfortable here for FUT, and when we're done with it. Oh wait, no.
Pixels,
It's a round
वो
game for
पढ़ाई
Carmine
को
Core. We got the
pursue
titles
करना।
Oh,
mixed up at the
no.
top here,
पढ़ाई।
I got trolled.
regardless,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's okay. At least we can regroup in that kind of sense. Reminder to everyone who is watching
भाई
that it
अच्छा
is going to
पिस्तौल
be
खेला बे
Carmine Core on the
किसी ने।
attack and FUT on defense right now, but talking about these changes here for the side of FUT, the fact that they just touched on the fact that you have 3 changes in the agent pool here
FUT
on the
कैसे
side
जीता?
of FUT makes me wonder a bit, like maybe
नाम
the
गलत
Cypher
डाला।
change there for Yeta J
मैं
is
वही
looking
बोला।
towards
ADG हार रहा है,
trying
नहीं
to
हार
deny our
सकता
team some of those
भाई,
deeper
नहीं हार सकता।
executions, those blast packs towards
अब मेरा
Cypher, get
prediction
them
for
caught in
2-1 है
those-
आपका।
those sharp wires in that kind of
दिशांग
sense,
भाई
or
छोड़
cover
दो
a bit
गेमिंग
more
वेमिंग
ground to
छोड़ दो
allow these
ठीक है
rotations in,
छोड़
as
दो
we
इतना
see
गंदा
again,
predictions
FUT, they are
2-0 है
for this rebel control,
2-0
but
for
completely
FUT
other side of the map here for Carmine Core.
100%. And with Carmine Corp leading the charge here in terms of rounds, we'll just play it slow and steady.
Sikali.
Of course, you can see FUT aggressing here on this A site. Not doing a thing. It's going to be a whole switch and exchange of a map. And as KC swiftly move into the C site, no problem whatsoever. But you know, it's these second rounds that often can make a difference. We've seen multiple of these second rounds, you know, falling astray, you know, not going to the team that they're supposed to go in. So right now for KC, it's the perfect case scenario. Hold back 5 players versus 5 players and you've got superior guns.
Yeah, looking towards the way the FUT might want to end up handling this, I mean, you do have quite a bit of utility.
ए हम लोग कभी करने के लिए रजिस्टर प्रीमियर के लिए कभी है
there for cracks as well. And you've also got the Nate and Boobot still up here for CNET.
तूने
So
गेम
what
चालू नहीं किया क्या रैंक पुश बोल
potential
के
here into the retake round, but then it also depends on how do FUT want to
उसके
handle
बाद
this
देख प्रीमियर
time
में
ticked.
जाके
So far, they had to make a very long rotation from A Rebel.
They did indeed. It's bought so much time for KC, making it all that simpler. Martin was the only person with a ghost, with a pistol, so it doesn't really matter that he ends up dropping and losing that weapon.
Martin bolte.
Yeah, there's no time to do things, right? Yeah, no. None, which means that KC gets a second round. No kills collected, so no orbs gathered, but it's still 2 rounds for Carmine Corp.
Hey, just looking to deny as much as possible that they can over towards the side of Carmine
March
Core,
3
right?
को
But
playoffs खत्म
now
हो
this
रहे
is
हैं।
where things get a little bit more
March 3 के बाद ही
interesting.
होगा।
You have 2 of those outlaws on the side of Carmine Core, starting on the
ना,
attacking
भाई
side.
2 चाय
means
पिया
that
ना
they'll
मेरा
probably
पेट
look
डुक
for
डुक कर
some
रहा
of
है
those slower moves towards those executions, playing a little bit more of that kind of default control. But
भाई
the
क्या
way that
science
they're
हो सकता
postured
है यार
right now,
चाय और
they
टट्टी
do
का
still
कुछ
seem
तो
to
साइंस है
favor that kind of death ball approach into the bonus with
इसको
the
तेरे
4-1
बॉडी को
split.
आदत हो गई है जब
At
तू
the
चाय
very, very
हो जाती है
deep
तेरे को
KJ
बस
turret there on the side of
नहीं
Magnum.
यार
On top of that, and look at the camera. It's not going to be popped right now on the side of FUT for Yeta J, but it's really, really good for those retakes.
But Carmine Corp are very loud about this, so even though they don't use the cam, they're very well knowledgeable of this push. Maybe in the post
यार
that
भाई
camera could
क्या
be
सेक्सी
really
खेल रहा है बे
important, but for
क्लीन
now,
घुस गया है बे
Carmine
साइड
Corp
में
take full access over this
ये वाला
over
प्लांट
spike
नहीं
to the back of it.
दो आउटलॉ है ये वाला
A bit
प्लांट
of an
क्यों किया
off angle here. Of course, you're going to have a lot of C-long control for that post plant to work out in your favor. And they'll probably want some picks early on, but it's FUT with first blood. There might be one person in trouble here, Shin, hiding up on an upper angle. But so far, with Narate able to bring it back to even standing, it's a really fickle affair. Mr. Fallen, really important kill as Martin trying to close up the gap. And now the rest of his team can start moving in. Narrate, back of sight. He's got a brother in arms that is yet to be brought into the fray. Shin with a double. Repositions Mr. Fallen, though. Has gotten all of the rest of the kills. Triple for the captain. And that's FUT getting themselves their first round of this map.
A very clean flood onto site there from FUT, not even needing to reveal that retake camera over towards Rubble either. So we're already seeing glimpses of the ideas that FUT have with the
मेरे को तो
adjustments
पता है
they've made to their
100% सक्सेस रेट है चाय और टट्टी का
But all in all,
अरे
still
मतलब
not
बॉडी
a
को
bad
आदत हो
bonus
जाती है
either
वो
on
पीने
the
के बाद
side of Carmine Core, taking out 3 of the weapons here on the side of FUT. Looking over towards how we're cycling up to these ultimates right now, mainly looking at Yeta J to be only one away from that neural theft. Not the strongest ultimate in the game, to be quite fair. But
क्या तुम में से कितने
I
लोग
think for Carmine Core,
चाय
the
पी के
player that
टट्टी
I've got
आती
to
है
have my
बताओ
eyes on here is Martin. In his last matches, he didn't have the
भाई
greatest
मार्टिन
time.
भाई
And he was one of the star rookies.
थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट
Yeah,
किया
he needs to
बे
shine, right? So many rookies coming into this VCT EMEA. You've got to, you know, match them in that performance if you want to stand out. If you want to
भाई ये
make
लोग
sure
का
that,
आईजीएल का
you know,
कॉलिंग तो
you
है
replace some strong names out there, you're going to make sure you've got the guns to back it up. But now, Carmine Corp. Onto this right-hand side, seems that it's Baron. FUT have left it open. Happy for the retake, but it's going to be a feisty one with 5 players on each
nice
side
blind
looking to fight
nice
it off.
nade nice thuk
I mean, free sight for the taking, right? FUT, they're very good with their retake protocols.
Look how close Magnum is to this fight here. Aftershock will be doing some damage onto the spike, but Mr. Fallen's been able to escape here. And the fact that Magnum was in the middle of this fight is able to do so much damage. 2 kills to the man, and now there's 2 left for FUT. They're trailing behind and they need to pick and they need it fast, but Magnum is being sneaky.
Bye, Magnum!
But it's calming Corp.
I mean, the IGL has to step up in this situation. Last time, I hate to point it out, but that own 15 on Lotus, he needs to take a stand early on in this match. And
भाई मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनो, बंद कर दो, चाइना वाला मैच देखना बंद कर दो, क्योंकि ईडीजी जीत गए, उसमें कांग है, मैटर नहीं करता अगर 6-1 के लीड में ओपोनेंट्स या 10-1 के लीड्स में, बंद कर दो देखना, जीत गए, मार्कर लेके लिख के रखो, ईडीजी won already. Thank you.
a lot of weight on your shoulders in that kind of situation. But
भाई देखो इधर से उधर तो जिंक्स नहीं कर सकता मैं,
trying to fake some of that conditioning that had been done previously on the side of Carmine Core with that C presence. But look at the rotation, it already pulls away from FUT. 4 players leaning over towards that site. It's Cracks alone here on A.
It is indeed. Different approach to previously where, you know, you'd have players closer to that B anchor.
ये बताओ PRX परमा आउट क्या भाई? PRX का हो गया टूर्नामेंट, सेकंड आ चुकी है, टूर्नामेंट खत्म, वो लोग अभी जा रहे हैं मास्टर्स के लिए, क्वालिफाई हो गए वो लोग.
But with Sheriffs, it's a different idea.
Spike planted. I mean, it's just about doing as much damage as possible, right? The
Magnum!
Not that comfortable yet.
Such a good paranoia. And it's just going to stop them all in their tracks. They might be moving in one by one.
Ace मार दिया.
One check player after the other is in the highlight reels.
An ace there for Narrate. Carmine Core stepping up here for
क्या मिलता है EMEA में? bootcamp भी मिलता है.
cycling up to these ultimates
क्या मिलता है?
quite nicely. You do have that showstopper available.
पता नहीं भाई,
Great
गाड़ी वाड़ी भी ले
combination
सकते हो
potential there with the Nightfall on any sort of execution or even into a post plant to try and delay that retake.
अच्छा गावत.
So tend to favor.
क्या मारा है बे?
4 foot, the adjustment ends up being to fight a little bit more
तो
forward. They have been playing.
भाई ये लोग ऐसा मोमेंटम रहेगा तो गया, अलग गए
Happy to give
उनके.
up that C site in particular, and they were previously burned
Bata
on that
captain
push
है.
over towards Rubble. Not going to be the case this time
Curax
around.
है, Fallen है, Sined है.
Want to?
It's way too early.
हाँ,
And it's going to be
तुझे भी है बे.
One
side हो रहा है क्या future? I mean, FUT.
4-1 हार रहा है FUT.
Showstopper not finding a kill. But they do clear it out.
हाँ, एस मार दिया बंदे ने,
Still that camera
केसी
though,
का.
that Carmine Core do not know about yet.
Which is the interesting part. Thrasher going in for a journey. They know where Shin is, so he's got to hide. Aftershock denying him sight control. Martin is there.
अच्छा गावत.
And FUT call it off. Vacate it. No
5-1
especially when they know exactly where everyone's coming from.
That was the post plan I was talking about. The Nightfall just doing so well to completely stall that retake.
Looks like they're going in for another crunch, and it might be working for them. But
Rolling
it looks
Thunder.
like they might only be going for the kills. Not much more than that, as Carmine Core. Oh, it got dicey by the end of it, but it's still calm and collected, close it all out in their favor. This is
Masters
up
का
to quite a sizable lead already in this first half of Lotus.
You've got to start feeling comfortable now
मार्च
if you're a
मिड में
FUT fan.
अप्रैल में.
Because you're looking at that money
Around
situation
एक
for
बंदा
2 hero rifles to
पॉप
work
अप
with,
कर रहा है भाई,
not the
लेकिन
Rolling
तुम लोग
Thunder.
उसका एम देख
Try
रहे हो,
and shift
सिर्फ हेडशॉट.
the upcoming situation into round
हर
number
एक
7.
बंदा अब तक 3 बंदे पॉप अप हुए,
But Carmine
तीनों का
Core,
एम वैसा
again,
है.
they've just conditioned that pressure over towards C.
हाँ?
They've run one of the fakes now and what the ecos
मैगडम
on
ने
side
मारा
of FUT.
क्लीन, मार्टिन ने मारा
They're happy to
क्लीन,
pivot back
नरेट
over
ने
towards
मारा
that C
क्लीन.
site. I mean, FUT have been giving it up for free, right? So why not continue to push that issue? FUT have yet to find an answer on that type of control, but I think they've also been willing to give up a little bit too much map control, leaving a lot
Coverage
to
की
be
चीज़ का
desired
दो
with a lot
solve
of
है,
that
tension मत.
information that they'd be looking for.
And this is quite hurting for FUT, you know, having to pull your foot off the gas time and time again. But this time, I think it's actually sort of working for them. 3 players to the defense is not too bad, but Sino caught out into the open will only be met with a lead to the chest. Yatajay onto the side. The prodigy of the team won't be able to live enough to take anyone down with them. But there's still Cracks here with a Vandal. And so does Mr. Fallen. And Cracks has done the things and had a captain
भाई
joining
गलत
in.
लड़े हो, लोग
They've
को
turned the
क्रॉस
whole
कर
tide
देना
of this
चाहिए,
round
गलत लड़े हो
in
लोग.
their favor.
Opportunity though from the shadows available here for Shin. He could just take the ultimate over towards that A site, but also misses out on the information. Would rather play with what he has now.
It's a 1v2. for Shin to do by himself. Two different angles from the FUT players. And the stun not quite finding him. Paranoia evades as well.
Oh, miss kar
Mr. Fallen
di.
doesn't miss. And for that reason, FUT win the eco.
A momentous play necessary for FUT to find themselves back into this first half.
FUT जीत गया, bro.
With the defuse down here for FUT.
FUT जीत गया, 13-5.
They're slowly coming up to this opportunity to try and equalize, stalling out on that momentum that KC has been building for themselves. And now, curious look over how. Yeah, no, that was insane. Like the replay, the energy, that's what you want to see here for FUT. That excitement there on the stage to bring themselves back into it mentally.
For sure. I mean, they've set the bar so high up for this team, not only for this team, but for the Turkish scene as a whole, that they've got so many expectations built up for them to be able to perform. This is such an important match. FUT don't want to be eliminated straight out of the bat. They want to make it into play-ins. So they've got to show it by bringing us a comeback here. KCO, though, heading to this right-hand side, and it might not be the best idea given that there's so much presence from the defenders.
First time that we've seen this aggressive look over towards the A site in quite a while as well. The only other time was, again, with that initial 4-1 split. You have
the push from mid, and there might be a crucial one. Timing. Just waiting out. It's a timing game, isn't it? Oh, it's barely avoids the bullets of Yenerjay and backs out of it. Still thinks another way of it as Martin pushes as well from a different angle.
I mean, you found CNED, the trade was there.
And KC are in the opponent's spawn, and Captain is on the flank, over the flank, and it's incredible, bringing FUT right back on top, but they don't know Shin is here, and he's turned it all around, back in the Carmen Corp's favor. Yenerjay thinking otherwise of it, and KC definitely need to put the spike on this B site.
I mean, there's 40 seconds left to play with here, plenty of time for KC. They reveal further positioning by breaking that trip. FUT, they all stick together as 3.
Can't afford to get angsty here. Bot will reveal at
30
least some
seconds
presence
left.
here.
Narrate slow.
Little do they know it's 3 players strong, 25 seconds, reconsidering the plant dizzy over the top. And it's a full wraparound. Oh dear, going back to the A site.
Because that broken door is still available. A link here for the pivot for FUT. They could quickly be on the heels of this A plant.
Magnum is left behind. He's going to have to do heroics.
Maybe
wait for them to push onto site and have a flank in the making. But this is a difficult angle. You're exposing yourself to stairs. And you've got to check out whether Krax is being pushed in that position.
He's got nowhere to go.
He's stuck in place, and he's got to do the magic from this position only. Insane. So Magnum can only focus now towards stairs, unless Narrate spots players from sight.
They have no idea.
The spike isn't planted in the best position for Carmen Court right now, which alludes to the idea that they're hiding out in pit. They interrupt the plant, but it's diffused halfway. Magnum will pop, Mr. Fallen, personal, delivers the cryptograph. That's going to be the kill. That's going to be the clutch. The Danger's on top, and FUT on the board.
So close there for Carmine Core, but what a way to turn that around. Difficult. You saw both shorties being pulled out by the attackers on the side of Carmine Core too. Just confidence going to push into that smoke, expecting that maybe it was being stuck the full duration. This is a lead that Carmine Core had initially surmounted 4-1, and FUT regrouping themselves off the back of that thrifty round to just bring themselves back in. The energy that you're seeing here on stage is contagious.
Score 7-1 होना चाहिए था technically.
And you know, it's not like Carmen Core are without pressure at all, and it looks like the big pressure point is the C site. Fault line as well as a shot stopper, being enabled here from Marty. That's aggressive. Found himself into a corner, barely avoids the aftershock. How has nobody died through that exchange?
I mean, things got dicey. There's a lot of utility being used there, right? But now it's a full run away back over towards this A side. But Carmine Core, they were sticking together as 5 in this round. So lacking that information here over towards Rubble, they will have to take a little bit more time to be diligent about the clear. You see Prowler going out to guarantee that space is safe.
I mean,
Mr. Fallen, he's going to stay in tree.
And because he stays in tree, he's got also teammates on an upper angle to deliver the fire on the cross. But no,
you should run.
Look at this push. Locked down, and they might even want to take more space than just the A site. 2 players might be locked in place though. Oh, this is really tough here for Captain. He might be able to get out, and Mr. Fallen has got from the shadows to find himself in a flanking angle.
Oh boy.
CNED finds one through the smoke.
And that puts him in charge, so Nare, eager to get his team back into equilibrium, unable to do so.
Oh,
Still
Killjoy!
3v4, Carmine Court. All they have to do is hold the spike plant. But look at Magnum, he's so troubled. He hears Mr. Fallen behind him, so he opens up some cover for himself.
He's
but
just
that
buying
opens
time.
as well to move into the site. No longer covering it. He needs reinforcements. He's struggling to cover the back line. And
Foot come back
overwhelm the site, overwhelm the flanks, and
Foot come back. Foot
close up
जीत
the
गया.
gap up against
Foot
Carmine
जीत गया. Foot
And
sexy
all
खेल
of the
Foot
success for
sexy
FUT
खेल
is coming off the back of them shifting the way that they're approaching the
बहुत सारे
defensive
rounds
side of it.
winnable
Very
होते हैं.
passive again for those retake protocols.
Huh?
We are seeing that still now in these rounds, but the difference is in the early round they are going for some of that earlier information instead of letting Carmine Core take all the space that they want. Because when they were initially letting them do that, KC were able to clear through spots on the map without nearly as much utility, and now they're being forced to use that.
Jord, Sinner by Jord.
And something I think a
6-5
lot of
it is,
people are
he's
looking
yeah.
towards Carmine is for them not to drop the ball, right? Even if you gain a lead, you can't let it go. And for Carmine, so far, they've lost quite a few rounds in a row here. They've had a sizable lead that's just been quashed. Only one round of difference, and now head towards the C site. The mosh pit is going to delay, but not going to stop Martin anytime soon. Nightfall dropping does reveal a couple of players' positions, but there's way more than just two players hiding out. Thrasher interrupting Martin on the crunch. Zenith throws himself as showstopper towards his opponent, and that just allows FUT to
देख रहा है
They are 5 versus 3 and KC in trouble.
देख रहा है
The default isn't working anymore here for Carmine Core. They
No.
need information elsewhere on the map to help with any pivots
रहा
necessary.
है.
But feel so comfortable to
देख रहा है क्या?
staff
Hello.
each site to make quick rotations because of it. And they still continuously, no matter what, will have Mr. Fallen anchoring on the other side of the map.
Already seeing how valuable Raze is against Carmine Corp's play. And this B site take seems
भाई
to be
छोटा छोटा
evident.
मिस्टेक्स अगर नहीं होंगे ना
Spike to
भाई
make
क्या
its way in.
गलत
Magnum
वो
made
होगा
noise.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
Captain hears that
you
right
know,
there.
At least that he's on the corner, but he's moving up now. At a captain. Who wins this fight?
30 seconds left.
Slightly elevated, then he would have like drops back. Okay. Carmine Court need a pick. It's absolutely crucial, absolutely vital. And without it, the chances just get minimized to Margie. Wait a minute, but fully blind, not much can be done unless you can clutch this all by yourself. 2 kills in the bag, 3 more for the ace and the clutch, but they overwhelm the front, and that's FUT again on the mark. Equalizing the scoreline, the comeback is back.
Diligent now 5-5 here, and I know we didn't see as crazy of reactions on the replay on the cameras right now, but earlier on in this matchup, we even saw CNED yelling with his teammates, and that's a look from him that we haven't really seen. He's usually a lot more cool, calm, collected, very chill kind of player. So now I guess, now that he's home, back on a Turkish team, might be feeling those vibes just a little bit more.
For sure, he hasn't been on a Turkish team for a while,
Did he,
so definitely might feel a bit at home after all, allowed to do his thing. And so far looking great on that race. Timeout for Carmine, I think quite necessary. Try and get those pieces together.
He's
Ed
cooldown हो गया
has
अभी.
put a lot of his responsibility
हो गया मेरा
over this
Binks.
roster. He wants to match the glory he's had once upon a time, right? He's been a champion. And the reason I say once upon a time is because it feels so long ago. Whether Carmine Court can be that roster for him is another question, but at least he wants to take him into play-ins. And he definitely feels a lot of responsibility for it as well.
I think that's difficult. I mean, a mad respect to feel all of that responsibility, but at the same time, it is also up to these players, these 3 duelist players,
Option
where 2 of
grind
them are
कर
being
रहा है
slotted into different roles to actually enact that as well. It's not... you only have so much control of what's going on in the server in that kind of sense. You can see them chatting over this timeout, but I think regardless, narrated specific, I know I talk about it all the time. I'm from NA, I can't talk about him, but he has been probably the most consistent player on the team, even when
there
they were
any
losing
chance
to
they
teammates.
win this?
Bias caster.
Hey.
Confirmed.
I might be an NA trader, but...
Your heart is where your heart is.
It is.
And Carmine Court move towards this B site. This time only one defending it, but plenty of utility that will figure out all of these positions quite quickly. Martin. Ooh, double blast pack, and he's right into Yedajay's face, but Yedajay isn't losing that. He's the protege, if you will. Rolling Thunder straight out of the bat, that's aggressive, and don't want to let them get any site control, no
खत्म
spike
कर
path
दी
for
बे,
them.
खत्म
And straight after the timeout, FUT look to collapse on Carmen Core. Magnum
खत्म
flash,
बे
concussed, nothing he can do. Find a ding, but
Bye.
not with a stinger. Won't do the job. FUT guarantee they'll at least be at equal
खत्म
rounds
बे
by the end of this half.
I mean, realistically, you couldn't ask for a better counter to the Viper's pit and then just not giving them the opportunity to even set up.
करने का तो
And
फास्ट
that's
हिट
off of
करने का क्या
KC
बोलते
trying
हो
to
10
change the
एंगल नहीं
pacing,
देखना
tempo
पड़ता
in that last round compared to the slower starts that they've had into their full-on
एक बिजनेस आइडिया
executions.
50-50 करते हैं आप जिंक्स करो
But
मैं
now I
नींबू
do
मिर्च से
wonder,
सेल करूंगा वेरी रियलिस्टिक
into this last round, now that we have guns back in the hands of Carmine Core,
मॉड
do
से
they
हल्का
actually
सा
slow
टाइटल
things
चेंज
down? Do
करो
they spread out a little bit more? We are seeing a 1-3 split now.
Big sir, do you enjoy this
So a
life
different
more?
look.
We're happy
Previously, at most, it was
while you are playing
4-1,
competitive
usually
in
leaning
Valo.
the majority over towards that C
Both are
side.
the same, Ray.
But they have to add a little bit more pressure
You
now.
have to
because
go
I
with
think
the flow in life to be
not
happy.
having that threat are so often able to just keep so much of their utility into those retakes too.
100%. FUT definitely adjusting to how Carmen Core like to play. Deathball approach being, well, it's been giving them success really. Why
ये
they've
default
already
अच्छा
got
है
a win in the bag.
केसी का ये
Why they were
default
able to
अच्छा है
compete against Heretics so closely. Well, yeah, closely, 413, never mind, not so closely, but why they won against Shytex maybe.
Bring them down.
Valorant. I mean, FUT more than happy to always leave the C side open. Magnum's been sought out here. But it's going to be maybe a pivot with B site all taken. No.
It's all the Rouge, isn't it? They just want to push even further into the spawn and try to grab any of these picks, and they are capable of doing so. 2 already down, and that's the advantage Carmen need to keep it going. Martin going all the way around though, and he's being caught by Attica. Scratch that. He himself is the one getting the pick. And he's gone even further around into the A site. He's gone for a journey, and FUT are scratching their heads. Where on earth did he go?
Well, I mean, he's just buying all the time, right? It's the last round of the half, but they have to be focused on trying to get that defuse, but Martin's just a constant threat.
And with them having their minds of someone behind them, Shin just
वरना है वरना नावे से फने को एक ही आगे जाएगा
final player.
क्या
We'll get one for his troubles. Might make it highlight reel before this round is over.
Yeah, I won't get the defuse though.
Dizzy, or he might, unless he gets a shot against Nare here, but no. That's not the
6-6
case. 6 to 6. It couldn't be closer as we close off this half time. We knew this match would be close, right? We knew how closely tied these two teams would be, given how they've performed so far. And in this match, in Lotus, it looks to be so.
Oh, absolutely. I know we can't see the timeline right now, but that was 5 out of the 6 round wins there for FUT were those retakes. Again, the comfort and just being able to hold on to so much of their kit going into these rounds, but they also have
Veti or Emmet Veti
into that. KC stopped
no
the bleeding for now, but the momentum I think still lies on FUT.
It definitely does lie on FUT, right? I feel like with that one round, you can't feel comfortable to have grabbed the momentum. At least.
पंकज पैनकेक क्या हुआ वाला
खा लिया मैंने फिर पूछ रहा है अभी पैनकेक है क्या
अरे पूछ रहा था इस जनरल नॉलेज
वाह
Carmen on the defense on retakes, which is basically the name of the game for Lotus, will have to play their A game to continue in winning ways. But for now, on this pistol, very slow. Very familiar to this approach here from FUT, as they kind of wait to see what Carmen Core does.
I mean, Carmen Core, they also do have that tendency when a little bit
Oh,
starved
bichara
for
hai
that
main.
information, they'll start throwing out some of maybe narrates
अच्छा
utility
खेला
out
भाई
from that fade.
क्यों बेचारा
But again, continuing to kind of cycle these smokes over towards the A side.
वाह
Little
मतलब
do they
चीट
know,
मील
though, is the
होता है
Killjoys
डे नहीं
actually
होता
fully
तो
set
मैंने
up
क्या
for
किया मैंने
A with
मील ही
Magno
किया है
playing
मैंने
over towards top window on B, just being in same.
बिंदा आपका प्यारे को जंजी देख रहा था अभी आप कुछ कहना चाहोगे
But they're just trying
सॉरी
to
बोलो प्यारे
draw
को
some of that attention towards this B side right now. 4 players on KC.
Mods,
all from
please
this
take
breach
care of my
utility
haters.
From that nade that went down.
For keeping KC locked and loaded onto that B site is
केस ने KC है
progress into C, fully space scarred. And now
कौन केस डाला
what
कौन
they
सा
do with
मॉड
it
था
is the other question.
30 seconds left.
How far do they go?
क्या
Krax
क्या
has found
चेंज किया
himself a
मैंने
really good pick. I wonder why Nare decided to peek that alone.
Was he peeking or was it through the smoke just being sprayed
Honestly,
down?
I missed it. But still, Magnum,
Ah,
good shot. In and out of the fight though. FUT try to defend this over from Mount. It's the best angle the spike could be planted in for this position, but they don't really have vision for it. It's touched once. They are going to start spamming. Shin loses his life. Line up their shots against all opposing players, and that's FUT finding the lead on the second half.
Just no opportunity to even try and contest that rubble control. KC, for the most part, all stuck into that dark orb and not even be able to get out of the smoke. Now for FUT, anti-eco abound, but again, I think this is where we're seeing that adjustment. KC, they probably did a little bit of their homework, tried to look to see how they could maybe counter the previous composition. Now FUT, they bring in a new look to a very quick tournament where you're not necessarily anticipating that kind of depth in agent composition for these maps at this point. And I'm really liking how FUT look on it, because you do have a lot more opportunity to try and set up CNED on that Raze with the changes in kits that you have here 100%. In Cracks and in Mr. Fallen as well.
I think that's something a lot of people are looking for as well, right? Putting into more comfort angle.
I don't know. I think Lauren's going to be more disappointed. She's probably watching at home. She's like, CNED now.
Nah, don't do it.
I want you to do it, but I don't know. Been letting Lauren down as of late. But I mean, he's been looking good. I mean, that time with Angel's paying off. It didn't pay off on Navi, but it's paying off on FUT.
It is. And that's going to allow them quickly to get onto 8. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion to be had here with IGL versus IGL.
Texture और सीने रुक जाओ यार, थोड़ा pressure में ऐसा difficult question मत पूछो यार.
Best and strongest team on paper, at least, that he's ever had in his command.
I mean, the upgrades have been nice. I think Yedijay was a star player.
Yes, big time.
Yeah, like a very insane look coming out of a rookie for this first time on the big stage.
Love you, Manus. Bye.
They're okay, 30 seconds.
EDG losing 9-5. भाई मेरी बुंड भी losing है. अभी भी 2 कप चाय पिए, ठीक है?
I mean, it's knives out.
मेरे को stress मत दो अभी. Math पे ध्यान दो.
Yeah. Can't to figure it out, but no, they will get on site on time, but they are keeping it very,
very
close. Love running risk. Love running the gamble.
Bago!
I mean, either way, you would expect, okay, even if there is an anchor on the side of Carmine Court towards C, they don't have the weapons to really contest it.
Hey,
but I'll be very honest with you. I think you're one of the most hardworking streamers that I have seen. Also, I mean, it was something so cute and blessed as you and Pinky D. Lots of love you too.
I mean, no, you have Cracks cycling up to that thrash very quickly here, just trying to deny as much as possible.
Ada Captain is going in for the cross. He's the only player from FUT without a weapon to lose, and it's Martin to collect one for himself.
अच्छा मार्टिन है मैं मार्लिन क्यों बोल रहा था कब से
where they can have a really strong bonus with all rifles.
Marlene
worth it for them in any sort of sense. It was really just Ada who was looking for maybe the potential of getting a pick, and then no matter what, you're cycling at minimum one of those orbs into the rolling thunder. 8 to 6 now, FUT off the back of the momentum again. Don't forget, this was a 4-1 start for Carmine Core FUT. They've just been rolling with it thus far. Looking to be fair, though, that was just the first 2 rounds of the second half. Like, it was the pistol round, it was the anti-eco round. This is where things are really on the shoulders of Carmine Core.
There's a fear at the back of my mind. KC loses and FUT just carry on winning this entire attack because they love momentum. Right, they love being able to control the pace of this game.
They're Turkish.
And exactly for that reason, KC might be a little bit more nervous now on their buy round, knowing how much they cannot afford to lose this. This isn't a low buy for FUT. It's a bonus, but they've got so many rifles.
It's a risky position here for Tamazi as well. Magnum with the first pickup on Ada Captain is really nice. Try and shift that at the very least.
First good step for sure, and it seems that the KC players on that B site lining up to go in for a bit of a side push.
Well, do we see a pivot here now towards B? But there's a crossfire being held with the new 50-50.
And DeathAdder could collapse on this B site simultaneously with the others, but
well.
to stop this push from
KC
happening.
is back.
And Carmine Court look to clean up. Look to have all 5 players alive by the end of it. DeathAdder is the only player standing.
I mean, he's chilling. Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock. Sure, he might be able to try and find one. But otherwise, but the other thing is surely you do try and maybe go for some sort of engagement. You don't want to carry
nothing
that
to
bulldog
lose as much as the previous one, right? You definitely want to do some damage with this bulldog, but they also know exactly where he is. I know where the spike
Guys,
is.
इससे
I know what they could possibly.
इससे ही एक शायरी आ गई. अर्ज किया है मेरे मॉड का नाम है आदि. वाह वाह वाह वाह. अर्ज किया है मेरे मॉड का नाम है आदि. ये मैप के बाद संडा जाके मैं करूंगा पादी पादी. हैशटैग ओपी. आदि भाई हैशटैग ओपी शायरी थी बेंच.
Together, they got one
वाह
in the
वाह
midst
वाह
of
वाह
finding that momentum.
वाह
Here's
वाह वाह.
another.
कमाल है
They've gotta
कमाल है.
start
वाह.
chaining them to be able to really find.
कैसा था?
Okay, you can see,
वाह.
and it is a little.
Yeah.
Things are
रियल था
serious right now.
रियल.
Things are
रियल है भाई.
serious right
गुड़गुड़
now.
हो रहा है पेट में. रियल है.
Things are getting real, big time.
Things are getting
I
real.
mean,
देखो.
this is another reason why why French fans in the arena today can be happy, right? They had the French
Sexy
derby
था,
earlier,
sexy
Gentleman's
था.
vitality, and now they want to see Carmine Core take success here. But for now, have taken a quick A-side attack, and it's being greeted by a lot of defenders in this proximity.
I mean, the util that could be done to just stall out. I'm looking towards that paranoia here for Shin. If FUT look to commit, not going to be the case. Instead, they can sense how much is being invested here. Carmine Core chucking a piece of util from nearly every single player to push that rubble control away
एक और शायरी है. एक और शायरी है.
pivot over to
इसके बाद.
Well,
इसके बाद.
A lot of damage taken up by Yedajay, I do believe, from those nanos.
प्रेशर में भूल ना जाओ.
Taken over. This is the retake we've been waiting for. Oh, spike in the middle of the open. That's not exactly what they would have liked, especially when that captain drops. Suddenly, Carmine Core are in charge, in the lead, and Shin's got all covered. Mr. Fallen trying to go for the flank, gets red. And FUT in a big trouble. 30 seconds, and they've got so much to do. Yedajay looking to do some heroics here, but Carmine Core grouped up together.
ये वाला सुनो, ये वाला सुनो, ये वाला सुनो. अर्ज किया है फुट ये गेम जीत के क्वालिफाई हो चुका. फुट ये गेम जीत के क्वालिफाई हो चुका. डिंक चिका डिंक चिका डिंक चिका. ए डिंक चिका डिंक. बाय.
Zaish is just
I
like,
think
okay, that
last
was clean,
life
guys.
में
Like,
मैं
let's keep this going.
poems था मैं.
But
क्या
the
बोलते हो?
energy you want to see. FUT now, put onto an eco round. Sheriffs across the board.
अच्छा था, अच्छा था, अच्छा था.
Genuinely can't take them out of the equation
Talent
just
है.
yet, all things
जग्गे
considered.
पे
I think
under pressure,
Yedajay,
जग्गे पे शायरी आती है.
especially in their matchup against Giant X, I believe it was, he's been just so good on those flanks, just being able to find those picks and break up the team on the defense.
Yeah, it's the name of the game for Lotus, really, trying to catch everyone off guard, but there's so much utility on the back lines. It's a difficult one, but Yedajay does get a pick with a Sheriff, which doesn't come, you know, too often in these situations, giving you numbers advantage. Yedajay is good, but of course, getting the opener pick on attack is exactly what they want. Maybe an opportunity to find their way in. The thing is that rifle is way out of reach, and Shin holding this angle and Tamaji finding a pick towards the other side. It does put Carmine Core back in the driver's seat.
How many are here? Shin knows that it's more than one at the very least. The paranoia to delay by a bit of time for this rotation.
Stop them in their tracks, but they are going to move in right after that. CNET has already crossed to the back of the side, but Yedajay is quick with it right now.
Pre-gun, CNET भाई को मिला है
pre-gun. Well, beautiful neural theft as well. Knowing where all the players are coming from. And FUT all of a sudden have a big chance in this, collecting one of the rifles, and it's an adequate hand. CNED's going to try and do it all by himself here on this one, as Yedajay is on low health, maybe to try and trade his life early. Prowler searching for all these players. They know Mr. Fallen knows on side, or maybe they don't. Not checked, miscoms, and FUT bring out the thrifty round to upset Carmine Core's boy.
Everyone on FUT so low on that thrifty round as well. That is not what you want to be seeing, especially after that hunt had gone out. It tagged, I think, 2 to 3 players maybe on the side of FUT into the post plant. So the information was there. Might have been a bit of a misexpectation coming out from the snakebite on Tomazi, just expecting the snakebite to have actually denied that corner there into the post plant, but it was just shy. Regardless, FUT, they
rounds of the throw gearing,
like their synergy has just been everything lately.
We're definitely seeing an antithesis in emotions here from Zaish. One round he's over the moon, the other he's punching his hands.
अब तक match point पे रहते थे
and,
just
yeah, I can't blame him.
But
It's taking them through the emotions. And in the meantime, you can see some very far placement here from Martin.
I like this though. Karmine Corp haven't really gone for this style of aggression before.
Stun does reach him. Dizzy, not quite sure if it does,
Oh,
but it
shit.
does. It does, so they'll pre-fire it. Martin still alive, but not for long. Oh, wait a minute! There was a world that he could have gotten some kills there, but no. Instead, it is going to be equilibrium as a fight still ensues. Shin is a master of this fight. The Thrasher will stop Shin from moving. So it is an easy pick for Cracks, but he's got a lot more to do in this 1 versus 2.
Tommy's positioning right now, though, knows that FUT are not going for that rotation. Magnum just has to live.
Cracks helps out by throwing the wingman in.
God.
Magnum's got that corner covered and is not allowing Cracks to move back. That's Karmine Corp right back in the fight.
Don't leave him hanging.
9
Let's go for props, guys. Come on. But man,
कैसे अच्छा खेल रहा है
good
बे,
read there
considering?
from Karmine Corp, Tommy's being able to call out that rotation over towards A.
आज सारे underdog teams ओपा खेल रहे हैं, क्या बोलते हो?
Man, that was all Shin that round, especially after Martin gets caught out. The utility dumped on him to guarantee that pick, but then you just used Mount.
Ah, yeah. Hype करो.
Retained player from last year in Karmine Corp. He is insane. Like when Chaos ensues.
China कौन जीत रहा है? ADG.
No, that's the thing is the way that Karmine Corp were even
2-0
handling
ADG.
the roster changes when N came in. It was everyone had to retrial. So Shin wasn't just retained because of his contract or anything like that. He retrialed. He made the cut again. Same thing with Saish, their assistant coach, in that kind of regard. So it speaks a lot as to how much they believe in Shin as well.
100% FUT going into thinking mode for another time. A lot to be said.
बहुत गंदा था आर्यन भाई इतना गंदा था फिर भी कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहे हो शर्म करो 1-1 अपने दिन में 2-0 ना यार वो हाँ 1-1
It's a very close affair and just the smallest of mistake can influence the outcome of a round.
Ooh. Okay.
भाई लेकिन technically KC जीत जाता था
This is the third time that they've tied up so far and just have one.
अच्छा खेल रहा है लेकिन
You and I have
technically
2 best of 3s to go today.
अपना
On top of
तो
that,
जितना चाहिए था KC
it's
का
going to be a long
small
one, I think,
mistakes
here
हो
for
गए
FUT versus Karmine Corp and the decider of Group A. Again, Nightfall available here for Narrate. So big for that retakes, but getting that solo anchor towards B, a bit more information that was being sought. Karmine Corp trying to jiggle the one way over towards C-side. A left open until Magnum has just rotated over, but again, they've been very comfortable with that since Magnum has just kind of been playing over towards stairs, playing over towards top B, just to ensure that that Killjoy utility is up and ready. But more than happy to play more of that retake towards that A site. There are a lot more avenues to actually try and find that space on as a defender.
Yeah, on the defending side right now, it's information right now trying to be gathered. As you can see a double swing here onto C long, but otherwise, FUT have got their eyesight onto B, smoking one of these entries, snake bite into the
great delay
crunch, and it will stop them in their tracks, will make them rethink. 44 seconds on the clock. There are a couple of rifles that can do a lot of damage. As a matter of fact, placing them at the right point, at the right time. 2 lurks, 1 in B, 1 in C, and it's Mr. Fallen that might come in contact first. Or even could be Energy. Maybe FUT up counting on that, as there's a lot of utility on that Killjoy over to this A site. The smoke soaring into B. Prowler on towards Zenith's position, but it doesn't read anybody, so the call is clear. Here for KC, just hold back, wait, because they've got him the pick. And FUT, on 14 seconds to spare, now only finally take the call to push B.
I mean, great patient calling coming out from Magnum, right? You're looking towards that C-side, no
एक,
one moved.
दो, तीन
They're actually extended here in this 5v4.
Yeah, that's the chase after Mr. Fallen here right now. They know exactly where he is, but Cracks is trying to save his teammate's life into the stun. That's not what he would like, but still, he's got time to replenish himself. Karmine Corp, you need to move in quickly, and you're running out of utility to try and deal with this blast pack to allow Martin to find an out angle. Mr. Fallen with the Sheriff can be so dangerous. But it is going to be used in time, and that means that Karmine Corp come out on top. Number superiority does
बस अभी एक भी राउंड सामने वाला बंदा दो एंड कर दो
Put से टट्टी कर गया there from Karmine Corp, and don't forget FUT only had 2 rifles that they were working with into that round, so it did get expensive.
इंडिया में वैलेंट का क्रेजी फ्यूचर है, क्रेजी नहीं लेकिन अच्छा है क्योंकि कंपटीशन कम है.
Actually use those ultimates to see if they could close it at
15-20 लोग ही है जो लड़ते रहते हैं. So you have a very good chance.
Yeah, that's...
It barely looked like he was able to use that showstopper to begin with.
It was on the money there.
Yeah.
And I was on the money
Like
that shot.
1 ping, 2 ping of difference. I mean, they're all on that. It doesn't make a difference, but you know.
If you were after effect.
Too close for comfort, though. Like either way, no matter how you cut it. Okay. Again. Early Rebel control.
Wait a moment.
Or not Rebel, Mound control here on the side of Karma and Core, showing that very early presence here on the defense.
In the meantime, though, FUT take onto the right-hand side, and they've actually pushed up quite far forward.
Yeah, a different look, and this time you actually don't have Magnum's utility there to stall. Instead, you're going to be relying on Thomasy for it. Tree control in the hands of FUT here, too. It's full retake. But we're also looking towards that lockdown. That's why we're seeing that A site empty.
A lot of noise on this A site, and Tamaji can hear it all. All he has to do is wait for his team to come in. Nice angle here from Cracks to try and fend off some of these off angles. Lockdown for Magnum. That's going to allow everybody to vacate the site, but I have a feeling, I have an inkling FUT are going to try and fight for this, and Calming Core are ready for it. Showstopper in for it. Doesn't close down the lockdown in time. It does actually, and he gets a pick before he drops. Cracks tries to deal with Martin as he crosses forwards, but it's all too much. Rolling Thunder and doesn't hit a single player. Yenergy makes his ground noise known, but it's not mattering at all. 2v2 on the spike already. Aftershock going to delay it. Every single player of Calming Core is low. Flash is perfect. No one can see a thing, but Magnum is good for it. Yenergy doesn't need to do a thing. All he has to do is delay, and Magnum knows that even though he gets the kill, he has to run, has to save the gun.
Bhai sexy kala Magnum.
To keep these teams on equal ground yet again.
Bhai OT nahi, please. Last chat याद है last time मेरे को कट्टी हुई थी OT पे double OT गया था. अंडी मंडी खत्म कर दो अभी. खत्म कर दो please. अच्छा खेल रहे दोनों टीम मजा आ रहा है देखने में. OT नहीं.
And even though it was a trade of an ultimate for an ultimate here.
खत्म कर दो. बराबर.
On the end there, you see one of the players, his sleeves are rolled up right now. But so
it's getting hot in here.
It's getting hot. It's getting serious. You don't want any of that limitation to your mobility with your mouse arm when you're going for those big swings.
It all matters at the end, right? All makes a difference.
Gotta be aerodynamic.
I mean, it is a game of inches, right? You gotta be able to perform at your best. If the sleeve is bothering your mouse movement, move it up.
खत्म कर दो.
Again, that early Rebel control, early pressure. This time Magnum shifted back over towards A because he doesn't have that lockdown to play with. Cena just looking to pressure some of the utility, try and force it out early.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to do so thus far, but Yenergy moving forwards, he's missed someone crossing towards the right, which could be its demise, and exactly that's what happened.
Lord,
And that's Karma in the lead. They've got the numbers. It's a matter of what they do with it now.
Man, Shin was just the bait, and you had Martin holding the line. Dizzy up over towards this A site, drawn quite the rotation, but B is free now. Mr. Fallen's walked all the way in.
Which gives the call to the rest of the team to move in that direction as well, with 40 seconds to spare. And with a pick, they're right back in the same position as their opponents, and that's exactly what happened. CNET gets one. He does get traded though. Crucially enough,
PRX out हो गए. PRX का मैच खत्म हो गया. वो लोग सेकंड आ गए और वो लोग क्वालिफाई हो गए मद्रिद के लिए. वो लोग मास्टर्स खेलने जाएंगे. सेकंड आए वो लोग का सीडिंग अलग होएगा.
It's going to be hotly contested though. Calming Core moving in all directions, checking the back of the site. No one is there. They've got to clear out Cracks though, stun in this direction. On the spike, diffusing, and players being human shields right now as they do get sprayed upon. They do end up dropping one by one. And so will Martin by the end. Magnum, again, running out of time, being the final player.
Oh, time
again, but it's FUT this time to get
the lead. Let's go, FUT, let's go.
Can hardly believe he won that.
I think Karma and Core just taking a little bit too long on those retakes, very hesitant. You had Shin playing so far back over towards Waterfall, concerned that
FUT had pushed the issue
over towards that C-Link.
तेरी गेम देखने आता हूँ रात को और हमेशा वॉच पार्टी.
Just really not having the opportunity to find that space, and that's also
आज रात को अमेरिका में जो गेम होएगा ना,
side of, but you just need to deny some of these
ये खत्म हो जाएगा. 11:30 बजे खत्म हो जाएगा.
The energy here for FUT, the excitement after that round, as Karma and Core, they find themselves on a bit of an awkward bye here. Semi-eco with a couple stinger scores alongside a hero rifle in the hands
भाई
of
जब भी
Magnum.
स्कोर क्लोज होता है तभी प्रेशर भी
on
बढ़ता है
our
बे
team.
इसके पीछे भी कुछ साइंस रहेगा
No one
हाँ
will be
क्योंकि
found
मेरे
on
को लगता है
site, as it
माइंड
does
ऐसा
go
सोच रहा है
all the way
तो अभी
around.
बैठ के
Only one
होने
crossing
वाला
so far
समझ रहे
for
हो
Carmine Court.
लेकिन
This is a
हो नहीं रहा है
difficult
ऐसा
one
कुछ
for them.
रहेगा
Magnum's
मेरे
going to do a
हिसाब
lot of the heavy lifting with that Vandal,
क्या
but
बोलते
it's
हो?
close proximity fight, so Stingers can also pack quite a
कुछ
punch,
साइंस
but
है
talk of Magnum, he drops. He's the first one to do so as well. The smoke does deteriorate, and Martin gets a pick. Shows up a thrown, but it's not necessary. Martin drops, but it's still Carmine Court with a lot of players on this B side, and that's exactly where FUT are heading towards right now.
The
Or
pivot
not.
back away. I mean, they drew some attention. Shin and Tomazi there. But Tomazi now alone over towards the C site.
He can hear Yeruji doing so much noise, and within your
Well,
offense,
well,
spotting out
well.
all of these players, it's gonna alarm the bells for FUT to move towards this A side.
Go,
It's
go,
a
go,
really
go,
good
go,
call
go,
for
go,
them.
go, go.
Really great timing. They've upgraded their weapons as well.
30 seconds left.
Pre-plant
Ooh, stun, trying to take the fight once again.
रहेगा मैं
Fury
पक्का
gets
कमीशन में
away.
फेल हो
Yeah,
जाऊंगा
Bingman's doing all
अगर
the
तेरी
spot
बातें
farm.
सुनी
The
तो
rest of
है
them focus on
साइंस
the
है मैं
fights.
बोल रहा हूँ
They might just push back straight in towards B and over towards stairs as you have tree control here from Yetajay.
12-10 बोलते
There's a weapon in this position. The smoke off to limit the far angles. On the spike already. This is going to be a spray game here for FUT. They don't need to see their opponents. They're going to try and spray towards them, but I think the spike is just a little bit too far. Oh, Nare just a little bit too far away from all the bullets thrown in his direction. Carmine Court might get the kills, but the defuse is successful. And for that, it's equilibrium for yet another time.
They needed that shift in energy onto the side of Carmine Court. Again,
Kaise?
neck and neck. What? Fourth time now? Fifth time now? I'm losing
Kaise?
track
We've lost
of how
count.
many times
doesn't
these
matter.
two have just traded rounds back and forth.
कैसे अमेरिका 430 है ना पागल हो गए क्या 130
Difficult
से अमेरिका
spot that they're in here as far as that economy goes. A lot
पहला
has
ही
been
बाप
spent
मैच
in
है
the
बे
last couple
सीनन
of
वर्सेस
rounds, but
एमआईबीआर कर देंगे
Carmine Court doing so well, that paranoia, so much value into that.
कैसे
It's like
बे
these two teams have thrown
भाई,
lassos at
OT
each
नहीं,
other and
please.
just hugging.
Hugging?
Time and time again.
कैसे बोला hugging इसने
It really is. Everyone's got a leash on each other.
ये गया भाई
And again, FUT
ये
put
गया
a lot of effort
गलत
early on to
सिचुएशन
this
के
round
टाइम
to
पे
deal
इसने
with that
hugging
utility
बोला ना
side.
ये गया
Time and time again, we see the same thing.
Oh.
But this time it's Tamaji on the defense of the A side.
ADG one, मेरे को तो पहले ही पता था।
Even further. He uses a Viper's Pit.
पहले
Doesn't want
पता
to
था
take any
भाई।
chances, no risks.
No, the thing is, with that pit, you also lose out on that information
That
over
greenery
towards
है, मजा
tree.
आ गया।
They try to add a little bit of pressure by opening that door on the side of FUT, but they're also walked in towards B here.
And Carmine Court well
His
aware they've
angle,
given the space over, which
his
means
head.
they're going to fight right after it. Mr. Fallen somehow still alive. Stun clearing out a lot of space. Look at Fallen. Mr. Fallen is pushed. But it doesn't matter, because the short team will do it. Seen it. Showstopper. Will he find anyone? Yes, he will! And the captain helps. And somehow there might be a chance in this one, because Alex Seenet has found himself a rifle. Will it be enough though, as he is low in health? Yes, it is for now! Sprayed out the captain again with the classic, doing so much damage! It's the pistol for FUT! And it's a thrifty! That gets them on map points!
Free gun, by the way. Look at how the captain, he's just giggling right now. He got 3 picks with that classic. I don't think KC come back from that one. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm a Carmine Court fan.
How did they get away with this? Every single time they've got lesser weapons. Carmine Court just drop players from out of captain's pistols, where it's Yetajay's pistols, CNA's utility.
आराम से भाई आराम से
I don't think I've ever seen Cena get out of his chair
लगता
before.
है एक गेम के बाद मैं और सीनियर भाई साथ में जाएंगे
Well, yes. That's what I mean. It's been a hot minute since we've
you've
seen
been
that
in the
energy.
EMEA, that hasn't happened.
Okay, well, that hasn't been that long, so I feel like that doesn't mean
लिक्विड
anything
वाला बहुत
whatsoever.
फटेगा लिक्विड वाला नहीं कर
But
सकता
still,
यार
Magnum
अमेरिका
think,
मिस
are
हो
we going to see
जाएगा
a topsy-turvy of topsy-turvies?
थोड़ा
Like,
ओवरलैप
is
हो
this an
रहा है
upside
वो
down
matches।
day? Our pistol was going to be taking it. Obviously, it's only Magnum with a pistol. The rest of them got some shape or form of a bigger weapon.
Casey finding themselves at least an advantage with Mr. Fallen being taken down. So no smokes available here for
OT
FUT.
आएगा,
Really
OT हुआ तो
only
तू
gonna
पहले
look
hide
towards
करेगा।
some of the cages from Yetajay, but they've already been utilized.
Martin on rat duty. And boy, oh boy, is he good at this job! And it's a turnaround yet another time. Seen it out, the captain trying to do it all by himself. Rolling Thunder thrown in their direction. They're concussed, they're stunned, but also at the same time, they are blind. Shin comes in, double kill for him. And that's overtime on our first map of this series. We're lined up for a banger here.
I mean, what a way also for Carmine Court to just completely shift going into that potential last round of map number 1. The fact that they're going off of getting thrifted with a 3-piece from a classic and still able to carry this energy forward, not letting it get to them. And it's a decently young team as well. Again, the rookies coming in here on the side of Carmine Core to still play in a manner of level-headedness.
Ata captain put bin.
Nice art there.
Say मेरे से handwritten था.
Appreciate the art. Gotta appreciate the
सब
art.
scripted है. वाह भाई, कैसे scripted बोल सकता है? 2 बार चट्टी आई है मेरे को हॉस्पिटल के नाम. 2 बार, दोनों टाइम OT. ये कौन सा script है भाई? हाँ?
We're not seeing it from any of these teams. They're not
चारों
really finding
टेगा.
what 100%
2 OT तक मेरा
works for them,
capacity
because
है.
they've tried things multiple times. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It's a matter of
पूरा butt clenching
millimeters.
करके बैठा हूँ मैं.
And you know, milliseconds that can make the difference at the end of the day. So it's whoever hits the shots really. That's what we're looking at on this one.
I mean, what I like about the fact that Carmine Core are taking the timeout right now is they started losing out on the attacking side into the
ऐसा लगता है यही
second
रेस है
portion
ना?
of that
देख रहे हो
first
वो
half,
एंगल से?
where FUT were playing a little bit more forward, a
कहाँ
little bit
कहाँ
more
डब्लो के
forward. That
बंग मैं बोला
information
था
Carmine
बेइजी
Core
है
were
बेडीजी के लिए.
starved for some
वो
of
लोग को
that map
ट्रॉफी दे देना
space
चाहिए.
and also just overwhelmed in a lot of those retakes as well, forcing a lot more of that utility out early here on the attacking side. But again, that was when they were playing those 5-person rushes, those 4-1 splits.
Big question of the week, क्या आज Binks बुन टिकेगा?
Looking at a more
सीजन का
default
स्टार्ट पर
approach,
पता
but this
नहीं बट
4-1 split is looking a little too reminiscent.
Yeah,
देखा
it's all too real. It's all coming back right now as Carmine Court find themselves on the attack foot on defense.
से काम नहीं है.
And it's 2 rounds consecutive necessary to put a team in the lead here, get map number 1 under wraps.
Stats नहीं हो, stats है. चाइना का stats का पता नहीं. But हर
I mean, the plan might just be to try and cycle Martin up into that showstopper for the explosive entry.
हर pro
But again, that camera over towards
player
him not revealed early on this time, so.
Parking में refund ले लो.
So many times.
I know, I'm surprised.
When has he
actually
helped?
Refund ले लो 100 रुपए.
There's been a couple times where it's gotten that information. I think they're just looking for it, right?
Huh?
No, okay, they're not even going to shoot
Refund
it
ले
out.
लो.
It just
हो
made the
गया.
sound,
Now
okay.
fine. Yeah.
That's all 4 though.
Yeah, they spotted out everyone, which allows FUT to start rotating over.
के
They'll be
time
here
पे
in
ऐसा
time.
concentration
Or at
वाला
least they'll try to
super
be.
chat
The
पे.
spike hasn't gone down quite yet, and FUT
Box
already
by thank you for the
taking
32.
Don't wanna give
30
this side the break.
kills.
Want to fight this before the
Advance.
spike goes down. Yetajay with first blood. And maybe now they'll respect them and
अरे
take the numbers
most
fight
तेरे
after the
बुंड
spike
में
is
हाथ
planted.
का लुंड.
Very nice way to pull back. You also have the full kit of cracks here into the retake.
Yeah, Carmine Court not happy with it yet. They want more picks here.
Uncomfortable.
They do pick up Yetajay. Spike.
30 seconds left.
Not quite gone down because of the sprays. They're scared. They're fearing this position.
I mean, FUT have so much to work with, right?
But not much time on the clock. Carmine Court need to put that spike down, and they need to put it down now. FUT start to spray in that direction. Stun to the back of the site, trying to pick up Tamaji. Unable to do so. It's Martin out into the open. Collected, picked up. Magnum. Oh, he's closed up the gap. Magnum. What a sneaky bugger. But Ala Captain taking him down in time. It draws it back to a 2 versus 2 with Carmine Court on top. And Tamaji is leading the charge on the C side. Shorty taking out as he drops down the Viper's Pit. Ala Captain, all to himself, might have turned it all back around. Replenishing himself as the Viper's Pit is dropped. And it's Shin against Ala Captain. The time is running.
Shot.
Shin's bullet.
खत्म कर दो KC. Let's go.
It's going to be Carmine Corp on the lead in the first round of voting.
Let's go KC.
Oh, you saw just like the sign of perfection coming out from Martin when he was talking with the team and whatnot. Of course, it
love
was down to the wire, so
you.
not too much excitement seen from the teams there on stage. But regardless, that was a dicey head-to-head because I think between Ana Captain and Shin, it's a toss-up on who wins that 50-50.
Tension वाला
Right,
situation
who
है
wins it in this
tension.
situation? And again, down to the wire. And Zaysh, the passion in it is all that is required, really.
मत
It's all
करो यार,
a
चक्कर
passion
आना बचा है
project
अभी
at the
सिर्फ.
end of the day, right?
It's all vibes.
It's all vibes. And Carmine Court are full of it, but can they maintain it?
किसी
For
के
really
live
good
stream पर
interrupting those
आपके
vibes and
शादी
putting
के
them into
stream
the
की
thinking
बातें
corner.
बोली. मुझे गुस्सा आ रहा
But
बंद
for
करो.
now, no one's on 1 foot. It's running for FUT
क्या
into
शादी
this
के
A
stream?
side, but they've left Tamaji live.
Harry thank you
Over
for
to
the
Tree. They
20.
might be in trouble, leaving Tamaji in one place. He's low, 19 points of health, but it's had a captain surely to do it. No way, 3 versus 5 as FUT have got the advantage. CNED, bottom corner, and Martin needs to check it. Prowler does check that position. They know exactly where he is.
Sanjit bye. Fuck you.
Oh, Shin had to win that fight. He had to win it, no worries.
No, 2v5, not much you can do.
Absolutely not. CNED
ये
needs to come off
last होती
huge.
है.
Well, no, Martin and Narrate need to come off huge.
निकले इसने चाय से क्या?
Paranoia towards Martin. CNED first
रात
shot.
को सेंटिनल वापस बंक
Looks
बाय
like it's
सेंटिनल
all
से
from
जीत रहा है
Blink.
सेंटिनल
Under
जोफी
pressure
पे
here and the overtime
अंडर
streak will
प्रेशर
continue.
क्यों
And
बोल रहा है
Under that as well, not dropping a single player here for FUT.
क्यों बोल रहा है अंडर प्रेशर मैं हूँ अंडर प्रेशर ये दोनों नहीं
Pretty
है
frequently here on the defense, and I think FUT have done very well to
OT बोलते
protocol
हैं।
that position, ensuring that they're constantly crunching, pressuring Tree as the other players
भाई
flood over towards A
सुपर
short.
चैट
So
भी
if we
haters
do end up
कास्टर
seeing
भी
another
haters
defense side on the side of Carmine Corp,
पहले
I'd
वाले
love to
ओटी
see
में
that
हगीज
adjustment
बोल
to
दी
not
अभी
leave
अंडर
Tazi
प्रेशर
on
बोल
an
रहा है
island
ये लास्ट
there
ओटी
where he's not really able. He can delay for so long with those
ये
snake
last
ults once he
ओटी
runs out. Not much he can do if he's unable to even get those picks and getting util dump. But now, FUT back on the defense and Carmine Corp on the attack.
It's always this extremity control we keep on
Yes.
seeing. That fight.
क्या टाइम है
of these
सन का
angles,
साढ़े
of the
तीन
space
बजे
of
से
these orbs.
FUT more than happy to take the
Prediction.
other side of the map, though Rebel control
FUT
deeper
2-0.
than what we've seen them risk previously.
And
Ball
allowing
by.
extra player Cena to move into this left-hand side.
आपका
And
कल का दिन
Krax is
बहुत
also
अच्छा
joining
जाएगा
in on
मॉल
that,
भाई
which vacates the
Love
B
you.
side, and Carmine Corp would be happy to take it off their hands.
Yeah, the two over towards A,
शक्तियों का
the ones with
इस्तेमाल
the
अभी
kit to delay there as
करना
well,
पड़ेगा
just to buy that time for the rotations from the cavalry. The Carmine Corp haven't committed to anything quite yet.
Excalibur, thank you
Thing
for
is,
the
sure, you have that
19.
lurk wall from Thomasy on the side of
Sanjit
Carmine
bhai.
Corp, but with FUT's positioning, it's
आपका
all
कल का दिन बहुत प्यारा जाएगा love you
45-second mark. The push is still to take place. Oh, there's two players on site here, and it's going to be a direct contention.
क्या हो
Oh,
रहा
this
है
is messy. Who comes out on top on this one, especially when you're peeking out of smokes? Try! Carmine Corp! Blinking, you miss it. KC are dead.
30 seconds left.
I mean, utility dump there. They didn't use nearly as much to try and clear over
utility down देरी है प्रॉब्लम वो है कि मेरा utility down देरी है अभी
Yeah, they're not taking any risk. Obviously, yeah, it's overtime. You're going to lose a Viper's Pit early on, so you don't take any chances. Drop it in. The best opportunity you get. Not going to miss is Mr. Fallen, but
Are
they
they
know
all
where he is
holding
now.
their shorties? They are all holding their
Oh, that
shorties
is
out.
so sneaky.
Or toxic.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a Viper's Pit. Of course it's toxic. And Narrate, that's a triple for his name, Carmine Corp. They've got another chance to close out map
ये
number
उठ गया
one.
तो मैं जा रहा
Cheeky plays to keep it fun and light, even though the tension is there on the stage. 14
La,
to
la,
13.
la, la, la,
One
la,
round here
la,
for
la.
Carmine Corp on FUT's map.
भाई
picked
तुमको
to
एक
take the
हैक्स
first one.
पता है
But again, the
मजाक सेट कर एक हैक्स पता है जब भी तुमको टट्टी होगी ना तभी उसके बारे में नहीं सोचने का सुसु के बारे में सोचने का रुक जाती है टट्टी पता है
I love it. I love it so much. But
Gosh, आपका कल का
this
दिन
is
अच्छा
Valorant,
जाएगा. Love you,
everybody,
love
and
you.
It's
उसकी
a
गाड़ मारूंगा
close
मैं.
one for this. Carmine Corp, this is not the first time they've gotten themselves in the situation where they
वाह,
can
time
close
out
it
पे,
out,
वाह
they're
यार.
in trouble. They don't want to let Lotus go right. This is their map pick.
crazy.
And moving into
Ah,
buying,
crazy,
they
man.
would wish they'd have the map advantage, right? In this series, it's an elimination game. If you're
बात
only
कर,
just
बात
joining us, they are one game away, one match away from entering the play-in
पर अगर
stage
सुसु
to
आ गया तो
maintain
वो तब
their
का तब
position
बात
here
है
in
ना तब
Kickoff.
का तब बात है
And one match away also from being eliminated.
Yeah, and it's a long time for whoever gets eliminated until the next time we'll see them, right? And of course, even after play-ins, only one player makes it out of there and into the actual playoffs.
बंस भाई
kick
मुझे
in.
भी
So
जाना है लेकिन मैच भी देखना है I feel you वो टीम में 40 अटकी है हाँ ना यार
You knew you
love
were
you यार
lucky
ऋषभ
enough
भाई
to
love
do that.
you
That'll be a different tournament. Yeah, 1v1
टेक
Valorant.
पॉज मत करो
No
यार
thanks.
No thanks. Yeah,
No.
this is better.
It's way more entertaining. But now, looking at this defense side of
भाई
Carmine
अच्छा
Corp,
खेल रहा है
we're
यार
seeing a bit of
लेकिन
adjustment.
केसी
Narrate
मजा आ गया
pulling out the Odin for the
हाँ?
first time. He didn't really get the chance
Ball by,
to
thank you for the
on
40
second
मेरी
half
जान.
because the economy was just not there for it with how many rounds were being traded back and forth. But to pull that out, I'm curious, you're going to see him actually over in that tree position instead. So the adjustment was made.
ठीक
Tamazi
है बस
will
भाई
not
जब
be in that
स्ट्रीम
tree
पे आया
spot.
तो
And
बात चल
Nero,
रही है तो
with
भाई
that
अचानक से आ
fade
गया
utility,
चाय पीने के बाद
take full advantage of the wall bangs if you want.
Debatably, on defense, these are the two best agents to have. The Killjoy, a Viper.
लेट्स गो केसी भाई
Can't be comfortable for FUT.
Let's go.
Poison Cloud enabled as soon as they hear an inkling of a step. This is looking to be an explosive one, and that Snake Bite will look to delay them. Paint Shoal and Stun to the back of the site.
CNED's all split up from the team now too.
It's a matter of being able to keep the rest of the team back and allow Karmine Corp to come in on time. Tamaji, do you fight this Magnum
They're
as well?
committing.
Yeah,
Okay.
the commitment from FUT, but KC drop back. This is a 5 versus 5 retake, and we definitely know how 50-50 these can be.
The thing is, they don't know that the Odin is up foot. They maintain sight here into the post plant instead of falling back. A lot of damage.
Paranoia from Shin, it's still available. Mr. Falling can't say the same for himself. Had a captain close and personal. Oh, Martin just jumps above everybody and gets one, but still has to drop. And Yenishay is commanding the back of this site, which puts Karmine Corp at a disadvantage. Odin, rat-a-tat-tat, it goes, but is it enough? It's up against 3, but he might just do it. Yenishay on an upper angle keeps FUT alive. And it's back to another round of overtime.
Rookie versus rookie, and Yenishay playing so well
Last
right
time
now
भी
on
यही
the
हुआ
side
था
of
बहन चो,
FUT,
इस
the
बार भी
rising
यही हुआ था.
star
Last time
here
कौन सा
within
legend था
the
याद दिलाओ मेरे
Turkish
को.
scene.
मंडी.
I need a breath actually after that round. I need a second to digest that as we see this replay, because it got scrappy, it got chaotic.
Yeah, on the one hand, you got someone cosplaying an aeroplane. On the other, you've got someone cosplaying Rambo. What is that, Nari? That is incredible. Gets 3 out of nowhere. We thought it was over. It was a 1v4. Made us crap our pants for a sec, but still, it's anyone's game. With 2 rounds consecutive still required by any of them to close out map number 1.
Different look. Again, I say different look, but also not really at the same time. But again, that rebel control, just denying the value that comes out from that Viper wall over towards that A side. This time, though, playing a bit more for deep information on the side of FUT. Yenishay, previously we had seen that tripwire over towards B a little bit deeper to try and contest the deep push that you would see with the dive coming in from Martin, but now Rebel being threatened here.
Yeah, and Mr. Fallen is very deep. They know he's in that proximity, and the stun from Captain could be gorgeous. Paranoia putting Mr. Fallen out of position, but he throws one back, which means he's bought a lot of time. 45 seconds and FUT reposition backwards.
And that's what I talked about before, about choosing Mr. Fallen and Captain to be the ones to play disruption over towards Rebel, the time that they can buy for the rotation. Mr. Fallen playing with a lot of health right now. He's still sticking around.
Yeah, that's a lot of health. You can say that. 27? 27? 27. It's so low. But still, look how far they're going to be pushing through. Narrate, Dry Peak doesn't care. Magnum as well. One after the other. Karmine Corp finding supremacy on the attack. They seem to be loving these. But FUT, on the other hand, can't be too happy about this. Yenishay scratching his head. Guys, when are we going to retake this together? No, every single one of them has died already. And Karmine Corp for yet another time, Ash, it looks like they'll be the ones on the hot seat to close this all out.
Yeah, nothing Yenishay can do in this situation. Toxic screen up, you have to push past it. Everyone's just going to be staring you down.
Be a wonder child, be a veteran. A 1v4 in this situation is impossible.
Just don't dive this shorty.
Well, he might find one consolidation kill by the end of it, but it's 15-14. Karmine Corp have another chance to close it all out in their favor.
You can see Magnum is spitting bars right now in the IGL.
Yeah.
See, he's prepping for the next round already.
He's like, we want every single attack, guys. Don't do that same mistake we did the previous one. I can't read lips, but I'm guessing that's what he's saying. Still, it's 15-14. And there's a surprise for you, everybody. There is... Oh, okay, not that. This. There's an Oda. On Narrate. Again.
They're not coming back for it, though. Hey, he had one last time. He didn't clutch it last time. Got a lot of value out of those picks, but actual value as far as the round went left a bit to be desired.
Yeah, it's a matter of how they're going to be getting the site for free again. Tamaj is going to love a peek, but it might be a little bit too out of position. Magnum can't help out. Oh, he's a little bit too far deep here. Tamaj gets one. He might double it up as well. He gets out with a pick. That's exactly what Karmine Corp needed.
Find the advantage, fall back, and play with the team now. Cavalry is running over from that A site, and Wingman finding that plant.
Mr. Fallen is on a flank here, but he is falling back, regrouping with the team. It looks like every single one of them, as soon as a presence comes in from KC, going to vacate and play for Mound.
He did enough pressure at least, though. You can see they're still concerned about that push through C-Link.
They definitely are, and here's KC putting all their forces together, all chips in one basket, all moving from the same direction, and again, Martin aggressing, first shot, bullets to the face of Yedajay, stand up, doesn't care, in the fight, FUT turning it all back around in their favor, and a captain coming alive, Margie though wanting to turn it all back around, Rolling Thunder's already available, and Anna Captain takes them 15 to 15. This game does not want to end, and I'm loving it.
A 4K there for Anna Captain with the triple-double as that breach player. Heading into the next round, I mean, I feel almost so repetitive in a sense now, just with how many overtimes we've been hitting. This is round 31. A normal game of Valorant, 24 rounds.
Yeah, Anna Captain, he's been absolutely incredible on these post plants, right? On these, you know, defending that spike to explode eventually. He's been absolutely massive. And that's exactly what FUT needs time and time again. They can rely on him. Magnum's got a Odin of his own, and what is going on? Losing 2 players from each side. Carmen Cool going to move into the A site now.
I mean, looking for information, looking to pressure a little bit further. See, it hadn't really worked out for them too well. And those post plants finding a bit more of that success towards A. Both Prowlers used up, but tree space not actually taken. Adequate rotations pulled from FUT with the comfort of Yedajay's trips over towards that B side at the very least, so no threat there. Door yet to be broken as well on that pivot.
And they're just playing the patience game.
I'll find you.
Oh, Haunts finds out that someone is at the back of the site, but there's still 2 more nearby. 45 seconds, Dizzy, stopping Narrate from pushing anytime soon. There's also Yedajay entertaining the idea of a crunch, and Shin isn't looking right now. Well, now he is, but Yedajay is quicker to the trigger, and Carmen Core are on the back foot for the first time on this attacking side. But this is their chance to do it. 4 versus 3.
They need to push one of these lanes.
और भाई क्या सीन चल रहा है भाई?
Especially when they're down on numbers on B.
Face your fears, अब भी तो face करके आया मैं. Late हो गए तुम.
Do you turn in that direction? Flanking the making for Magnum.
Needs this pick on CNED.
Needs to go in quick though.
मेरे बिना जीत नहीं सकते teams.
Cena to win it off instead, so it's Magnum to do the heavy lifting as all by himself, and he's up against 3. They know exactly where he is, but thankfully for him, Nanoswarm's doing so much damage, but Flash is going to interrupt him for now on the spike, diffusing, and a captain. He's been great on these clutches. Can he do it for another time? Magnum swings, and Magnum wins.
Hashtag OP. देखा?
A Red Bull clutch coming in.
भाई गलत clutch भाई.
17. They're even cycling up.
हाथ धो के अंदर था, टाइप करना बंद कर. हाथ धो के भाई. हल्का सा pressure में तो मुझे भी लग रहा है. बस मैं चड्डी खोल दिया था. बस मैं after coming back from washroom मेरा हो गया भाई.
It didn't work out in that sense, but the wrap
double energy आ गई
towards that A-Link was perfect.
भाई sexy खेल रहा है यार केसी.
We find match point
Sexy खेल रहा है.
here for Carmine Core.
मैं बोल रहा था कि चाइना के प्लेयर्स भले ही दूसरे रीजन को स्टैट्स में नहीं हरा सकते, बट एम में आराम से टक्कर दे सकते हैं. ये बड़वा एंड्रॉइड ऑटो करेक्टर है. वैसे आपको नेक्स्ट एपिसोड में स्मर्फ आईडी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी.
Very least with CNED being taken out.
Thank you for the 400 मेरी जान. Next tag मेरी radiant है भाई. Easy.
It slows things down a little bit.
अभी कितना दिन बचा रैंक पुश के लिए? कुछ बचा नहीं लगता है. इस बार तो इमॉर्टल 3 भी नहीं पहुंचा यार. हाथ धोया नहीं, सिर्फ गाफ धोया. कुछ भी क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं.
They'll be in a world of hurt if they start pushing through stairs. And Magnum is just waiting on the other end. No more smokes to cover that angle. Magnum going to cover the position. It's a lazy pick here from Mr. Fallen, which will be his demise. A site to be taken over. Ada Captain might be in trouble. Cracks try to help out, but at least you can count on Little Bro to get the spike down.
Call है उसको. दो बंदे इधर.
Look at this wrap, the timing, the turret not spotting him anymore.
ये नहीं करना था.
And he's going to continue giving FUT on the front foot here. Carmi Court needs
अच्छा हो जाके है बे.
If they want to close it all out, Samaji and Narrate against the 3 of FUT. Spike touched. Attempting to be diffused. trying to get stuck with. Nare with one aftershock to deny it's a spray, but still, no one will prevail.
Close था बे, close था
Rounds
भाई.
in the board, equalizing yet another
Yeah.
time. And Carmine Corp's aggressive
Close
movers
था.
at the start of this round again didn't fall in their favor.
I like the
बस
idea
मैं
of
फिर से
trying to
refund
change
कर दूं,
that
next
pace
time
on the
1000
defense. We
भेजेगा.
really haven't seen that look coming out from Carmine Corp, but the timing from Yedijay on that flank over towards
Commentator आपके
speed,
जाते ही
waiting for
बोलते shit
Magnum
और
to fall
pants.
before the push on in
Bad.
was
अच्छा खेल रहे हैं वे दोनों
sublime.
teams.
Just being able to fully
बस मैं
cast
डायरेक्ट अमेरिका
option
करना
on that
पड़ेगा ऐसे
rotation.
खेलेंगे तो.
But now do we see that aggressive look?
दर्द
towards
दिल.
the blue side?
Winning their attacks, man. It's just a chessboard on the kill feed, on the round feed.
अच्छा ट्रेड किया बे
But for
शिन
now,
ने.
it's again an early trade, like we saw last time. We saw
सीधा
this push.
W भाई.
And this Carmine Corp side are going to be aggressing with Cracks to the back of the site alone. He's waiting for reinforcements.
इधर है,
and
क्या
Adapter
scene है?
close by. Cracks win the fight. That's incredible. And that puts FUT right back on top. Magnum and Nari trying to turn it all around, but it's chaos on site. And Yedijay is here to clean up the pieces, trying to be the janitor in this situation. But can
Oh,
he
shit.
sweep them off their feet? The bot dealt with. Magnum's got an Odin, so he can even spam across this wall. I think Yedijay realizes how difficult this situation is.
Close, close,
By
close,
the end of it, is Magnum
close.
secures the deal.
Sexy खेल रहा है बे
Swing coming out
केसी.
there from Carmine Corp, guaranteeing that trade. But always right down to the wire.
Smile देख रहा है?
Every single one of these rounds.
गेम का साउंड हल्का सा
Sides
बढ़ा
here
दो.
once again, Carmine Corp, how do they switch up their defense this time around? Like you said,
32
it's
kill
been the
मारा बे,
attacking
Fate ने
side
घर
for both these
जाएंगा.
teams that have looked so damn good. Now,
शिन ने सेक्सी ट्रेड लिया था
Carmine
वहाँ
Corp, they're the ones to look and try and go for that early rebel control.
क्या
4
drawing
people
है?
stacked over here towards that A side.
Okay, how does Carmine Corp change it this time around? You can see Martin very far forwards on this left-hand side. It has to be checked.
He's always
this
behind
is
a
a standard
box.
position at this point. Martin eyeing it for now, but Martin is able to clear it first. And if he gets an opportunity to vacate the area, Carmine Corp working off an advantage. Yeah, he's getting the hell out of there.
GG,
So
जीत
5
गया.
to 4. And FUT have to
Heavy advantage, heavy मतलब
Great
heavy
position, and
मतलब
it also
बाप
forces
रे
FUT to use so much
heavy.
more utility just to clear out that left side box where Martin isn't even there anymore. Holding the new angle, tucked in. Can't see the barrel of his gun.
Magnum there is available as well. Disney
off the
does a lot.
contact.
Magnum deals with it. Martin dies and FUT right back in the fight. Magnum
फिर
gets
से
one,
मारा.
and he's holding it so
Magnum
far. The
ने.
smoke doing wonders towards B main. FUT not finding the
Oh,
comfort to play. And Carmine
जीत
Corp,
गए.
this might be it. This might be it indeed. 2 players left. There's Yedijay and Ada Captain. Wonder Kid.
भाई reveal है,
and someone to
Plauel
rely
है.
on. And it's Ada Captain that goes in for the
Buddy.
first swing. 24 points of health. And he has to drop back 33 seconds, and the spike needs to get planted. And as soon as it does, you know there's only one player holding on to their rifle. Little by little, Carmine Corp show their presence, teasing that they're going to push. But Yedijay doubles up, and it comes as well. And it's all equilibrium. Scratch that. Shin is alone for Carmine Corp. Oh, Ada Captain's be left behind. He's be able to close down the rotations. It's another comeback, another victory, and another round of overtime.
And all smiles there on stage from Ada Captain.
Casey,
You're
bye,
looking over at this FUT squad. If
Casey.
you're in a 2v4 situation, Yedijay and Ada Captain are the 2 players that you want alive there. But curious, I mean, we don't obviously
दो
have
बंदे
insight
क्यों
of what was
बाहर
happening in
निकले
those
जब
boxes
प्लांट
right
नहीं
there,
हुआ.
but expecting a bit more coordination on those swings, maybe a bit too much
अच्छा हो मजा
confidence
आया.
and expecting that round was just in pocket on the side of Carmine Corp, but
अभी हो गया. अभी केसी का हो गया. अभी मेरे हिसाब से
it's the
नहीं
closest
जीत
it's
सकता.
been to be able to close out
अभी
this
केसी का हो गया.
100%. It was a 2 versus 4.
Done. It's over for Casey. I called
And they'll
it
be
first.
hitting themselves if they don't close it out eventually. But so far, so forth, it's about who wins on defense.
मैं रहता तो गिव अप कर देता था बे. मेरा हो गया भाई.
Just trying to
नेक्स्ट
get
मैच
that
खेलते
pesky
हैं.
camera
क्या
that's
बोलता?
been such a pain there.
2v4 5
that
एक
Yedijay's
लो है.
throwing around. He's just fumbling with his headset right now. He's like, yeah, I'm chilling.
We know the fight is going to be in the last 30 seconds.
Valid.
वाह ट्रैप भी
Broken
तोड़ा.
though, over towards the B side. I feel like that's the first time that we've seen that actually broken in the first 30 seconds of the match. So a little bit more pressure on FUT in that regard, but you still do have Mr. Fallen watching the angle.
FUT have the impression that it's bound
भाई
to be
बेस्ट ऑफ 3 के बेस्ट ऑफ 1 में खत्म कर दो ना अभी.
And Mr. Fallen smoked off, won't be able to see it from all being taken over.
Regardless, Ada Captain has a great line to stall over towards B main if necessary with that fault line.
And with that, they bait FUT into thinking that again it might be a C-hit given the presence shown in B earlier and the door opened thereafter.
It's a different trip though this time here towards C main.
But it's a double back on the decision because the spike heading towards C, even though there's a B execute happening in the making, so FUT are going to be rotating the direction, but now we realise there's two fronts being taken over here. Narrate with first blood, but CNED able to trade it right back after CNED trying to control the site, but it's Ada Captain that finds the pick instead. 3 versus 3, and on the 10-second mark, the spike will be going down up close and personal. 6 seconds. Spike needs to go down, and Martin's holding down the mark, and that's Crux on the case in a 1v2 as he's already taken down one. Shin Tamaji up against him. Crux do the magic for yet another time. Can he get the defense win for FUT? Little bro taking off the left flank as he covers the right.
Info given with that shot.
Little by little, he eases forwards.
Oh,
finally win the defense round.
3-1, Ada is having the time of his life right now on stage. Finally finding himself on that match point. I feel like very consistently it's been FUT matching up into overtime since Carmine Core took
Haven't been able to win a single defense round in how many? In 10 rounds, in 11 rounds. Wow. This is going to be a hard one, and I can very easily see them get in their heads. On the other side, FUT, they look on Cloud9 right now.
No, I think that was the first time we saw guys smiling on camera there, actually, on the coach cam.
Put जीत गया भाई.
FUT have been pretty cheerful.
अब भी भाई best attack stats दिखाओ.
Stress though in the coach room a little bit.
Best attack stats दिखाओ. सीधा सी push. Let's go.
But regardless,
बकचोदी कुछ नहीं
big
चाहिए.
of you to point out it's been difficult for either of these teams
कोई
to
सीन
find
नहीं.
that round
डरने का
on
नहीं.
defense.
फुट हो तुम लोग. चलो.
Will the first one to find it, which was FUT, will they be the ones to close out the match?
Tamaji.
कोई सीन नहीं. एक ही बंदा है. एक ही बंदा है. घुस गया. Nice.
Drops in like he does every single time to lead the charge. Yenisei spray is successful and Tamaji is put to bed. Magnum 99 to CNED.
अब भी पीछे गया मारने के बाद. वो 3-1 में ये सब करने नहीं हुआ.
Carmine Core, they've been struggling on these retakes. They really have. Who can you count on to bring it all back together for them?
Narrate has a full kit and you've got a paranoia to work with here for Shin.
Is it going to be enough? Paranoia are waiting on it. And that's exactly when they'll move in. Everyone is blinded, really. And Carmine Core take full advantage. One smoked off, but Cracks on the fight. He's waiting for the cross from Shin, but the push comes onto side from the Prowler. Mustafallen hasn't shown himself. Cracks and Yedijay dies, and that's all Carmine Core need. For win defense, Carmine Core saying, we can do the same.
18 to 18. Okay, out of stress now. He was like
that was
oh,
our
surely
moment, guys.
we got the defense round, right? Like it's done and dusted here. Again, FUT's map pick here for game number 1. In the second match of today, the decider here within Group A.
कैसे भाई अंडी मंडी अभी जो कर रहे थे बराबर करो.
Take a look at this replay.
सब बराबर था. Post plan discipline हो जाए.
Coming out from Carmine Core, that C's finding 2 for Narrate.
Post plan discipline हो जाए यार.
The value out of that and isolating these players was impeccable.
Really is. I think it's safe to say here that CNED hasn't been having the best of games. 18 to 30 is a
script है. Cyclone Gaming ऐसा गाली दूंगा ना ऐसा गाली दूंगा कि वो गालियों का script तू बोलेगा कि कौन लिखा था.
He was smiling, but that smile is no longer in his face.
To be fair though, he has been good at still making the space for the team. It's just I think going a little bit too far in some of those plant situations, getting caught out a bit early on. Or even just getting first blooded, but usually you trade for a trade at the very least.
सब बराबर कर रहे. घुस जाओ.
2022 CNED.
घुस जाओ. A पे घुस जाओ. जय माता दी. Let's rock करके घुस जाओ.
Who knows? But for now, Carmine Core move on to that. It moves on to that A site.
पीछे मुड़ के मत देख कैसी. घुस घुस.
And Odin onto Magnum, and goodness me, this could be chaotic again. It's going to be a 5v5 retake potentially for yet another time.
Nice, very nice. ऊपर मत जाना.
The balance. Narrate, come on. There's no way you're pushing through. You actually are pushing against the smoke together with the Martin. It's Narrate to win one kill. But turning it right back around. 2 kills in their way. And Tamaji holds the line with 10 points of health to spare. And they've just quashed the push.
मेरे को पढ़ना जल्दी खत्म करो. हो रहा है.
And it's got Yedijay's name written all over it as he gets himself onto the
जरूरत था. Push करना जरूरत था.
So low on the side of KC.
Shin hiding out.
चिल्ला रहा है.
cracks low. Smoke deteriorates.
दोनों लाल थे बे।
Much health remaining on the last remaining players, but
बस मैं बहुत डिप्रेस फील हो रहा है। जेव छोड़ दी। I'm crying. वो स्पेलिंग की वजह से हो सकता है। मैं अच्छा ही करा जाकर बात तो है। कैसे या कैसी कैसे? ये पता नहीं कैसे। अरे कोई और मिल जाएगा। काहे टेंशन ले रहे हो चिचा? लाइफ में टेंशन लेने का नहीं, समझ रहे हो?
The hype there within the coach room once again.
लाइफ में टेंशन लेने का नहीं.
Confident that they're closing out the game.
Enjoy मारने का लाइफ में. एक ही लाइफ है.
These two teams really want Lotus here, knowing that a 2-0 is a very big possibility, and how momentum can swing in their favor. Because imagine losing this, right? Imagine having to deal with the emotions of having to do it all over again and back to square one. Mr. Fallen is able to escape with his life. 6 points of health, no problem. Still able to shoot his gun, right? Still. The meat and potatoes of this fight is this ace site. As FUT traverse towards it.
कौन धक्का मार रहा है बे?
Potentially seen it looking in this direction. Not to be caught off. Flashback getting out of position. Spray on the far distance, and it's Nare and Marty to do a hell of a lot of damage. Calming court. They've got
भाई 2v5 है. Fallen by को अगर किसका गन भी दिख गया ना, बेचारा वैसे मर जाएगा. गन का बैरल दिख गया तो भी 2v5 बकचोदी नहीं. Let's go.
It's a death ball coming again for KC, and they eventually are able to close it all out. It was a long game, it was a stressful one, and they just
अरे हाथ दे दे, बाद में देख स्कोरबोर्ड.
Calming Court come out on top with a 20-18 score.
38 rounds of Valorant played here for the first map of deciding group stage matchup here for Group A in the hands of Carmine. It was a map pick at that, and what's curious and I think scary here is that we're heading to Bind, which could be an ace in the hole.
Yeah, you said it. Bind up next. Don't go anywhere, folks. The action has only just started.
कौन? जीत गया ना कैसे? किधर डिफ्यूज हो गया? अरे वो टैप कर रहा था रे, टैप. वो गेम तो गया ही था. 2v5 भाई, एक लाल है बे. क्या ये फर्स्ट मैप था? खतरनाक खेला बे, खतरनाक खेला. मजा आ गया देख के. One hell of a match. By the way, your watch parties are pure. Thank you, Diksha. Thank you, yaar. Thank you. I'm like, yeah, that one. So my watch party is like crazy man and women's, obviously. So yeah, matlab, I mean to say, not matlab, but yeah. Understandings. It's like, same to you. Thank you. समझ रहे हो? है कुछ. या बाय द वे, जिसको नहीं पता, स्कूल फ्रेंड है भाई. 4th स्टैंडर्ड की बात है. 4th स्टैंडर्ड, सेम ए डिवीजन में थे अपन. 4th स्टैंडर्ड की बात है, समझ रहे हो? दीक्षा है उसका नाम. आपके वाली का धोनी है, कंफ्यूज मत हो. आदि भाई दू मैं तेरे को दू? किसने पूछा तेरे को? हाँ, ये कैसा मॉडल है भाई? 1.5 घंटे का मैच एक बस भाई. मजा तो आया भाई, मजा तो आया. रेड बुल तो गर्ल्स स्कूल में था क्या? लैंग्वेज भाई ये नहीं कर पाएंगे अपन भाई. ये में सॉन्ग्स तो है बे. नाचो नाचो. एक्सक्यूज मी उद्देश्य भाई. हेलो.
It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my skin.
एल्विन किधर है पता नहीं. क्लिप कर दिया, गाप में डाल दो क्लिप. चुभेगा देख.
And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me.
Yay!
In the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come.
Nacho!
We you outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night.
Barabar.
Getting all close like it's day night.
Yeah.
You looking so fly, you can take flight.
Yo.
Now I got this feeling
सब
like I
समझा
can't
बेंच
fight.
और फास्ट बॉल सब समझा
You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine.
मैंने लिखा था lyrics.
Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me.
Nacho.
Put your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance.
Music तो है बे.
So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Dance with me baby song ने मेरे हिसाब से. मेरे हिसाब से सॉन्ग नेम है डांस विद मी बेबी. हाँ
All I want is for you to dance with me. With your hands in the air where I
भाई ये रीजन में टेक पॉज चाहिए.
know if we'll get another chance you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
ओपी ओपी ओपी ओपी बंदा एक ही लाइफ है तो फक बॉय बन जा. लैंग्वेज तरुण भाई लैंग्वेज. नोबडी गिव्स अ फक अबाउट योर तेरे को फक बॉय बनना है. हाँ
All I want is for you to
dance with me.
Put your hands in the air where I can see.
म्यूजिक तो है बे.
If we'll get another chance you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
अरे यार दे दो ना यार टेक पॉज. जिधर चाहिए रहता उधर देते नहीं है टेक पॉज. हाँ जिधर नहीं चाहिए रहता उधर डाल देते 5 घंटे का. क्या भाई EMEA का सॉन्ग बीट नहीं कर सकता कोई. फीवर था बट ट्रीम देखकर ऑल गुची. लव यू. ऐसे ट्रीम देखते रहो टेंशन नहीं. ओ भाई एक्सरसाइज चल रहा है. एक्सक्यूज मी ये कहाँ टचिंग हो रहा है बे. लास्ट टाइम मैंने कब केला खाया था याद नहीं. एक सेकंड ये इंपॉर्टेंट है.
You know, don't forget to eat your bananas.
Yeah, and also I want to cast your mind back when we were here. Kiko on that stage set a record here on LAN on VCT and EMEA, but Narrate thought, nah, that record is mine, and he went and broke it on this map. What do you think about his performance?
Yeah, exactly. 40
Yeah, what
kills,
record?
and we also have to think that the record that Kiko broke was
40 मार दिया उसने.
exactly like this one. Oh, in Lotus at 22-18, an extremely long entire match. But as you're mentioning, Narrate, an incredible performance. I think that not only because of the numbers, but because of how well he was synergizing with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Magnum as well as the.
अबे क्या मटा तो ऐसा बोल रहे हो जिससे वो तुमको वहां से हाय बोलने वाली है. हाँ कभी अपने खुद के गिरबान में ऐसा झांक के देखे तुम लोग ने. हाँ बाहर की जिंदगी में कोई हाय नहीं बोलता. इधर ये कैसे हाय बोलेगी बे. क्या मटा.
Especially with Mr. Fallen was also beautiful to watch. Actually, as a sum up, we've had a very interesting map for sure. Also mentioning Mr. Fallen going back in the Omen, definitely he was feeling way more comfortable. And yet I feel like he was, outshined by the rest of his teammates. But on this one, especially on the defense, he was doing a beautiful job.
Yeah, any of them I felt like could have closed it out. We had so many crazy clutches, but also for Magnum, the last time we saw him, not the greatest performance on stage. So the fact that he was able to frag and call and stay positive and keep his team in this, I'm really, really, really impressed by.
Yeah, exactly. And after, what was it? Yeah, I remember that by round 6,
Casey
we were on a 5-1. Casey was winning, and we were seeing these reactions from Magnum. Maybe time to follow the chair is something that we're doing in EMEA these days. But definitely, not only that, also when things are getting tough and the other team is having the performance that FUT was having, going back into the match, getting, I think, 5 rounds in a row, and the way that they were doing it. Sometimes with the retake, sometimes forbidding them to get onto site. I think that going back to that is what is making Magnum grow, and also not thinking and not be, not paying a high toll for the match that he had previously.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like he's definitely grown already in the last 2 times we
Definitely on that team.
Yeah, we have seen, of course, on this lineup. On this lineup, this was the last time we saw him. Okay. I'm so sorry, madam, to do this to you. Yeah, it's okay. We're gonna see a better stats on the next graphic. But this is the thing. On this team with these many young.
क्या हैजेंटली वो लोग ने 0.2 KD दिखाया? बंक्स, इतनी प्यारी ऑडियंस, मेरे प्यारे बंक्स भाई कोई हो सकते. लव यू यार मुनार्च भाई, इफ यूर अ मैन, लव यू. एंड अगर वुमैन है तो मैं भाई मत बनाओ यार भाई, वो दिखाना जरूरी था 0.2 का KD. प्रोडक्शन आराम है भाई.
Captain had some great clutches here as well.
But
what do we do on the next one, Lothar? Because they can't just rely on those clutches for FUT to be able to take this.
Well, the next one is going to be Bind, and that's
going
to be a very big question mark, because we have seen a change in the lineup when it comes to the starting agents on Lotus. So now I'm fully expecting to have a change on Bind as well. We have seen CNET on Neon, but there's also role changes between the players. Cracks is going back to KO, at least the last time they played. We know him for that agent. He is known to be the most cracked as well at this agent. But then Mr. Fallen goes to the Gecko, and you guys spoke about the fact that he was very comfortable on the Omen. So for me, that's a big question mark. Will those performances?
यार dudes यार, my answer is no. मैं बोल रहा हूँ, my answer is no यार. क्या कर सकते, कुछ नहीं कर सकते यार. पर्सनालिटी, समझ रहे हो, कुछ नहीं कर सकते. पर्सनालिटी है तो है, समझ रहे हो. हाँ, we can be friends, not a problem.
Plan. So, but the upside is they have 4 flashes, 1 blind.
I'm looking for right word mango lassi.
Combo is incredible.
Mango lassi 490.
That's the most important piece of the puzzle to make this work. The combination of Yoru going into lamps with the paranoia, building up that pressure.
Mandi, जो तुम सोच रहे हो अगर वो किया तो अंडी मंडी.
Get control of the orbs. All of that is possible with this composition. And I would
Bunch by culture neon gameplay हो जाता तो done.
And the only thing scarier than the Ray dropping 40 on Fade is the fact that he gets to play a duelist on this map, and I can't wait to see what he does there and send this back to your casters. Ready for potentially another long.
Oh, it could be a long one indeed, and that's exactly what we're looking forward here, right? I mean, look, let's break it down. Magnum definitely redeemed himself this previous map, and I think there's maybe some more redeeming to do. This was just one series, right? A strong performance, but I think he looks back at his Fnatic days, right? Being able to take the international stage. He's got to lead this roster now to success, and he's only got to do it by winning another map here. And it could be Bind, their own map pick.
Hey, and Bind I was questioning if it was the ace in the sleeve of Carbine Core. We haven't seen them on this map quite yet, and again, fighting forward here towards A short.
Yep, very much a strong fight here from Carbine Core, placing quite a lot of players there. But still, it's subsided. Seen it there, Martin low. And Carbine Core look to defend quite an onslaught onto this A site, FUT aggressing little by little. But the boys and girls is enough to keep them at bay for now.
It's enough. I mean, they don't have much more information across the map here on the side of just maintaining the short control, but lack of presence from Carbine Core. They're reading into this hit back towards this A side.
Martin! Mastinai!
Martin is low, and he's close to this. And it's going to be a double-sided approach.
Charjan ka stack kare, gaff lag gaya.
Showers as well as short. Still, Nare. No, well, Martin, the most difficult of positions.
Sida plant the spike, very realistic.
Love you. To put that spike down, Martin finds a nice shot onto Mr. Fallen, makes himself useful before he drops. 3 versus 4, FUT on the back seat. Carbine Corp, they're taking on some momentum from the previous round, but can they secure this? There are a lot of players that are low. Could be simple pickings without the need of headshots. And it's Lamps that Carmine Corp will be pushing together. 3, 1 coming out from heaven, and it's Nare that does it all by himself. He doesn't need friends. He can do it by himself. No worries at all. Out of captain. He saved the game for FUT a couple of times the previous map, but for now it's Carmine Corp with the round number 1 going their way as they did the map before.
Great read from Carmine Corp.
FUT gayo?
I think they did make a little bit of noise back still towards that A short, but to pull those rotations so early from that B side after
none of them
were able to find any of that information. Taking a peek over towards this replay. I'm excited to see what Carmine Corp do here with the double duelist. I think looking towards Martin on that Yoru, Nere on the Raze, as well as we head into a little technical pause.
Music
it's gonna be fun things. I mean, the fact that you see a lot of synergy, I think, coming out from them when they are playing that double duelist, they're ensuring that the double dive pays off very well. And Martin, we've seen his Yoru. It's pretty good.
I mean, I think this is a contrast to what we saw from the end of the previous map, right? Because prior, you know, everything got too intense. Everyone was forced to play Valorant from the get-go, right?
Love you.
You know, it doesn't matter what your setups are. It all gets a little bit too intense in those moments. But now they've taken a few minutes to rest, right? They've taken themselves some time after the map win from Carmine Corp. They've been able to look back, talk with them a little bit more intensely. The same can be said for
invite
FUT here.
only
It's been a rough road for FUT on the other hand, because they are having to overcome a loss that they really strongly fought for, and a loss that I don't know if they could afford to lose. We're talking about Lotus, their own map pick, where they tend to found success, right? FUT is the team that, you know, makes Lotus their home, not a Sen, and that's what differs them from other Turkish teams. So for them to lose it straight out of the bat, I think is quite mentally draining. It's good to see that Ada Captain has got some sort of joy in him, or at least the Shark is giving it to him. But
I don't know if I would call what we just saw on camera joy. No, for sure. I mean,
Discord
everyone
links.
loves their little
Discord.
plushies. Absolutely. Bring a little bit of home with you up onto the stage.
Hello.
Right? But I think what's interesting too is looking at the fact that we haven't seen Carmine Corp on bind. It hasn't been a map that they've been
वो शार्क कितना मस्त है चाहिए लिटमस मेरे पास है शार्क
we haven't had the opportunity to really see them on this and talking about the fact that it was that kind of surprise factor. What kind of composition were we?
Bunks भाई आज 12 hours पार कर दो आसान काम है 12 hours पार हो गए रहेंगे कितना ये 5 घंटा ठीक है उसके बाद पैसिफिक कितना घंटा मेरे हिसाब से 4 घंटा तो हो ही गया रहेगा पैसिफिक या वो भी 5 घंटा हुआ रहेगा तो 9-10 घंटे हो गए इसके बाद अमेरिकास करेंगे 3 मैच 12 hours पार है यार टेंशन ना लो थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 मेरी जान के टोटे हाउस यूज थैंक यू सो मच
As long as he's got Sharky with him, no worries at all. But we have received word, the reason of this tech timeout is there's some audio issues that are being looked into now, and I'm actually glad it's audio issues.
2 मिनट आया ने स्ट्रीम पे गाली खाया इसलिए आता हूं मैं
quickly, and we're hoping to jump into it fairly soon. But you're right. It's one of the situations where you need to redeem yourself, not only in remaining in this tournament, but from your previous performances. You've set the bar high. You know you can compete at an international level. Now, FUT.
क्या सीन है यार बकचोदी करता है जब तक चालू नहीं होता बकचोदी करेंगे टिबन भाई हेलो आवाज आ रहा है ड्यूड्स कुछ अर्जेंट बात करने का था आपसे एक चीज आपको लंड बोलना था आप लंड हो लव यू
into this. Narrate's going to find that first blood. Looks like FUT are going to continue to try and pressure over towards short, close the gap there and find that lamp
स्पीकर पे तो गांड लग गई सच्ची जिंक्स हो आप बोला था फुट विन अभी भी बोला फुट विन
players I think that we're really looking
तो क्या लगता है ये फुट हारेगा ये मैप
FUT to make those differences are going to be Ada Captain, are going to be Yeta J. these situations.
Guys, मैंने उसका opinion नहीं सुना. गाली देने के बाद. खत्म के दोस्ती क्या
set the expectation so high and what to expect from him, but we want to see more from CNED as well. I think that's the big highlight of this one as they look to push past Lux with a flash of their teammate press forwards, but they only are able to find one. Nare looking to go right after him. Paint shots can do a lot of damage here, but they all manage to run away in time. The snake bite will deter any further movement in their direction. It's still 4 versus 4, and the fact FUT are finding damage with pistols is so scary. Cracks with a double. They might get themselves a second round here. Martin upgrades. Vandal now in his hands, but Cracks is destroying them. One by one, they drop like flies in the sky. And Shin alone. All of the players alone. There is a world where he can spray upon them, but he doesn't have that info maybe.
No, especially losing on that backside control to have Adam pick up the Vandal as well. Done and dusted here the anti-eco of Carmine Core, but already liking what we see. Of course, it was a hero play coming out from Cracks there with the Sheriff and laying down the law. However, we're also seeing, again, a slight change in the composition of FUT. Not as drastic on Lotus where they swapped out 3 of those agents, but only the duelist there for CNED going to be back on this Raze pick where previously he was playing Neon on Lotus. He had previously played that Yoru, and while he did perform, I found that there were issues with a lot of that spacing, with the team trying to catch up to him, and just those heroes.
Guys, we are close to 7k likes. जो लोग stream पे नए हैं, like कर दो यारो.
But why haven't they put them on a jet? I mean, that's a question I'm throwing out there. I want to see Turkish Jet because that's why Turkish Jet.
एक round तेरा, एक round मेरा. 2 round तेरा, 2 round मेरा. ऐसा होने वाला है मेरा.
Jet, since CNED was that Jet player in the server, has changed so much within her kits in that kind of regard where you can't be as unpunished as he was used to in holding a lot of those angles and diving in those situations, having to have a bit more
finesse.
Yeah, finesse in a sense.
क्या लगता है नरेट पे मारेंगे क्या?
Behind a lot of that utility usage.
Need to be clear with it, and CNED dropping to other agents for now. We'll have to make do, but for this particular round, FUT have got superior firepower.
क्या चूतिया पे सब क्लासिक से कैसे मार रहे हैं?
Out for them. Outlawing Mr. Fallen, knowing there's not much armor on the others, is a one-shot. Not too bad, not too shabby. Bit of a stack here. 2 different elevations, but the disease spots them both. They're in trouble. They try and close up the gap with the classics. Martin Sheriff does find a head, but that's a 1 for 3. Players remaining score, and FUT close things out without issues. Now Magnum, look, the IGL
ये सब gameplay देखने के बाद इनको लगता है
enough to say anything else. That's 2 for FUT, 1 for Carmine Core, and it's the best start FUT could have hoped for after they lost the pistol.
I mean, losing out the pistol to just be able to take it straight
They are
away
playing for
into
Neon
that
only.
anti-eco of Carmine Core and flipping the script of what you would expect in these first 3 rounds of the map. Now, Carmine Core, at the very least, they're cycling into these weapons here. So you're looking also eyes towards Narrate, a player that honestly we cannot say enough about. Hailing all the way from North America, being that regional transfer here within EMEA. He's one away from that showstopper into this round.
But look at Carmine Core destroying FUT. And yeah, that aggression off of Showers was the best thing they could have done because they've found themselves in a big lead, 5 versus 3. But FUT don't want to ease the pressure just yet. Might want to take advantage of the 2 players isolated here on this ace site. But Tamaji might have got their number. Drops back as he does retrieve a bullet to his elbow. With that, that's enough of that fight.
WhatsApp group में सॉलिटिफिकेशन का ये क्या है भाई? चल रहा है, थोड़ा कंट्रोल करो, एटलीस्ट पिन तो ना करो, मतलब क्या चल रहा है?
Doubles up though, and this could allow FUT to find a way back in as it's a 2 versus 3.
सॉली भाई को मेरा है बोलना.
Before they drop, but Nare is so good for it. The spike is heading towards the
Devastating! Thank you for the $10, मेरी जान.
No one is taking the TP.
Love you there, Shrees.
Sneaky Edge, but yeah. You've given them time to rotate, so I don't think you're getting a plant either, which puts Carmine Core in pole position this round.
We might get the plant, but won't
Yeah,
have much time
ये नहीं
after.
करना
He's
था.
trying to see if he can isolate anyone, but
ये
Carmine
नहीं
Core too
करना.
clever than that. They're known
Plant
for their
मिलेगा,
stacks.
अभी मिलेगा.
And they'll continue to do
यहाँ
so.
पे नहीं करना था, spam पड़ सकता है.
Especially when they've got the numbers advantage.
Discipline necessary here, and for Yetajay.
सॉलिडिटी सेशन क्या होता है पता नहीं, देवसिटी को पता है ये सब। मेरा हो गया, मेरा हो गया भाई, क्या है ये, कैसे कैसे कैसे कैसे
One by
कैसे
one. They were going for the triple swing as well, but the off angle king.
I need a second to take that in.
मतलब asking money for no reason. कौन मनी मांग रहा है? हटाओ ग्रुप से पट से।
Dude, this is absolutely incredible. And he's taking it in. He's enjoying it. He's got to at this point. And yes, that has put Zacian to silence.
Stoic faces.
Those things
there.
tend to do that. You are 1v3. You were never meant to win that. But Yetajay shows that he's not normally. Check his PC.
Man. Tense up there for KC now. Anti-eco destroyed, and now back onto this pistol by Sure, Marshall for narrate, but
दिया मैंने,
not much you can do other than hope to try and
दिया,
clean up alongside those shares. Or
दिया
vice
मैंने ग्रुप
versa.
में। पन्नू तेरी छोटी है, नन्नू।
Carmine Core on these
Love you.
compositions do have that.
Thank you
tendency to
for
be a
the
bit more
membership,
aggressive,
Panu.
especially into the eco rounds. Playing fully together here on the side of FUT, not looking to let any
Members
of these
कैसे
weapons
join
go
करें?
away for
WhatsApp
free.
group mods help करें।
You know the last time we saw an a thrifty being one out from one team, the other one came back to win
मैंने
it
दिया, देवसिटी दिया मैंने ग्रुप
again,
में।
so it was a topsy-turvy. Now, I don't think Army Corps are in the same position to do so because they definitely need a pick, and the fact that Anna Captain shoots so quickly and doesn't give a chance to Magnum to even react, they won't be given such a benefit. Narrate telegraphed.
Shot
for the
बे,
side of FUT.
भाई
They do
फुट
not
जीत
drop
गया,
a play. It's an Andalusia
लौड़े लग गए
flawless,
मेरे,
giving them quite an exacerbated lead.
फुट
3
जीत
rounds
गया
of
मेरे,
difference now
लौड़े
for
लग
the
गए।
Turkish side.
4-1. Weapons back into the hands of Carmine Core this time around. You do have that dimensional drift available. We've seen Martin use it for that scouting for the remainder of the team. And they don't necessarily just follow up straight up with that dimensional drift, where you see maybe some teams just looking
52
for an
months
exact
miss.
set play based off that information. But instead they'll tend to use it
52
to
months
see,
में
okay,
भी
how many
बंदा
players
अगर
are actually
अपग्रेड नहीं
here
कर रहा है
and make the
मेंबरशिप
decision
तो
on,
क्या
okay,
फायदा
do we
ऐसी
take that
दोस्ती का यार?
rotation to the other sites, or is it
हाँ,
worth
साल
moving
बाय साल
forward?
दोस्ती अपग्रेड होनी चाहिए।
Go right after Martin, but
क्या
he's
बोलता है
able to
पुन्नू?
put it to its grave before it has a chance to concuss him up, but still.
पुन्नू अभी
just
क्या
throw
करता
his
है रे?
phone in and wants to go for
बिजनेसमैन
another
बन गया रहेगा
fight.
अभी तक।
Doesn't use his
क्या अभी
dimensional
भी
drift
हैकिंग करता है
straight
क्या
away,
सिम?
instead thinks better of it as FUT have
कैसे
completely
कैसे कैसे
flooded this
कैसे
area.
आनंद भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द
Now
40।
started to
नहीं
spread
करूंगा
out across
अपग्रेड,
the map. You can slowly see
तेरे
it
को भी नहीं
moving
मिलेगा कोई
towards his B
लड़की।
site, trying to figure out what the setup looks like
जा।
there for KC.
I mean, stall potential here in the hands of Tomazi, playing towards backside here. Proxy screen to cover both Hookah and towards Garden. The snake bite poised and ready.
Oh my
MBA
God!
done, corporate sale की तैयारी।
But Anna Captain
God.
is absolutely insane with the rifle. And he's just put
भाई
FUT
गलत खेल रहा है ना फुट?
pole position for yet another
हाँ?
time. One stuck in
Enemies को
TP,
चल फुट
Magnum
बोल
is
रहे बे।
questioning his decision
Is
here.
it?
Yetajay! He's bullying them! He's a newcomer and he gets to do that. Now that's a statement
भाई।
piece. 5-1, FUT lost their own map pick,
मस्ती
but
कर
they're
रहे
here
लोग।
to
हो गया,
show
जीत गया, फुट
Carmine
जीत गया।
Corps who's boss.
फुट जीत गया।
So much
Done scene है।
comfort, clinical coming out from FUT right now. Carmine Core, we've seen ideas coming out from them. They're trying to fight a little bit more forward, and deny that space. But you know, FUT, they're not afraid to make that rotation off. They're not going to push the issue. And a timeout now to be
चुम्मा
called
परफॉर्मेंस
by
बोला ना
Carmine
वो?
Core, just to talk about, okay, what's going wrong here on the
You've
B.
got to take a timeout here. You really do. Like, how can you lose all these rounds one by one? The stern talking to are required, and I'm sure Magnum is hearing it all right now, but it's all rolling in his head. He's trying to process it, but he needs to keep that head clear to be able to lead this team to another MAC victory. The job isn't done. Yes.
भाई तुमने वाइपर का शॉट देखा? नहीं, मैं नहीं देख पाया वाइपर का शॉट। मैं ना मेरी स्क्रीन पे ना समोसा कैसे बनाते मैं वो देख रहा था। अभी जो समोसे के अंदर आलू फिलिंग करके और तेल में करने वाला था कि तेरा टेक्स्ट पढ़ लिया, वाइपर का शॉट देखा। हाँ, क्या लगता है मेरे स्क्रीन पे कुछ और चल रहा है? इधर समोसा बना रहे। बाइंड देख के आके हरी हो गई, बात तो है। लव यूज। How's yours, Shanks Gaming's by? How's yours? दो समोसा इधर देना, 2 वड़ा है फिलहाल के लिए. रूट स्ट्रीमर, सॉरी. दिल से फैन हूँ. लव यू बंक्स, फॉरएवर बिंक्स फैन. रिक्वेस्ट एडिशन शॉक शो का प्लान करो. एग्री विद इट प्लीज. शूट आउट क्यों दूबे तेरे? शूट आउट काहे दूबे तेरे को?
And knowing that if things
पागल हो गया
go
मैं.
as
इंसान
according
में
to
वो
plan
बिलीव
right
नहीं
now, they
करता.
should comfortably sit 6-1 in theory.
बंक्स बाय एक आईफोन गिव अवे हो जाए डन सी ने. तू मेरे को दे दे, मैं गिव अवे करता.
It's just bonus.
For sure.
For Carmen Core though, they need something momentous to come back into this.
It's a step-by-step game, isn't it? And I don't
सिनेड को
think
किल
this is the
दिलवा
round
भाई.
for it,
जीत
although
गया
we've
भाई.
seen Foot pull
सिनेड के
these
पास
off,
स्किल जो है
Carmen Core
नहीं
not
हो.
quite in the
जीत
same
गया भाई.
headspace. But they made the right call here. Look at the stack on this A site, and that's exactly where Foot are setting up to push.
Fair enough. 2 flashes still in the hands of Cracks for this entry towards site.
One way keeping them at bay for now, but the flash through it is going to allow the push to come forward. The jump and hop from Zenith to the backline is good, but you need to be careful. It's just a dangerous Zenith behind you, and that puts Magnum, who's on an island elsewhere on the map, to do it all himself. But it's just the Sheriff, it's just that Eco, his team got deleted in a fraction of a moment. And even if the flash is thrown, we know exactly where he is. Wingman helps out.
Oh shit.
Says hello, gives a hug. Not exactly the hug Magnum really needs right now. He's baiting us. He's trying to get a kill, find a different angle to at least, you know, get an advantage on one of these positions. But he's got all the way around. He had a captain. The only one that hasn't gone for the chase might be the one to get the kill. No, he runs back.
क्या हो रहा है ये बसड़? नेक्स्ट वॉल पार्टी C9 का करोगे या लिक्विड बंक्स भाई? C9 यार.
No one gets the kill. All right, no
C9.
one gets the kill. But it is a foot round, and it just increases that lead even.
Oxy
It's just a game of cat and mouse. Their
यार.
Magnum
कैसे
tried to
पूछ सकते हो
deny,
तुम
and he
लोग?
ult orbs over towards the side of Foot, who, I mean, sure, he could have technically trying to gone for some picks there, but it really wouldn't have made a difference with the economy that Foot have amassed for themselves. Like, they are looking healthy down in that savings bank, especially with 5 rounds left into the half.
Haditsik,
Can
क्या
probably
Haditsik?
very comfortably buy up into most. until-
अभी समझा बंक्स भाई आप फ्रेंड्स क्यों कर रहे हो? क्या किया यार मैंने? मैं कभी कुछ नहीं करता.
Never mind. Doesn't matter. For a second, I thought there
Love
was
it,
some sort of
thank
a
you,
meaning
buddy.
behind it I didn't quite grasp, but still, operator for Martin.
Not able to TP out though.
अबे क्या
So
रहा
committed to
चल
this
रहा
angle
है?
here towards Showers. No one's going to take a peek on the side of Foot. Very passive play just to see if Karma and Core elect to push for a bit more space. You can see Martin is creeping
Guys
up.
सुनो, जिसके लिए मैसेज था अगर उसने नहीं किया है तो चिल ले. आरआर करने का है तो
He waited
निकल
for the
जाओ.
timing too
Simple
for
as
that
fuck
0
है.
point
ठीक
to
है.
just end up running out so he could actually get that teleport down. And now Tamazi to use the Viper's Pit here. Deny the drop in that push over
अतन से आरआर हो
from
गया बे
Garden.
ग्रुप में पंच इतना रात को.
Forcing Foot to fall back over towards that A site. Again, funneling them towards that operator in the hands of Martin.
अब बंक्स भाई क्राउच का पर्पस बताओ, टिप्स दो. ऐसा पिक करने का, ऐसा क्रॉस पिक कर सकता है अगर तुमको मालूम है कि बंदा किधर है. क्योंकि उसका हेडशॉट एंगल रहता है ना, तो उसका एंगल हिलाने के लिए.
Into sight. He's done his job. Dimensional drift coming out from Martin, though. He's pinging out where the opponent positioning is.
Oh, he sees all 4.
He does, but how does his team use it? No one's nearby. Only one now coming in from short.
They're going to
Magnum
sandwich.
trying to save up with them. And here comes the clone as well to push. Showstopper enabled. It's Zenith this time around. And Samaji looks to drop back. He can't be comfortable pushing that one. And there's Jin able to avoid it. Do they have time to move in? Snakebite to their feet. Karmicorp need to push through, but this lamp control is all too much. Martin finds a shot. Cracks in the madness. Not able to deliver. Up close and personal, it seems Karmicorp are superior. And with 2 players alive, Karmicorp will look to defuse. Already defused.
अरे वो लिंक फन पर्पस वाला था, वो जीएफ नंबर एंड ऑल वाला बकचोदी, वो देव पे थोड़ा गलत समझ लिए. ठीक है यार, जब फन पर्पस था तो इतना ही क्या आरआर के ग्रुप को प्ले करने का बिंच. हाँ
Not meant to expose us on stream. I don't know. We've already exposed us by doing it in the first place. But one thing though, we gotta get a shorty counter on here from our
yes,
team.
we definitely should.
आज
We've had so many of these shorty
का
moments,
एज
and I think
देखा
it's because of all
नहीं
the chaos
कैसे
going on
देखूंगा
in
यार
these close proximities,
ये चल रहा है
within smokes and stuff. A lot of shorties. And yeah, they have been playing the difference, but for the past 2 rounds, Martin is doing a lot with the operator.
अब वो पता नहीं आप चिल मारो
Being
चलो
dynamic in his positioning, swapping
का
from
advance है
A
ना
towards B. Upper
ठीक है
angle this time.
As he smoke fades, he doesn't realise
Shot
Mr.
बे
Fallen does get one
Marlene
before he drops. And Martin repositions yet another time, and he's in the right moment to do it, but no, instead, with a fragment to his feet and Yeruje's bullets going in his direction, he's back to square one to Margie. That was crucial, because there's no more Viper's Pit here for Yeruje. Foot on the back seat. At a captain, he's done it before, and he'll try and do it again. Spike in hand, but it's dropped to the floor. Grax is insane.
भाई मेरा हो गया भेजो एक और राउंड
on the board for FUT.
एक
A tough
और
round there to
राउंड
swallow for Carmine Core. Cracks doing it all for FUT, maintaining that momentum. Casey yet to string any rounds together. These 2 rounds piece by piece. The pistol and that last retake that we had just seen, yet to find themselves in a comfortable position, constantly back and forth between these saves and these buys. No room to work with.
I know during the off-season, FUT got a massive upgrade package with the likes of Yeruje and Sinan, but it's the 3 retained players that are topping the charts here for FUT in this
दो
game.
राउंड उसके वजह से एक
Crazy
हो गया
stuff brought
ठीक है
out by them. And now the
3
captain
राउंड
gets first blood.
3
but he's
राउंड
quickly
केसी
traded
का
in the
प्लस
fact that
करो और
Carmichael
फुट
is
का
with
माइनस
Sheriff.
करो
Not the best situation. Paranoia, good for the captain, so keeps himself alive, but he's with low health, so thinks better of it.
Oh, great paranoia to push ZNet off the angle. It actually forces Ada Captain to actually commit to that teleport that he was initially trying to fake, and this spike all the way towards the safe side. Obviously alone towards heaven again. It is eco round here for Carmine Core, so expectation for FUT to make this claim.
Yeah, Cena showing his ground, getting one onto Martin. Shin thinking a second time before he goes and challenges that corner.
Position by God 99 wanted some
is a
help
dangerous
regarding college. Can we connect on
You have to avoid. and that just keeps FUT in
99.21
the lead. Now the first half we saw in
उन्नीस
Lotus,
को
it
मत
was
पूछ
6-6.
भाई
A
उसको
completely different story than what we're seeing right now.
21.97
It
मिलता
went
है
toe to toe.
That was also with Carmine Core starting off hot off the gate. They were 4-1 to start on Lotus as well.
Sure bro
Back with a vengeance with how close that overtime was. They're driven to take this map, to take it to a third. Of course, I know early days to be talking
VCT
about
अमेरिका
that,
के
but
बहुत
it is
फटे
7-2 to be fair, and Carmine Core still yet to find that opening here on defense. Of course, at least you can say they did take the opportunity to deny any chance of cracks cycling into the null command off the end of that round. But do they fight forward for these orbs? Do they decide to look for the extremities here on the defense to try and deny that KO's ultimate?
And it's got to be said, FUT are playing off of no information here. Carmine Court
और
has
से chat में
so far, right?
है
And it's the opposite for Carmine Court. They could definitely look into FUT. Yes, they've been changes.
उन्होंने अच्छा काम करना ठीक है
and
लौड़े
adaptations, because they are playing against Carmine Court. But
लाइफ क्या है याद है तेरे को
to their advantage coming in
ओह शिट मेरे को याद है यार
without anything to show for it earlier
क्या
on.
बकचोदी मारते
so
थे यार
good with their early presence that they show to just force so much early utility outside of Carmine Core. Have the chance to do
चाइना का
it.
देखा वो लोग क्या ही मारते
Even
हैं
starving them
चाइना
of
नहीं देख पाया
information, forcing some of that utility coming out from Magnum.
फिट अच्छा
Off the Thrasher, they're going to be start pushing forwards onto this B site, and you can see how Carmine Court are scared of this, looking to go for a retake, very similar to what we saw on Lotus. Maybe that's what works out.
सुन योरू अल्ट उस पे पिंग पे रेज अल्ट 4v5 हो गया
to make the difference for Carmine Court here. FUT maybe flashed up. Dimensional Drift used, and so is the Showstopper. So far, so good for Carmine Court, but the rest of the players have dispersed, move into Elbow. Martin doesn't care to use a flash as he exits the Dimensional Drift, gets one before he drops, but he's done what it was necessary, finds the information. Yenergy's got an upper angle, and he's so damn dangerous, but it's not dangerous enough. Two ultimates, really important, and they put Carmine Court right back into winning ways.
They needed this too,
please
especially
reply
to
because the
win
stream
with at
send
least
versus
some
live, yes.
numbers left here on the side of Carmine Core. The fact that they have the 3 rifles to carry into the last round of this half. Gonna be likely a light shield buy coming out from the remaining
पहले तो बहन के लोड़े ये नाम चेंज कर, ठीक है? थोड़ा सा शर्म कर ले और ये नाम चेंज कर, थोड़ा सा, समझ रहा है? मालूम है माँ बाप ने कुछ नहीं सिखाया है, थोड़ा सा, लेकिन दिमाग घुटने से निकल के ना सर पे डाल दियो.
Look how aggressive they're actually going. This is Nari pushing forwards. It does pay for it for his life, but how much information do you really gain off of it? I think it's more about the space that KC have gathered, but it's really a push into the TP, which I believe was heard.
Aggressive look. He pushes FUT back, but again, they're going to go and re-clear this space. Narrate's still so close. Playing this off angle.
One hour off le Binks bye. पागल हो गए क्या?
They have revealed themselves, and that's going to be his demise. Magnum tries to trade it back, but it's FUT that find the advantage, the upper hand, and this A site take.
Binks bye. जब टैब चालू करता है तभी पानी क्यों आता है? जब Binks तो जब टैब चालू करता है तभी पानी क्यों आता है? सिंपल है भाई, नल है ऐसा, ठीक है? ये नल के ऊपर जो है ना वो है पानी का पेड़, समझ रहे हो? नल को लेगा पानी आएगा. ऐसे केमिस्ट्री के क्वेश्चन मेरे को मत पूछो, मैं इसमें टॉप मारता था, टॉप. अबे कौन थूक रहा है बे? तू भी तू. भाई गलत खेल रहा है भाई, गलत खेल रहा है ना. Very realistic answer, thank you.
Not even comparing it to the previous map, but to the
पानी
previous
का
map
पेड़,
they
वाह
played
भाई,
a-
जब पैसे का पेड़ हो सकता है पानी का क्यों नहीं हो सकता?
I believe that was
तुमने सुना
Antec.
नहीं
So
तेरे घर में पैसे का पेड़ है
looking
क्या?
towards the difference here for
ऐसा,
FUT, they look
वैसे ही.
much more comfortable, lot cleaner. The spacing
Shot,
has been
भाई,
better
shot.
here. I think the adjustments with
खुश
honestly
तो
even
बहुत
just
हो
putting
गए तुम,
CNED
हाँ?
onto that raise
नाम है
has looked
CNED.
really good. Sure, he's not putting out the numbers right now, but he is able to find that space, and the trades coming in are what's important on the FUT side.
But now Carmen Court on the attack. It's hard to say how this one is going to go for them. I think that it's just the old story to be repeated. The pistol, the best way for them to start this retake. If they lose it, I fear that we are going to a third map, or at least Carmen Court can fear that, as FUT will be happy with the opportunity that would be given for them to potentially win off this series. But the push does come through. It's heard, it's seen.
भाई सारे blind, सारे.
The flashes.
मैं blind, observer blind, teammates blind, enemies blind, भेंचोद सारे blind.
Full access to the site. Yedajay, he's sneaky from behind, and he's able to find one. They know exactly where he is, so he's buying a lot of space for his team to start moving in from. And the captain shows his presence. It's a balance of information that needs to be given. And CNED can push through elbow. That's exactly where Carmen Court are looking. 2 versus 3. FUT needs to start finding kills. Posted 2 players Alu, and 1 was taken down.
They're split up.
Tamaji. Behind the smoke, and he's so close to Ada Captain, he can smell him, but only now can see him. And it's Ada Captain to come out on top. Magnum is low. All he has to do is stop this plant, this defuse from happening. But Yedajay aggressing into his face in an aggressive manner. It's going to have to be the defuse, and FUT win the second pistol of the series.
Carmen Court needed this pistol round. Double digits here for FUT. Makes it that much harder for Carmen Court to find themselves back into map 2. And not even just as far as what the scoreline is needing it. Needing a clean pistol to mentally make the comeback into this game when FUT have been looking
मेंस की बात मत करो, रोना था डन से. Binks भाई big fan, love your dedication और थोड़ा रेस्ट करा करो. कहाँ से करें?
Meanwhile, Martin's being left hanging by Magnum on the side.
No.
कहाँ से
Come on, fist. There we go. Fist bump.
अब तक FUT 2-0 होता तो मैं 1 घंटे का रेस्ट लेता.
Yeah, you gotta have the vibes, especially when you're so far behind. It's
जोड़
the
बोलते
only
हैं.
thing you can have in your favor. Start throwing things back at them.
Extra, thank you for the 1 gifted मेरी जान.
Desperate measures.
आपके बिल्ली को हाय बोलना मेरा.
Flash coming through. TP as well.
कैसे
From Martin onto the site. Cracks.
Wall up plate हो गया. भाई अभी ये लोग छोटा-छोटा mistakes करना चालू कर दिए बे.
There's so much thrown at them. Shin won't live for long. For
Oh.
dismantling them one by one, overwhelming them with everything they had, and with Carmen Court forcing that, they've got nothing for the next either.
That's just about match. FUT running a clinic here with an Andalusia flawless on the side of the Turkish squad. This is terrifying because Carmine Core, it's the right call. You have to force in that situation when that's the closest that you're going to be as far as equalizing in those weapons, trying to give a great fight and be able to contest head to head.
अभी
But you also have to win
फुट
those,
इनके
because
दिमाग के
now,
अंदर चला
sure,
गया
forced
समझ
into
रहे हो
another force.
But
And then-
this time, the buy looks similar on both sides. We have to be fair, but there's pressure on Carmine Core, a lot of it. We're talking about, I can't do the maths, 8 rounds in a row.
The difference is too, if FUT lose this, they still have money to buy.
They do, indeed. That is a big caveat. So not only do Carmine Core need to win this, they need to win it cleanly.
मेरी
And not
बिल्ली
only they need to win this
आपका
round,
मांग
they
रही
need to
है
win 7 rounds after that to
प्यार
find 11 rounds and match the score for.
Sorry, I'm a
Cool,
dog
one way that
person.
we saw it being thrown there in towards
Sorry,
Showers,
बोलना.
though, to give Martine that space to find the orb for the dimensional drift. But team still running that default, walking over towards that B side right now. Starved of information, FUT opt to send out Wingman to do a little bit of scouting, but a nice tuck from Martine dodges it.
Yeah, it's a spread out approach here from Carmine Core. Hoping that FUT misstep. The FUT are doing none of that.
I mean, that's the other thing, just trying to draw out this utility from FUT, right?
भाई ये सब
An
तोड़ भी
absolute
नहीं सकते ना ये
must,
सब जगह पे
because
जब
they've
भी
been
हो
able
जाता
to
है
just throw
suppress
all of these flashes into those retakes.
Now from the dagger, I believe they only spotted out Samaji. So I don't think they'll expect 3 players pushing past, but the fact that Nare has aggressed onto the site, now the alarm bells will sign. Thrasher being enabled, but it's Martin's first shot to come off forward, so Carmine Core playing off of an advantage. Playing into lamps as well, with a player as a caveat into showers. Smoked off though, he'll have to come in later into this round. Waiting for the team to collapse upon them first. Into the smoke, and it's Martin to win it. Crucial kill on the spike though. They're already diffused halfway. Interrupted as utility is thrown their way. 2 versus 4. FUT, not impossible given players are low, but they've got to find them quick as time is ticking. And the captain with the first one. Shin stopping Cned's life, and it does have to be defused. Will not let that happen. 2 players, 4 for KC, but they get the win nonetheless.
An absolute lead here for Carmine Core, 3 Bulldogs to carry over into the next round, and the rest of the team able to force up comfortably with some of those light shields. But looking into the replay, Martine finding so much value here with those 2 picks. Opening up the round and making that retake that much more uncomfortable for FUT at the very least. A little bit of anger there. Not too happy on the FUT side with those player cams coming through in the coach cam. But
I need a drop.
KC needed that.
Time to jump.
They did. For sure.
When I'm missing your 140 gameplay.
But as you said, FUT fully capable of putting arms in their hands.
करेंगे.
And again, a slower approach
matches देखने का मजा अलग है लेकिन.
Try and repeat what they did the previous round. They've got the dimensional drift up against the Thrasher of Mr. Fallen.
Got the TP out now. The pressure put over towards Showers again with that one way for the orb farming here on side of KC.
भाई 2 ult है एक ult भी है.
Typical defaults on the defense here on
क्या
the
लगता है
FUT
retake
side.
खेलेंगे या लड़ेंगे लोग side पे?
Buys a lot of respect. Still gonna look to walk through it here.
Time to clear it out. Mosh pit, denying any of the other entries. So no one can follow up on this information. Crucially enough, well played by FUT. But can they deal with Martin finding himself into elbow? They'll be able to stop any of the other rotations by sending his decoy to the back end of it. Still, 4 versus 4 as Cned gets traded out, and the rest of KC have garnered all the space they would have hoped for.
I fake TP sounds sexy the way.
He really is, but the flash doesn't pop in time before the smoke does deteriorate, which leaves KC at a disadvantage unless Shin gets the pick here.
No, but that's Rash. It found him.
Knife है.
Oh, they let Nara to die.
बच गया.
And now they're playing.
They need this pick on Mr. Fallen.
Oh my God! He wasn't.
Timing बोलते हैं. Go.
Which means that Mr. Fallen was able to pick him up, and now to 1v2.
Safe plant, the very least. But you have the whole kit
Blind
of tracks to work with.
Magnum has got skill, but it's the first time he's jumped into the IGLC this season. And with the Seekers, he's going to have to figure out how they're both are going to be playing this. They know he's in lamps, and they'll go right after him. Bullet between the eyes, but that's for finding themselves on map points and putting them 1 away from Sunset.
I don't know what Carmine Core were doing there on that B site, going a bit too aggressive towards CT spawn, a hero play. I get it. At the same time, though, you had numbers.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
You find yourselves in a disadvantage then when the match is so close. The frustration.
Yeah, it's a big difference between the reactions from these players.
Yeah. The juxtaposition and the attitude, the feelings that
Sen
we're
versus
seeing on
live
stage here
करोगे
from both
भाई?
teams.
Obviously करेंगे भाई.
On the
मेरे
other
बुंड
hand,
गई
must be
लेकिन.
really happy about this. Only one away, and I think KC have been struggling all this time, unable to
जीत
find
गए
a
हो
thing.
फुट,
Now
जीत
moving
गए हो
into
फुट, जीत गए
the
हो.
hookah area. They will find it open,
दिमाग
but
की
in the
skin बहुत
meantime,
अच्छी है.
FUT trade some space themselves.
मैं सुना
Yeah,
नया
they're fully
Valorant
walked
हुआ
out
है.
there towards B long, finding that fountain control. They hear this as well, since Mr. Fallen has stayed over towards Garden.
They've got to be curious where the players have gone, because never has this B side been completely open. Guiding Light spotting them out in long though.
Right now, they only know that it's Mr. Fallen over towards B long. Doesn't know about the other two players.
Look at Shindo, very far
Shot,
forward, but it's not going to
babe.
get picked off early. FUT
Shot,
playing things from the
babe.
front, but can they
Good.
continue? 3 players grouping up now towards CT, and it'll be a 3 versus 2 as soon as the smoke subsides. As soon as it does, it's FUT that comes out on top.
GG.
KC can't do a
GG.
thing. Disabled,
GG.
stuck in place. And that's 13-4. The score as FUT close out
GG.
map number 2. We're
Easy
going
बे,
to
easy
sunset,
जीत गया ना, easy जीत गया
What a
फुट.
juxtaposition between a 20
कैसे गया
and
अभी?
18
मेरे हिसाब से कैसे गया?
overtime on map 1 on loaded.
मेरे हिसाब से केसी गया अभी. समझ रहे हो? केसी का जीतने का चांस नहीं. ये लोग के चेहरे में खुशी देख रहे हो तुम लोग, मतलब एकदम खुश वाली खुशी है. मिसिंग गोली बाय इस गाली बात तो है, बात तो है. बर्थडे है बिंगड़ी, विश कर शिवम भाई मेनी मेनी हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डेज मेरी जान. सो आई थिंक इट्स गोना बी 2-1. बंग्स भाई पिछले वाली लाइट वाले काफी अच्छी लगी थी. लव यू टू. ठीक करना है, टाइम नहीं मिल रहा है. समझ रहे हो? टाइम नहीं मिल रहा. तो अभी एक काम करते हैं, अभी कल्टी मारते हैं. मैप 3 देखेगा ना? समझ रहे हो? अभी भी मैं सो तो नहीं पाऊंगा, लेकिन एटलीस्ट थोड़ा लाई डाउन करके एनर्जी गोकू जैसा ले पाऊंगा. ठीक है? अमेरिका से ऑक्सीबाई है, वो देखने का है. ये इजी होने वाला है मैप 3. तो तुम लोग ये देख सकते हो ऑफिशियल चैनल पे. और मैं फट से वो डाल देता हूँ, क्या बोलते हैं, क्या डाल देता हूँ भाई इज्जत गाफ में, शेड्यूल कर देता हूँ अमेरिकास का. ठीक है? अमेरिकास का भी पूरा करेंगे. डन सीन है यार. ये लोगों को क्लैश नहीं करना चाहिए था भाई. क्लैश में बीटी हो गया यार ना. आज तक क्लैश नहीं होता, आज साला क्लैश हो गया. चलो guys, that is it for now. Bye bye. See you back in like 1 hour, dudes. See you. Take care. Bye bye. Love you. See ya. मिलते हैं. चलो.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.